Chapter 107. Leroque shouted loudly and quickly took a few steps back, avoiding Araka's attack. Under his command, the dozen or so At infantrymen on both sides of Leroque did not get into formation nor did they retreat. Instead, they charged straight towards the Fury Guards on both sides of Araka. Araka's expression darkened. Amidst the furious roars and the sounds of collisions, the extension soldiers firmly entangled the Fury Guards. Araka, who was charging forward, was instantly left alone. There was no one to protect him from both sides. 7 or 8 At warriors surrounded him with fierce expressions. Thales's expression changed drastically. Oh no! The reason why Araka could maintain an absolute advantage in the front and charge into the enemy's formation without any worries was largely due to the sacrifice and protection of the guards on both sides. Otherwise, Araka's speed would probably slow down after he killed 10 people. Then, he would once again fall into an impenetrable pincer and heavy encirclement. No matter how skilled a supreme-class elite was, he would still be exhausted to death in the end. Moreover, on the battlefield, facing an endless number of enemies, multiple attacks from multiple directions, and multiple weapons. Just like what Ida said, even supreme-class elites could not come out unscathed. Just like what Araka was doing right now, these wounds and exhaustion gradually accumulated. Araka looked at the situation in front of him and panted slightly. Cover him! Ida nimbly shuttled between the 3 At infantrymen who had great teamwork. However, she was obviously not used to the rhythm of swords and sabers on the battlefield. She could not escape for a while. Cover Araka! She yelled in exasperation. Otherwise, we will be dragged into a tight encirclement again. Wuxia was entangled by 2 enemies. He was injured and could not quickly break away from the battle. Put Ray, on the other hand, obviously did not have the same martial art skills as the others. He could easily break away and cover for Araka. Behind them, the countless At infantrymen who were left behind due to Araka's conical impact formation's rapid breakthrough once again ran to catch up to them. Ralph's eyes widened. A strong gust of wind blew rapidly and used the scattered snowflakes to block the few At soldiers at the front row behind him. The soldiers with the equipment of the Fury Guards are all entangled. Put Ray was in a difficult situation under the attack of a fierce infantryman. And our diplomatic group, including you, have obviously never fought in a war. We can't charge through. Is there anyone else? Except for the Fury Guards and the diplomatic mission? Wuxia fought with the enemy with an extremely low efficiency. As long as I can break through this encirclement and get to His Highness' side. A young soldier and a veteran with a sword and shield suddenly turned around in the middle of the fierce battle. If there were members of the Fury Guards by his side, Araka would not have to worry about the threats from his sides and behind him. He could just face the enemies in front of him directly. But now he had to face threats from all directions. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Leroque's great axe landed solidly on the nail hammer that Araka had just snatched. Araka growled softly like a wild beast. Even Thales could feel the oppressive atmosphere. The next moment, the Kingdom's Wrath's eyes were bloodshot. With a jolt of the hammer that was propped up against the giant axe, the power in his body instantly erupted. Clang! As the flames flickered, Leroque gritted his teeth and retreated in a sorry state. Behind you! Thales shouted nervously. However, before Thales could finish speaking, Araka instantly turned around. With a furious roar, he deflected the sword that came at him from behind, ensuring that Thales would not be hit. The Kingdom's Wrath immediately turned around and avoided a spear thrust that came at him at the same time. When he turned around, the nail hammer in his hand had already flown out and pierced into the chest of the swordsman behind him. Without cover, Araka could not continue his attack. He paused and retreated, dodging the blade that was aimed at his vital left side. However, a wound was still cut open on his waist, and blood flowed out. Maybe we should retreat and rendezvous with the guards. Thales endured the pain. His back was still cut by the sword just now. The beast-like man ignored the prince. With a low growl, he turned around and rammed his shoulder against the swordsman with the force of a volcanic eruption. The swordsman, who could not retract his sword in time, staggered from side to side. Then, he suddenly advanced with his elbow and knocked out all the teeth in his mouth. Asterisk rip. Asterisk with a cold expression, Araka forcefully snatched his opponent's sword and slit his throat. Blood splashed all over Araka. Without any time to rest, the Kingdom's Wrath quickly lowered his waist and turned around. A broadsword that attacked him from behind from the side could only cut off a streak of blood from his shoulder. Araka then gave a low kick and hit his opponent's knee. Amidst the sound of bones breaking, the latter groaned and lost his balance. The Kingdom's Wrath sword slid across his neck, and he caught the falling sword in passing. At this moment, the wind howled. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the loud noise caused Thales's eardrums to hurt. Araka's legs sank into the ground. He raised his sword and blade above his head and blocked Leroque's great axe, which came slashing down at him with all his might. Precise control, perfect timing, and no wastage. Is that so, the Supreme Class Kingdom's Wrath? Leroque exhaled ferociously. We charged at you together, but you still managed to kill 3 of us. A long spear attacked Araka's heart. The Kingdom's Wrath blocked the great axe with both hands and turned his chest in an inconceivable manner to avoid the tip of the spear. He clamped the incoming long spear firmly under his left armpit. Another long spear pierced through the air and attacked him. Araka's power of eradication was instantly activated. He deflected the tip of the spear and stepped on the incoming long spear ferociously. Thales felt his skin crawl as he watched Araka stubbornly block the 2 spearmen who were gritting their teeth strenuously. Their faces were completely red. This is bad. As expected, the enemy did not give him any chance to catch his breath. 2 At soldiers with 2 long swords attacked Araka's chest, abdomen, and head. Araka slashed the sword that was aimed at his chest with all his might. Then, he twisted the other sword tightly. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the great axe pierced through the air and attacked again. But this is a battlefield. There has never been a one-on-one battle. The enemy's commander laughed savagely. The great axe drew an arc as it attacked. Even Supreme Class elites have their limits. A few At infantrymen howled furiously. They appeared from behind Leroque and surrounded Araka. Thales touched his dagger in shock and shouted, "Be careful!" In the next second, the frightening sound of an axe piercing through flesh and a blade clashing against each other echoed. Asterisk splat. Clang. Asterisk Thales felt a chill run down his spine. His eardrums were in intense pain. No, the prince panted and widened his eyes as he watched the great axe stop firmly on Araka's left shoulder. It cut through his breastplate, cut through his flesh, and stopped between his shoulder blade and collarbone. It was only an inch away from Thales' shoulder. Araka panted harshly. His dripping blood flowed all over Thales' shoulder. The sword in the Kingdom's Wrath's right hand had long since disappeared without a trace. He used only one hand to firmly hold the handle of Leroque's great axe. As he trembled slightly, he wrestled with the enemy's commander in a life-and-death struggle. And he was not alone. At the front end of the axe, a young Constellatiate soldier with black hair and brown eyes knelt on one knee beside Araka. He gritted his teeth and raised both his hands above his head. He held a pair of spears of equal length in each hand and used all his strength to block the axe blade that had already cut into Araka's left shoulder. Damn brat! Leroque's eyes were bloodshot. He unleashed his power of eradication and the axe blade in his hand gradually pressed downwards. The 2 spearmen who were wrestling with Araka also exerted force at the same time. They wanted to force the Kingdom's Wrath to die here. Don't even think about it. Willow Ken's 2 spears trembled. Under the influence of gravity and Leroque's power, he desperately blocked the great axe upwards to reduce the pressure on Araka. Araka panted in a low voice. He looked at Willow with a complicated expression amidst the intense pain. Violent winds howled in the air. Ralph's figure glided over and swept past the extension's weapons strenuously. He brought along 2 Constellatiate soldiers dressed in fortress soldier uniforms and crashed into the battlefield. They fought against Leroque's subordinates who were about to join the battle. A sturdy veteran of Constellation charged over with a shield and knocked down the extension soldier, who had just fought with Araka with his sword to the ground. The veteran of Starlight Brigade and Genid firmly pressed down on the enemy who was struggling madly. They grabbed each other's sword-wielding hands and competed in strength and endurance. Both of them wanted to stab their swords into each other's vital parts before the other. Is there anyone else? Thales asked nervously as he pulled out his dagger strenuously. He was hesitating whether he should cut the rope that tied him to Araka's back. There are only a few of us. The Fury Guards and your subordinates are being held back. Genid, who was wrestling with his opponent, shouted with all his might. You better be of use, you deserter who uses dual spears. Willow's face flushed red. His hand, which was holding the great axe, trembled continuously. "I told you!" The extension infantryman whose spear was clamped by Araka's left arm roared and lowered his spear. He pulled out a short blade from his back and rushed towards Araka, who was in a stalemate. Araka released his left arm and held Liroque's great axe with both hands. His eyes were filled with anger. "I am not a deserter," Willow hissed through gritted teeth. The soldier with the short blade rushed towards Araka and Thales in a frenzy. Thales trembled as he cut his own rope. "And I really know how to use." Willow pulled out his right hand that was holding the spear. He used his left hand to block Liroque's great axe strenuously. He shouted desperately, "Dual spears!" Willow's right hand suddenly thrust forward. The extension soldier with a short blade dodged the path of Willow's single spear with great experience. Thales felt a chill in his heart. This is bad. He did not manage to stab him. However, Willow's right hand suddenly trembled. The tip of the spear swayed and the handle of the spear left his hand. Shik. The extension soldier lowered his head in shock. The short blade in his hand fell down. Willow's spear had already left his hand. The tip of the spear had already pierced his throat. Thales heaved a long sigh and relaxed his mind. That was close. Willow, who had exhausted all his strength, panted. The spear in his left hand that was blocking the great axe trembled and fell. He fell to the ground, exhausted. However, Liroque's great axe did not cut down. Thales once again felt a new burst of power erupting from the body of the man who was carrying him. Liroque watched in shock as his great axe was lifted inch by the Kingdom's Wrath's arms. The beast-like man was like a volcano that was about to erupt. He slowly stood up from the ground. "Didn't your commanding officer tell you?" Araka panted harshly and trembled like a wild beast. Terrifying power once again erupted from his arms and he pushed the great axe forward. Liroque staggered and almost fell to the ground. However, his subordinates behind him caught him in time. "If you have the chance to kill me, it would be best if you can kill me in one blow. If you can't kill me..." Heh! Araka squeezed out a cold laugh from between his teeth. The aura on his body suddenly changed. Thales was shocked to see that the originally restless ripples and explosions in Araka's body began to surge violently like lava from a volcano. Liroque furrowed his brows and watched as Araka's eyes emitted a faint red light. The muscles on his shoulder that had been cut began to contract to block the wound and stop the bleeding. What is that? He recalled the legend of the Kingdom's Wrath again. No. Impossible. After all, he's just a human, isn't he? Liroque roared furiously amidst the cries for murder around him. He mustered all the strength in his body and charged towards Araka with a few of his most trusted subordinates. 7 to 8 weapons were thrust out at the same time. Araka Merch. If he leads the charge, he will definitely be able to break through further with the Prince of Constellation. Archduke Lampard sighed as he watched the battle from afar. If they break through in the direction of the fortress, the shock they will bring to the fortress will be stronger. Then, our plan to lure Xianxia out will have a higher chance of success. At that time, the morale of the fortress will be high. It will no longer be a matter of whether Xianxia wants to send troops or not. What a pity. I don't know who came up with the idea to let them attack in the opposite direction. Did that 7-year-old prince also agree to throw away his life like this? Count Levon asked with a frown. Lampard shook his head regretfully. There is no point in thinking too much about it. It is already impossible for us to take down the fortress. There is another problem. As long as Merch carries that bow, it will be very difficult for the light infantryman to exhaust his physical strength through sheer numbers. Viscount Kent Vida frowned as he pondered. The light infantryman's encirclement on the north side is not as tight as the south side. It is very likely that he will rush out and arrive in front of us. Of course, the light infantryman's encirclement cannot stop him. Count Levon said in a low voice. But as long as the main force attacks, whether it is the heavy swordsmen or the heavy cavalry, they can easily annihilate all of them, including Merch. This will take away the Prince of Constellation's life. Viscount Kent Vida shook his head. This is not a good choice. I am afraid we have to make other plans. Please let me go, Your Grace. Behind Lampard, Lord Tolja stroked a strangely shaped saber and bowed slightly on his steed. His eyes shone with endless fighting spirit. I will definitely take back the bow that originally belonged to At from Merch's corpse. If we cannot dispatch the main force, Then the only one here who can fight against Murch is me. Tolja stared at the Archduke with a burning gaze. Let the rising sun's saber fight against the motionless bow. Lampard stroked the sword at his waist and pondered carefully. No, I do not wish for any accidents to happen to you. Around 10 seconds later, Lampard slowly shook his head and refused. Even if Murch does not bring that bow, he is still too dangerous. A hint of disappointment flashed in Tolja's eyes. After all, he has been fighting in the battle formation for half a quarter of an hour. He must be covered in wounds, which makes him even more dangerous. Viscount Kent Vida cautiously continued the Archduke's words. We all know the legend of that man. I heard that the Tower of Eradication specially named his mutated power of eradication? Lampard raised his head and sighed softly. Yes, the firmament's wrath. A power born for the battlefield. Tolja tightened his grip on the saber in his hand. The Archduke said faintly, the more he fights, the more he gets injured. The more he gets injured, the stronger he gets. When Thales came back to his senses, he was shocked to see Araka charging at full speed towards the 7 or 8 people in front of him. Without any protection on his side, he began his breakthrough once again. Facing the weapons in front of him, Araka's body suddenly moved in a strange manner. This movement seemed to bring about a fluctuation in the air. Thales, who was on his back, felt dizzy. A sword slashed across Araka's breastplate, leaving a deep wound between his ribs. A flail grazed past his raised right leg, taking away a piece of flesh. A saber was forcefully blocked by the wrist guard on his right hand. Countless sparks flew. Leroque's great axe swept past his head, which had suddenly turned around. The wind from the axe swept past his ears. A spear barely grazed past his thigh by a few millimeters. The last saber slashed horizontally into his unprotected left biceps, but not much blood spilled out. It looked as if Araka had moved slightly, avoiding all the vital parts during the pincer attack. However, Thales knew that this was definitely not a simple, slight movement. Araka did not care about the number of wounds on his body. He only charged forward with a fanatical expression, until he squeezed between the enemies. Kill him. Leroque retracted his great axe and ordered furiously. However, the slightly panicked extensions could no longer keep up with Araka's rhythm. In the next moment, Araka let out an earth-shattering roar. His right fist erupted with an astonishing heat wave, and he punched the swordsman's face. The clear sound of bones breaking was heard. The extension howled madly. Araka laughed loudly. The power of eradication surged and erupted from his body. With a tremendous force, he rammed his shoulder against the flail-bearer's shield. The latter let out a pained cry and flew backwards. The Kingdom's Wrath grabbed his opponent's flail, turned around and smashed it, knocking away a saber that was aimed at the back of his head. Without losing momentum, the flail flew back until it dented the enemy's head. As red and white splattered, Araka turned around again and accurately locked a saber with his chain. He pulled the next enemy in front of him and used his lower abdomen to block a long sword that followed closely behind him. The swordsman who accidentally killed his comrade was stunned for a second. Araka then grabbed his clothes and crushed his windpipe. 5 extensions instantly fell at Araka's feet. Leroque roared furiously and swung his axe horizontally. Araka retreated at an astonishing speed and accurately avoided the trajectory of the axe. Thales, who was already dizzy from the battle where he dodged left and right, almost fainted. However, in the next moment, a shocking explosion came from within the Kingdom's Wrath's body. He kicked backwards with his right leg and instantly shot up like a flying swallow. He charged towards Leroque, who could not retract his axe in time. Thales saw stars and his vision immediately became blurry. Araka pressed his hands on the long handle of the great axe. I like your axe. Thales could vaguely hear the Kingdom's Wrath's laughter and Leroque's despairing howl. When he raised his head again, he only saw Araka fiercely waving Leroque's double-sided great axe and smashing it into the face of its original owner. The latter flew out like a kite with a broken string. Follow me. Araka, whose face was covered in blood, waved his great axe and roared at his comrades behind him. Araka waved his double-sided axe and charged into the crowd in front of him like a ferocious beast. He opened up a bloody path. Wherever he went, blood splattered everywhere and limbs flew everywhere. The death of their commander and the ferocity of the Kingdom's Wrath caused the surrounding extensions to fall into chaos. However, in the next second, The Kingdom's Wrath's body actually swayed. He propped his axe on the ground and panted as he looked at the extensions who were still lined up in front of him with hesitant expressions. Thales was greatly shocked. "Hey, Baron Murch, can you still hold on?" Araka panted strenuously and said discontentedly, "I can't believe I have to use this thing to charge at a light infantry formation. If only I was 10 years younger." "No, 5 years younger." Thales was stunned. At this moment, a feeling he had never felt before came from the touch of cold metal. It was that bow. The great bow on Araka's back. Following Araka's words, the silver-black great bow that was pressed against Thales' skin suddenly vibrated. Thales quivered. At that moment, Thales felt a sudden burning sensation erupt within his body. It was as if the great bow was suddenly charged with a weak electric current. It was as if it was repelling his touch. In the next moment, Araka, who was physically exhausted, took a deep breath and his entire body trembled. The extension infantryman watched in disbelief as the Kingdom's Wrath slowly stood up and waved his great axe in a relaxed manner, as if he was filled with strength again. What a nostalgic old time. Araka flashed a terrifying smile as he looked at the enemies before him, who had complicated expressions on their faces. The electric shock of discomfort slowly faded from Thales' body. Thales resisted the discomfort brought by the great bow with great difficulty and asked, "What is this?" Araka twisted his neck and revealed a murderous aura towards the enemies again. "This is the most incredible weapon in the world." He grinned and said, "Each one of them gives its user a corresponding ability." Thales was shocked. He scrutinized the silver-black, metallic great bow again. A legendary anti-mystic equipment? He suddenly realized that this bow did not have a bowstring. Yes. The Kingdom's Wrath nodded. The motionless bow. Then what is its ability? Thales asked in bewilderment, even though he already had the answer when he saw Araka's rejuvenated physical strength. Araka snorted. Perpetual motion. Thales was slightly stunned. After Jen had dealt with his opponent, he pulled the exhausted Willow up and stood on either side of Araka. Ralph followed behind them with a complicated expression on his face. Leroque's death brought chaos to the Extension Brigade. The Fury Guards finally broke through the infantryman's entanglement. "Hey, boy with 2 spears." Araka suddenly turned his head and looked at Willow. Willow shuddered violently. 3 days ago, this man wanted to send him to the gallows. "Looks like you really don't look like a deserter," Araka snorted softly. Willow's expression became joyful. "But your dual spears are terrible." Willow's expression froze again. "Don't mind him." Thales smiled behind Araka. "This is his way of saying, thank you." Araka snorted coldly. He swung his great axe and strode forward. Next time, change to a pair of long and short spears. The Kingdom's Wrath's voice came from the front. "Spears of the same length. How stupid." Willow was stunned. He immediately smiled and followed closely behind. The extensions in front of them were no longer as densely packed as before. Lampard's military camp was right before their eyes. A member of the Fury Guards howled angrily and pierced his sword into the body of an extension soldier beside Araka. At the same time, he pulled out the blade of the axe from his lower abdomen. He panted a few times, cast a powerless glance at Araka, and fell to the ground. Araka trembled slightly, but he still broke through the last layer of enemies without looking back. The remaining Fury Guards and Diplomat Group members finally broke through the encirclement. The moment they broke through the encirclement, the light infantrymen at the back seemed to have received some order and stopped chasing. Before their eyes, they could already see the densely packed army of the Lampard family. Thales raised his head, still recovering from his shock. "Are you sure this is our chance?" Araka threw away Leroque's axe in his hand and tore the rope that bound Thales as he asked quietly. "We have to take a gamble." Thales landed on the ground and felt the change in his sense of balance. He retched a few times. "We bet that Lampard would not dare to kill me. My life is at stake." But he was immediately lifted by Araka and placed back on his back. They continued to move forward. Putray rushed over from the back with bloodstains all over his body. He said tiredly as he hurried, "At least Lady Cecile does not have to hesitate between your highness and the fortress." Thales grabbed Araka's shoulder and nodded. He turned his head and suddenly saw Ramon, who was still in the group. "He's still alive?" Thales furrowed his brows. "Yes. Even though I saw him in danger a few times, he was lucky every time, Putre said with an apologetic expression. Thales exhaled through his nose and looked at Ramon, who looked like he still had lingering fears. As expected, Putre continued to say, the Fury Guards suffered heavy losses, and nearly half of the diplomat group's veterans were sacrificed. Thales' expression darkened. He suddenly felt Araka's body tremble as he carried him on his back. You better be right, young prince. Araka's tone was unsteady as he spoke in a low voice. Just for you. He turned his head and looked at the heavily wounded soldiers behind him and the countless corpses behind them with an unpleasant expression. Thales also turned his head and looked at the path of Araka's breakthrough. From far to near, the corpses of the Fury Guards almost formed a straight line. 3 days ago, they had a tense confrontation with Sonia and her Starlight Guards in the fortress with solemn expressions and their hands on the hilts of their swords. 3 days later, they would never return. You want me to prove to you that I am the most valiant warrior of Constellation? Araka said in a low voice. Thales was stunned. This is proof. I have never been the kingdom's wrath. Araka furrowed his brows and his breathing quickened. I only have the Fury Guards and their sacrifices. Araka turned his head and continued to move forward with a stunned Thales on his back. The Iron Fist flag was not far in front of them. Tangen, Lothar, Jillian, Boland. Araka gritted his teeth and shouted the names one after another. Without them, I would have died 10,000 times over. They, the past, present, future, all the Fury Guards who risked their lives. They are the true Fury Guards. The kingdom's wrath. Thales lowered his head. His expression was complicated. At this moment, wait! Araka suddenly shouted loudly. Thales was startled and quickly raised his head. In front of them, from the side of Xianxia's military camp, a small group of heavily armed soldiers walked out in an orderly manner. Everyone also raised their heads and looked forward. The remaining Constellations immediately burst into an uproar. Almost everyone was shocked. Damn it! Ida punched Putre and said angrily, What did you do? What did we do? That's not right. Putre stared at the group of soldiers in bewilderment. Everything today is wrong. It should not be like this. Ramon screamed and fell to the ground. I knew it. Following this prince is simply Wyatt chased after Thales in fear. Your Highness, please seek cover immediately. Ralph was so nervous that he was out of his wits. He kept shaking his head. In the crowd, Willow poked Jened beside him with a strange expression. What is that? What is that? Jened also furrowed his brows. He replied snappily, The ferryman of Hell's River. Willow shook his head with a confused expression. Thales looked at everyone with a puzzled expression. What's going on? That small group of soldiers. Arc light shield. Araka put Thales down and roared madly. Get into formation quickly. Adjust the angle of deflection. All the Constellation soldiers moved frantically. The Fury Guards and the veterans of the fortress quickly took out the shields on their backs, especially the ones that glowed with a strange metallic luster. The soldiers arranged themselves into formation layer by layer and raised their shields. Even though Constellation had inherited the tradition of the Empire and was accustomed to the infantry formation, it was different from the normal Constellation formation. This time, the formation was particularly dense. There was only one row of soldiers, some squatting or standing, and they blocked the direction of the small group of strange extension soldiers in front of them. Watching all this, Thales asked loudly in confusion. What happened? Those soldiers. What are they? Everyone was silent for a while. You said that you bet that Lampard would not dare to kill you? Araka broke the silence and said through gritted teeth. Thales looked at Araka's expression in bewilderment. Looks like it was a failed gamble. Araka's face was filled with anger as he pointed at the group of soldiers in the distance. Do you see what is waiting for us? Thales narrowed his eyes. He suddenly realized that the soldiers were holding strange and heavy long strips in their hands. They had one hand in front and the other at the back. One of the ends was aimed at them. This posture. His heart suddenly trembled. Araka's low growl, which was forcefully suppressing his anger, rang in his ears. That is, the Mystic Gun Unit. Chapter 108. Get ready to lift. A man whose left half of his face was burnt shouted. As the trainer of Black Sand Region's Mystic Gun Unit, Hardy watched with satisfaction as the 30 strong and elite soldiers under him wore heat-resistant gloves and glass goggles. They were divided into groups of 3, opened the incubator boxes, and steadily carried out 10 streamlined iron-gray mystic guns. Although they were not the best mystic gun unit he had trained, in.At, which generally looked down on the use of mystic guns, the mystic gun unit under the Archduke of Black Sand Region was already a rare expert. This reminded Hardy of the first time he touched the old and depleted Seagull Model V mystic gun as a new recruit. But looking at these lads, Hardy sighed with emotion. Look at the things in their hands. The Seagull Model 7 mystic gun had a sturdy gun body forged with the rough skills of the dwarves in the iron-gray mountain of the Eastern Peninsula. It was equipped with a barrel made of the finest crystal drops from the Snake's Belly Mountain, which was located at the border between the Hanbol dynasty and the Lagudin Alliance. It was also equipped with an oil storage tank made of dark copper mined from the seabed by Crystal Jade City. It was filled with high-quality eternal whale oil obtained from the Southern Sea of Eradication by the Trade Federation, as well as the sealed core of a mysterious origin. The gun body was hard and wear-resistant, and the barrel could withstand high temperatures. It was highly focused and easy to aim. Even the depletion rate of the core was only half of its predecessor, the Seagull Model 6, which was introduced 20 years ago. Mystic energy could be focused within a range of 200 meters without dispersing. It could be fired twice within half an hour, and it only needed 2 hours to cool down. Apart from the ridiculous weight and heat leakage problems that still left people helpless, in Hardy's eyes, it was perfect. The inferior mystic guns that were unknowingly sold into the underground black market through the country's arms trade but lacked maintenance were like wooden sticks to steel swords compared to this gun. The target has entered our field of vision. Prepare to aim. A strong gunner raised his hand and knelt down on one knee. He used his shoulder, which was wearing a special shoulder armor, to support the heat-resistant base at the front of the gun. A smart gunner quickly calculated the distance and direction. He turned the button on the side of the gun and adjusted the focus and energy scale. A decisive operator skillfully checked the gun's status. After confirming that the core was stable, he opened the safety lock and grabbed the firing handle. One day, Hardy thought silently, it will no longer be heavy. 2 people or even 1 person can hold it. It was no longer complicated. 1 person could aim and fire. It was no longer dangerous. The core would not become the fairy bell of Hell's River that could endanger the gunner's life at any moment. It was no longer expensive, and every soldier would be equipped with it in battle, instead of being limited to a small team of a few dozen people. It was no longer mysterious. The nuclear core was no longer a mysterious item that was imported through special channels. Everyone knew its origin and principle. One day, Hardy gently looked at the mystic gun beside him that had entered firing mode. He subconsciously touched his broken left arm and felt the dull pain on the left side of his face. It would become the king of war, take away the pride of the power of eradication, and completely eliminate metal weapons and physical combat from the world. Even in the north. It would tell people how heavy the price of war was and how precious peace was. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it. Attack position. Hardy solemnly raised his right hand and shouted the second last word. 10 shooters pulled on the handle with built-in springs, and the mysterious core at the back of the gun began to vibrate and make disturbing noises. Hardy looked at the group of Constellatiates, who had just broken through the light infantry's encirclement. They heard that their newly found prince was inside. Is that so? Hardy flashed a smile. Lucy, my daughter. You will always be the pride of your mother and me. No matter how desperate the situation is, you must be strong and live on. The next moment, the weathered man, who only had half a face, smashed his right arm with all his might. His face was distorted as he roared. Fire! The soldiers set up a densely packed shield formation, blocking a large area of vision in front of them. Everyone else hid behind the shield formation. Arc-light shields, distribute them evenly. Araka roared. Don't miss any spot. Thales was pressed to the ground by Put-Ray. He could not even lift his head. No matter what, hide behind the others, Put-Ray said with a stiff expression. Lampard must be crazy. Thales gritted his teeth, but he could not stop the doubts in his heart. Are they mystic guns? He remembered that not long ago, Morris of the Brotherhood had gotten 2 of them from the army at a high price. But he gave them to his subordinates for self-defense. At least that was what Leorc said. Thales had always thought that aside from using mysterious energy, it was similar to the weapons in his previous life. They were weapons that could be raised and fired at the enemy. But now, it seemed more complicated. At least, looking at how Araka and the rest looked as if they were facing a great enemy, it should be. At this moment, Araka roared madly, "Fire!" The soldiers clenched their teeth and trembled. They held the metallic arc-light shields in their hands even tighter. A strong, crimson-red light attacked from the front. The light penetrated the shield formation. The weather was very cold, but at this moment, it was as if they were being shone by the sun. A gentle warmth enveloped them. "Hold on, scatter them away." Before Araka could finish speaking, a strange change occurred around the constellations. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. The moment the snowy ground beside them came into contact with the red light, the accumulated snow immediately shrunk and turned into water, then evaporated into thin air. Thales frowned slightly. "This is?" The red light spread to a short tree on the snowy ground. Thales stared at the top and bottom of the tree in bewilderment. Every inch of the tree instantly turned black and then emitted tongues of fire. The next moment, the small tree suddenly exploded, and countless sparks burst forth. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The flying sparks scattered to the crowd. Many of the soldiers screamed in pain. The shield formation suddenly trembled. "Hold on," Araka roared. 10 seconds or so is enough." Thales was horrified to feel that the air around him was continuously heating up. It was getting hotter and hotter, until the warmth turned into a merciless scorching heat. Even the temperature in his body was rising. "What's going on?" Thales thought in a panic. "What is a mystic gun? Why does it have such an effect?" "No. The heat coming from the shield." A veteran of the Fury Guards pressed against the shield. His clothes had already started to turn black and curl up, emitting smoke. He shut his eyes tightly and replied with a trembling voice, "At least 5 of them are firing at us at the same time. Our anti-mystic equipment, arc-light shields, are not enough. We still have to hold on." Araka roared loudly. He drew the motionless bow, which had no bowstring, from his back. "I will block the excessive attacks." At this moment, a soldier's hand, which was holding onto the arc-light shield, suddenly burst into flames. He screamed in pain and took a step back under Araka's shocked gaze. The soldier's shield swayed. A ray of red light passed through the gap and shone on his body. "No!" Before Araka could shout in shock and anger, the soldier's screams exploded before he could. "Ah!" Within a few seconds, the soldier trembled madly. The clothes on his body were the first to emit smoke. When the red light shone on his feet, the snow on his body instantly evaporated into gas. Thales felt his scalp go numb as he watched the soldier's skin start to melt. The next moment, there was a tang sound from his body and endless tongues of fire emerged. After another second, the soldier's body exploded like the small tree and exploded into countless sparks. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Thales watched in horror as this life disappeared. What was left of the soldier was a charred, dried corpse. However, his death brought about irreversible consequences. Block the gap. Before Araka could finish shouting, the burnt remains of the corpse splattered everywhere in the shield formation, igniting many soldiers who were holding up shields to block the attack. "Ah! No! Hold on! It's so hot!" Screams rang out one after another. The shield formation immediately dispersed. The red light shone into the crowd without any cover. The surrounding temperature suddenly increased explosively. The snow on the ground evaporated inch by inch. Thales felt a chill in his heart. "No, this is bad." At this moment, Araka stood up with a furious roar. He charged forward and stood firmly in front of everyone. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. His hair was instantly set on fire. The kingdom's wrath raised his motionless bow resolutely in the direction where the red light shone, in the direction of the small group of At soldiers. The motionless bow trembled slightly. Then, it emitted a strong silver light that was not inferior to the shot from the mystic gun. When the red light from the mystic gun met the silver light, it suddenly weakened and scattered in all directions. It was as if the silver light had sealed off the path of the mystic gun's red light. Araka roared. His right hand, which was holding the motionless bow, began to emit smoke. But he still persisted. However, the area of the silver light was not enough. Araka could only block in front of the people in the center. There were still many soldiers at the periphery who were shot by the red light from the mystic gun. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the second soldier turned into a huge fireball and immediately exploded. No no no. Boom. The third. Ah! Janet covered his right shoulder in pain, which was illuminated by the silver light. He was desperately dragged back to the area protected by the silver light by Willow. During this process, one of the black-haired soldier's short spears suddenly exploded into countless sparks. He can't hold on for long, Ida shouted through gritted teeth. I can't die here. This was Ramon. Bring His Highness out, Waya said while sweating. No, there are too many mystic guns, Putray said with difficulty. We can't escape. While everyone was in a mess, no one noticed that the second Prince of Constellation was in a strange state. The moment the silver light erupted from the motionless bow, Thales experienced that electric shock again. And it was even more severe than when he was on Araka's back. It was as if the silver-black metal bow that was emitting silver light was rejecting every corner of his body. Thales lay on the snow-covered ground. His face was contorted and trembling. No. Is the legendary anti-mystic equipment really rejecting me this much? The silver light suddenly weakened. Araka's right hand started to catch fire. In the endless scorching heat, the kingdom's wrath still gritted his teeth and endured. A few rays of red light leaked in and shone on Thales' body. At that moment, Thales suddenly shuddered. His clothes started to smoke. He only felt the cells in his body suddenly heat up. So hot. It was as if he was on fire from the inside out. That familiar fluctuation surged through his entire body. Time seemed to have slowed down again. In the vision provided by the fluctuation, the red light and the silver light were like two pairs of enemies that were strangling each other, melting each other. However, where the light intersected, the silver light obviously had the upper hand. It was just that there were more red lights. However, at the same time, Thales only felt that his body was getting hotter and hotter. No. So hot. Thales closed his eyes in despair. He opened his mouth wide and howled as he felt the heat that was almost burning him. He stretched out his hand and screamed. So hot. Then his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Asterisk thud. Asterisk a feeling that he had never felt before assaulted his senses. At that moment, Thales only felt that his vision had penetrated the distance. He saw the origin of the red light, the mystic guns in the hands of the soldiers. At the back of those mystic guns, there was a constantly rotating core that was emitting yellow light. That is the essence of the mystic guns. Thales had this feeling. But these damned red lights. Hurry up and disappear. So hot. At least, stay away from me. So hot. Just as he thought that, in the next moment, in the vision provided by the mysterious fluctuation, the entire world before Thales' eyes seemed to shake violently. In his field of vision that others could not see, the crimson light from the mystic guns suddenly scattered as if it had a mind of its own. It made a turn in the air, avoided the constellations, and shot behind them. Asterisk swoosh. Swoosh. Asterisk the snow on the ground a few hundred meters behind the constellations instantly evaporated. In the next second, the red light from the mystic guns disappeared before everyone's eyes. Araka knelt on the ground with a thud. However, he still fiercely raised his burning right hand and extinguished the flames on his head and hands. The constellations seemed to heave a sigh of relief and fell to the ground one after another. In the scorching air, many of the soldiers had already turned into charred corpses or were burned to death. One round of shooting has ended. It seems that their aim was not very accurate. Araka gritted his teeth and climbed up. He said, but if they were using Seagull 7. At this moment, a shrill horn resounded through the sky. Asterisk beep. Asterisk Araka furrowed his brows. Putray and the other veterans suddenly trembled. We survived. Putray's lips trembled as he survived the disaster. He shut his eyes tightly. This is At retreat bugle call. The hurried sound of hooves came from afar. A knight wearing a grey helmet galloped towards them. Enough. The kingdom's wrath. The knight wearing the grey helmet shouted from afar. There have been enough battles and deaths. Araka raised his head and laughed mockingly. Told ya. The Fire Knight. Come. He raised his almost charred right hand and the motionless bow that was almost brand new. He gritted his teeth and said, "Step over my dead body and take it. Come and take the motionless bow that I snatched from your hands 12 years ago. The battle between us has ended." With a solemn expression, Lord Tolja said discontentedly from his horse, "One of the 10 co-rulers of Extet, the Honorable Archduke of Black Sand Region, Lord Chapman Lampard, has invited the second Prince of Constellation, His Highness Thales Jadestar, to meet him." Araka was startled. "Are you messing with me?" At this moment, Put-Ray cried out in shock. Thales had no idea what happened after that. He only had one feeling now. Pain. Numbness from the pain. Numbness from the pain. This was the after-effect of the previous time when he lost control. Now it struck him again. Intense pain erupted from all over his body in waves. It was even more severe than the last time. It was as if every molecule in his body was cracking and collapsing. Then, this pain was transmitted to every nerve in his body. What's wrong with him? Thales tried his best to open his eyes and saw a knight wearing a gray helmet in front of him. He lowered his head to look at the vigilant Araka. Maybe he's exhausted. After all, it's such a long journey. This was Putray's anxious voice. Oh God, His Highness is bleeding. No, his breathing is weakening. This was Waya, who was panic-stricken. Where's that doctor? Let him come here. The last thing Thales saw before he lost consciousness was Ralph, who was running towards him anxiously, and Ramon, who was dragged over by Ida. Those two voices again. Thales thought in a daze. It's like a dream. I'll probably forget about it once I wake up. Oh, it's him again? How long has it been? Just a few minutes? Forget it. This time, it can finally stay, right? Yes, although the buoyancy of the soul is still strong, I can feel that its body is close to collapsing. Wait. It's different from the last time. Someone is stimulating the potential in its body and mending its life. And its life force seems to be exuberant. Too exuberant. It can't be. When was the last time we encountered such a tough fellow? Thousands, hundreds, or decades ago? I can't remember clearly. I think it was that arrogant knight-come-wizard. Sai, what does Mother think? Mother is still unwilling to accept it. I can only say that having a strong life force is a good thing. Even Mother is lenient. There's no point in thinking too much. Mother has her own plans. Do you still remember the Sovereign of the Abyss from a long time ago? He even had 3 of his hearts destroyed by that calamity. That scream could even be heard clearly from the lowest level. Mother was about to accept him, but he actually struggled and crawled back. Silence. Prepare to open the countercurrent gate. It's going back. Sai, let's hope that the next time it comes down, it won't go back. In a dark thicket of unknown address, a delicate girl slowly stood up from under a tree. I thought Hei Lan would be the first to arrive. The blood mystic, Giza Streelman, smiled. Without turning her head, she said softly, "After all, I caused such a huge commotion. After so many years, it seems that she has become lazy." Right after she finished speaking, a man slowly walked out of the thicket behind her. "Do you know who I am?" Giza smiled charmingly and stroked her hair. The man did not speak. "If you knew, why would you dare to follow me all the way here?" Giza smiled sweetly and turned around. The man remained silent. It was as if he did not hear anything. This was a man who, no matter how one looked at him, was ordinary and unremarkable. Ordinary looks, ordinary clothes, ordinary figure, ordinary temperament. It was difficult for him to leave any impression on anyone. Except for the left side of his waist. 2 weapons were tied to the belt there. One of the weapons was wrapped tightly in old sackcloth. It was barely visible that it was long. Giza raised her eyebrows slightly. Under the sackcloth, she sensed a hint of an annoying presence. And the man's other weapon seemed to be a sword. But the shape was not very regular. The man was still expressionless. But he moved. He held the irregular sword at his waist in a backhand grip. He slowly drew it out. "Are you sure you want to use a sword against me?" Giza exhaled softly. "You don't look like a commoner." The man still did not speak. He only raised the sword without changing his expression. It was as if he was doing the most insignificant thing. Giza smiled softly. In the next moment, she saw the sword in the man's hand. That sword. The blood mystic's expression darkened slightly. It's a strange sword. More importantly, it's, from the hilt to the blade, a strange sword that was completely black. Chapter 109. All right, he's awake. Thales woke up amidst a chaotic crowd. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Ramon's big nose. What happened just now? The mystic gun hit me. Did I lose control again? He panted. Ramon was squeezed out of his field of vision, followed by Putre's thin face, Wuxia's anxious expression, and Aida's half-face under the cloak. What's wrong? Thales asked weakly. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Respect the doctor. Ramon's dissatisfied voice came from the side. Give us an empty space. His Highness needs further examination. The three faces in his field of vision disappeared, and Ramon's big nose reappeared. How am I? Thales asked softly as he felt his entire body. You are fine now. In fact, most people do not have your vitality and recovery ability. Ramon frowned and said with a disheveled expression, but your body. All right, Thales interrupted him and struggled to sit up. He exercised his right arm and observed his surroundings. Now is not the time to talk about this. Ramon clearly felt the abnormality in his body. But how could he talk about it in this place? However, Ramon did not seem to want to give up, and his next sentence made Thales clench his fists. Listen, Your Highness. Ramon was bandaging his shoulder that was injured during the chaotic battle just now. He clenched his teeth and said softly, The others might not know, but I can feel that those mystic guns did not miss their target. Instead, you did something to make them miss their target. Ramon wrapped up his shoulder that was injured during the chaotic battle just now. What? Thales tried his best to control his astonishment and not show that he was too shocked. What did he know? I don't know what you're talking about, Thales replied bluntly. I should get up and tell them that the prince is fine. But Ramon still chattered on with a dissatisfied expression, whether it's a psionic ability or something else. Judging by their reactions, I guess this is not something that everyone knows. But it's okay, I'm not interested in your secret, there's just one thing. He lowered his head and said fiercely, Let me go after we cross the border. I don't want to join your damn journey anymore. Or else. Or else what? Thales turned his head abruptly and glared at him. Use that power of yours that can bring people back to life to deal with me? Ramon was slightly stunned. You are not a doctor, Ramon, Thales whispered coldly. Yes, I know this very well. You use another kind of power to treat people. I guess this isn't something that everyone knows, right? He looked at Ramon's incredulous expression and tapped his forehead. We'll talk about this later. Thales stood up, leaving behind the dumbfounded Ramon. The mystic gun troops in the distance had already retreated. The Fury Guards were cleaning up the battlefield, tying the corpses of their comrades to ropes. Everyone's face was filled with sorrow and anger. Damn it. Thales sighed and clenched his fists. If this is what I have to face in the future. Damn it. He lifted his head. Xianxia's military camp was right in front of him. What happened? He waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. The Xianxians. Let us go? They retreated after the first round failed. Putre frowned and looked at Thales. Are you sure you're all right? I'm fine. I was just exhausted just now. I feel very good now, Thales said in an unquestionable tone. What exactly is a mystic gun? Thales asked with lingering fear as he clutched his chest. A powerful weapon for attacking and defending cities. Putre shook his head. But each round costs a lot of money, is hard to come by, and is inefficient. No. That's not right. It's not that simple. From the strange name to the mysterious working principle. Thales thought to himself. With all due respect, Your Highness, are you really all right? You even stopped breathing just now. Wuxia shook his head worriedly and walked to his side. I said I'm fine now, Thales interrupted him coldly. We have more important things to do. Wuxia frowned. This is a secret that I must keep. Sorry. Thales raised his head apologetically to Wuxia and looked in front of him. What is that? Thales narrowed his eyes. Not far in front of him, Araka, who was covered in wounds, was glaring at a knight in grey armor who was riding on a horse. One of Xianxia's 5 war generals, the wielder of the legendary anti-mystic equipment, Rising Sun Saber, Put-Ray said warily. The fiery knight, Ram Tolja. Put-Ray shook his head. It seems that Lampard sent him here alone to make peace. If Lampard really went crazy and wanted to kill us all, why did he give up halfway? Yes. At the end of the day, Lampard has no reason to kill me. Then why? But we have already come this far, Put-Ray said slowly. There is no turning back now. Thales nodded lightly. You are Prince Thales? Tolja saw Thales from afar. I am Ram Ford Tolja. The knight in grey armor looked at Araka warily and said slowly, Sir Chapman Lampard invites you to meet him. Thales sighed and strode forward. The Archduke of Black Sand region. I thought he would be friendlier. Thales looked around and saw the charred corpses on the ground, as well as the soldiers and diplomat group members covered in cuts and bruises. He suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart. He wouldn't hypocritically extend an invitation after killing most of our people. Tolja raised his head and looked at Broken Dragon Fortress in the distance. If you have any opinions, you can ask the Archduke himself. The Fire Knight's gaze under his grey helmet was sharp and profound. I am only responsible for bringing you to him. Thales clenched his teeth and exhaled. At this moment, the ferocious-looking Araka strode towards Tolja. Have you forgotten something? An extension? The Kingdom's Wrath's words were filled with anger. Forget it, Araka. Go back. Tolja looked at the Kingdom's Wrath, whose gaze was hostile, and turned his horse around. The Archduke does not welcome you. Neither you nor your guards. You are only here to escort the prince, aren't you? Lampard does not welcome me. What kind of joke is this? Araka said fiercely. His brother died in his hands, and his father died in my hands. With this in common, we should be able to chat very well. Thales furrowed his brows. Especially when I killed so many of his soldiers, and he also killed so many of mine. Araka said coldly. We will definitely become good friends. The battle is over. You cannot change its outcome. Tolja answered nonchalantly, as though he was already used to the other party's provocation. The dead who died in the battle are certainly worthy of commemoration, but the living cannot forget their mission. What is your mission? Araka? Araka lowered his head and looked at a charred corpse that was tied to a makeshift tow rope nearby. He clenched his fists tighter and tighter. You fought very bravely, but your mission has been completed. Tolja stared coldly at his opponent. You should be glad that we did not take the opportunity to snatch the motionless bow. Why don't you try? Araka fiercely grabbed the motionless bow and stood one end in the snow. You brought that knife anyway, didn't you? One day I will. Tolja's eyes shone brightly. He shook his head. But not now. One day, he said slowly, we will settle all our debts of blood. Araka stared at him and let out a disconcerting sneer. Your Highness? Tolja did not look at Araka again. He nodded slightly on his horse and extended his hand in the direction of the military camp. Thales glanced at Put-Ray. The latter gave him a supportive look. I think we do not have any other choice, right? Thales looked at the grey-armored knight. The latter smiled at him. All right. Thales looked at the messy battlefield and exhaled. He walked forward. Let us go and see the organizer of this welcoming ceremony. Thales looked at Araka, whose expression was hard to read. Thank you, Baron Murch. And your Kingdom's Wrath, Thales added hesitantly. Araka did not respond. He only watched silently as his guards cleaned up the battlefield. Thales sighed and lowered his head. He turned around and walked towards the military camp. Put-Ray was the first to catch up with Thales. Waya and Ralph followed closely behind him. Ida looked at the corpses around her and walked to the back of the group. Willow supported Jennard. Ramon, on the other hand, followed Thales in dissatisfaction after being pushed by a few soldiers. Child. Thales turned around in surprise. On the snow-covered ground, Araka lowered his head and put the motionless bow back on his back. More than half of my soldiers, including your diplomat group, died, the Kingdom's Wrath said quietly, just to send you here. Araka Murch raised his head. His eyes were filled with emotions that Thales could not understand. Do not let them die in vain. Thales was stunned. But the Kingdom's Wrath had already turned around. Araka grabbed a rope and dragged the corpses of 4 to 5 soldiers. Without turning his head, He walked back the way he came. Behind him were the remaining Fury Guards and the corpses of their comrades, who were either intact or incomplete, who were dragged along the snow-covered ground with ropes. His back was lonely. The extension's military camp appeared wild and crude. The camp walls were simply built from tree trunks cut from the coniferous forest beside them. The tents that the soldiers rested in were built from thick branches. But in comparison, the extensions left a deeper impression on Thales. They were really too passionate. Thales even suspected that if Tolja had not led his horse and led the way at the front, the extensions would have pounced on them. The extension soldiers who were standing guard stared at the group of constellatiates with hostile expressions. There was even a sentinel who spat fiercely at his feet. A group of cavaliers who had just returned to the camp passed by them. They looked at the constellation flag that they held high and let out provocative laughter at them. "Go back, Southerners." An extension soldier who carried heavy armor and a great sword shouted at the diplomat group in disgust. "Northland does not welcome the people of the Empire. Just keep dreaming about the Empire." A half-naked burly man sat by the bonfire and sharpened a great axe. He pounded his chest and roared, "First, we have to spit out our territory. Northland only belongs to the Northlanders. They killed our prince, but sent a child to sue for peace." They walked past a circle of soldiers who were sitting on the left. A leading soldier pointed at the diplomat group and scolded, "This is the shamelessness of the Empire." The people around them responded angrily and glared at them. "Do you know why?" The soldier said loudly, "Because all the men in their country were killed by us 12 years ago." The people around him burst into laughter and echoed his words. "They should have sent a princess." "A little boy is fine too," a soldier said mockingly. "As long as he's pretty enough, we don't care if he's in front or behind." Another round of laughter rang out. Thales raised his head and sighed. "Should I be surprised? Or is this how the extensions say hello to the constellatiates?" "Do not be surprised, Your Highness," Putray said to the stiff Thales in a relaxed manner. "The relationship between Constellation and At has never been good since the founding of the country more than 600 years ago. Whether it is the history of the Empire or the competition in the Western Peninsula, they are enough reasons for our hostility. Cold Castle was snatched from At by us 400 years ago. History was the first to breed hatred, and hatred is the first to write history." Putray sighed. "Only the Peninsular War can make us temporarily forget our opinions of each other and fight side by side, which is rare. During the Third Peninsular War, the hero Chara and the Oathkeeper King Midir were close friends. Together with Camus Union's prophet Kai Peng, they worked together to fight against the Eastern Peninsula's expeditionary army. Unfortunately, they turned against each other in the end, and the rare chance for the Dragon and Constellation to mend their relationship was lost just like that. But this is a military camp. Other places are much better. Many Northlanders do not care about those meaningless things." Waya nodded. "After all, the civilians who work hard for survival are different from the soldiers who have tasted blood. They call us citizens of the Empire." "Why?" Thales frowned and asked, "Isn't the final Empire a history from more than 600 years ago? Even if there is a real grudge, it has to be traced back to the ancient empire more than 1,000 years ago, right?" "This is their mockery of us." Putray shook his head and said with a complicated expression, "The Constellatiates have always been proud of the Empire's bloodline and inheritance, but unfortunately, the Empire did not leave a good impression on the world. It's not just the Northlanders. The people in Alumbia Kingdom in Thornland and Enlenzo Dukedom in Dragon-Kissed Basin also do not have a good impression of us. Whenever there is a need, such as during a war, this ancient emotion that has been passed down from generation to generation will be exaggerated and exaggerated. It is much more effective than increasing the soldiers' rewards." The Empire. The citizens of the Empire. Thales sighed and hid this information in his mind. Speaking of which, the recruitment of more than 10,000 people is almost the limit of Black Sand region. Putray looked at the densely packed military camp in front of him. "I think Lampard's supplies and expenses are also quite difficult. Black Sand region is not a rich place. For the Northern Territory, they must have planned for a long time and spent a lot." The Constellatiates finally followed Tolja and walked to a huge tent. A tall nobleman in military attire who had been waiting in front of the tent walked forward and nodded slightly at Tolja. The tall nobleman bowed to Thales and said, "Is this Prince Thales? It's our first meeting. I am Lesa Kentvida, Viscount of At, My fief is located in Black Sand Region's halting light city. Everyone in the diplomat group, please follow me to rest. As for His Highness, Viscount Kentvita nodded and looked at Thales. The Archduke is waiting for your visit. Thales raised his eyebrows. This is a private meeting. Kentvita stared at Thales with a burning gaze. The Archduke of Black Sand Region and the Prince of Constellation. Do not worry. Viscount Kentvita raised his hand and stopped Putre and Wuxia, who wanted to say something. His tone was firm. His Highness is already here. At least before we reach Dragoncloud City and meet His Majesty. He will be fine. Thales sighed softly and smiled. I think we still don't have much of a choice, don't we? Do you know, Your Highness, I suddenly thought it through, Putre said quietly, his eyes shining brightly. Lampard is not crazy. Thales thought of something. Kentvita furrowed his brows and gestured for Thales to go ahead. The Archduke's own tent was tall and spacious, but it was not bright. The ground was covered with a thick carpet, embroidered with the picture of a powerful iron fist. A rough-looking man in his 40s sat beside a thick square table filled with food. He had gray hair and blue eyes. His chin was covered in stubble, and he wore a chain armor with fine iron rings. He was chewing on a plate of roasted meat on the table. An iron brazier burned fiercely by the side, illuminating the man's face, making it look even more mysterious. Thales noticed that a saber with a polished leather scabbard was also placed horizontally on the table. He calmly stared at the actual ruler of Black Sand Region, Archduke Chapman Lampard. Lampard stuffed a ball of roasted meat into his mouth while staring at him, making Thales feel uncomfortable. You're calmer than I thought, the Archduke said slowly. Thales sighed. Perhaps. He walked to the table, climbed onto a chair, and sat down. But in the face of an enemy who owes me hundreds of lives, I really can't think of any other expression. Even anger seems unnecessary. Lampard picked up a wooden wine cup and poured the wine into his mouth. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. The Archduke put down the wine cup and wiped away the wine that flowed out with the back of his left hand. He grabbed a piece of hind leg meat and took a bite. According to the news that spread from Constellation, you really don't look like a 7-year-old child. When life isn't easy, you have to learn to mature earlier. Thales shrugged. Eat up. This is good venison. Lampard pushed a plate of roasted meat over. The Prince of Constellation can't starve to death in my military camp. Thales stared at the crudely styled roasted meat and frowned. All of you have guts. Your counterattack was indeed beyond my expectations, Lampard said coldly. Who made this decision? Maybe I should reward him properly. He ruined all my years of planning. You. Thales pulled the plate in front of him. Without raising his head, he took out his dagger and started cutting the meat. Lampard raised his eyebrows. This is your decision, Your Grace. Thales cut the venison and said calmly, You killed half of our men on the first day I stepped into At borders. You forced us to choose the path that was most disadvantageous to you. How long have you been standing here and looking at the fortress opposite you every day? 2 weeks. 3 weeks. I guess it's not easy to maintain the supplies, food, and lodging for more than 10,000 people? Thales shrugged. I'm really worried about Black Sand Region's finances. He picked up a piece of venison the size of a thumb and put it in his mouth. It tastes good. Lampard stopped eating and drinking. He stared straight at Thales with a fierce look in his eyes. You know, the Archduke said slowly, I originally planned to spare your life and only kill the people around you. Thales frowned. His venison was not cut well. But we encountered the Mystic Gun unit. That level of attack. Thales snorted softly and began to cut off a piece of meat. It was to kill me. That was an accident, Lampard said flatly. An accident. Thales was so angry that he laughed. He put down the dagger in his hand. Your Mystic Gun. But he was immediately stunned. Wait. Putre said that Lampard did not go crazy. So? Thales stared at Lampard in a daze. Could it be? That was an accident? Thales asked in disbelief. It was an accident. Lampard placed his arms on the table, his eyes burning. Thales closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. After a while, Thales opened his eyes and said with certainty, You did not send out the Mystic Gun unit. I did not. Lampard put down his wine glass and shook his head slowly. You did not intend to kill me either, Thales continued. I did not. Lampard's eyes were burning. Thales clenched his teeth. So that's how it is. He exhaled and laughed. Someone else is commanding the Mystic Gun Unit. Lampard had no reason to kill me from the beginning. The Mystic Gun Unit is an uncontrollable killing weapon. No matter how stupid he is, he will not use this kind of thing against me. Thales sighed. Lampard closed the wooden plate with the venison, pulled it in front of him, and grabbed a piece of meat. You are much smarter than I thought. Lampard's expression was unpleasant. He stuffed the meat into his mouth and narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you understand why we met here? Yes, I understand. Thales wiped the dagger with his sleeve and put it back on his waist. He sighed and said, But I really did not expect that the command of the Mystic Gun Unit under the command of the famous Archduke of Black Sand region would be so easily tricked by someone. Lampard suppressed his anger. That officer is called Hardy. He has been in charge of training my Mystic Gun Unit since 3 years ago. The commander of the unit fell ill this morning, so he is only temporarily in charge. How is he? Thales asked quietly. After the signal to retreat was sounded, he still ordered a second attack, but there were soldiers who immediately questioned his orders, Lampard said gloomily. Then, Hardy did not hesitate to slit his neck and committed suicide. We are still investigating the person behind him. This also explains why you hurriedly blew the signal to retreat after only 1 shot. Thales sneered. Even the command malfunctioned. Sorry, I really do not know what expression to use at this time. Archduke Lampard pursed his lips tightly and said nothing. Their goal should be to use you to kill me, or to use my death to plot against you. Thales sneered. I think the latter is more likely. My enemies are all in the country. The higher you stand, Lampard said quietly, the more enemies there will be. So, the sudden accident also made you cancel your plan. Thales snorted. Were you originally prepared to humiliate me by capturing me and see if the fortress would waver? There was silence. Lampard opened the bottle of rye wine beside him and filled his empty goblet. I hate to say this, but King Kessel made a good move. He pushed you out, Archduke Lampard said calmly. The moment you stepped into my military camp, I could no longer take down the fortress and the northern territory. And the oath he made in Renaissance Palace was equivalent to forging a suit of armor for you with the ownership of royal power. Lampard raised his goblet and said quietly, If you die in At, no matter who did it, the neighboring Black Sand region will only suffer. So, once you realized that you could not take down Broken Dragon Fortress, and realized that there were actually people eyeing you covetously, you immediately changed your attitude and wanted to rope me in? Thales said coldly. Lampard drank a mouthful of wine expressionlessly and said, Kessel's oath dispelled some people's desire to take your life, but it also aroused the ambition of others to take your life. Today's Mystic Gun is just the beginning. We have a common enemy lurking in the dark, whether it is for the throne of At or the throne of Constellation. The Archduke of Black Sand region's voice was steady and solemn. From the moment you stepped into At and the Northern Territory, our interests were tied together. Yes. Thales lowered his head. His voice was steady and indifferent. My death in At is not a good thing for either of us. Archduke Lampard's expression softened a little. I will allocate 2,000 men, led by Kent Vida, my most trusted vassal, to escort you to Dragon Cloud City. You will arrive directly at the Walton family's territory. The king's emissary is already waiting for you. But my men died on the battlefield. They stood in front of me and were pierced by knives, swords, and spears. Thales raised his head with a gloomy expression. We have also killed many of your men. Lampard closed his eyes and muttered to himself for a moment. Thales stared at him expressionlessly. Those warriors, whether they were my soldiers or your subordinates, they will not have died in vain. They died a worthy death. Lampard opened his eyes. It is precisely because of their sacrifice that we can understand each other, and that we can sit here and make a difficult choice for the future of our 2 kingdoms, even if it is extremely difficult. We have never been enemies. Our hostility on the battlefield was only forced by the situation, Lampard said softly. For the future, so that today's senseless bloodshed will not happen again, we should cast aside our past grudges. This is what we should do. War is for peace, isn't it? Thales suddenly smiled. Well said, Your Grace. He chuckled with an indecipherable expression. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. As you said, from now on, we have no reason to be enemies with each other. The Archduke nodded and raised his wine glass. You have eaten my venison. According to Northland's customs, you are my guest. This is good rye wine. Lampard pushed his glass over. His gaze was profound. And according to Northland's customs, we are allies after drinking the same glass of wine. From manpower, information, resources, and financial resources, I will provide you with all the conveniences in At. Our enemies will not have any chance. Archduke Lampard nodded. Until you leave At and return to Constellation. Even until the day you. Lampard revealed a strange gaze. Lampard had a strange look on his face. To be crowned king. There was silence. Thales suddenly smiled. My experience tells me to be cautious with those who want to become your allies, no matter how sweet and sincere they are, Thales said flatly. And I cannot trust you, Your Grace. Humph. Archduke Lampard's expression darkened. He snorted coldly. Just because so many of your men died? Not only that. It's also because of the indifference and hypocritical coldness you showed towards the deaths and sacrifices of your subordinates, Thales said coldly. By forming an alliance with you, our alliance is destined to be betrayed. Compared to the possible benefits I might gain from carrying out the alliance, I can say with certainty that when the alliance is broken, the losses I suffer will far exceed the benefits I gain. And I am deeply touched by this. Thales looked at Lampard and watched as the latter's expression slowly darkened. Also, I hate what you said. Thales recalled Araka's lonely back. He clenched his teeth and shook his head. Those people on the battlefield. They died for your selfish desires. As for nonsense like, they died a worthy death, and war is for peace. I'll leave it to you. Thales grabbed his wine glass and sneered. There was silence. At first, I thought you were mature and steady, with wisdom beyond your age. Lampard snorted coldly and shook his head. But now, you are acting like a child. You are right, Thales said coldly. He poured the wine in his glass and said to the gloomy Archduke Lampard, and children cannot drink. Chapter 110. At night. I'm still worried about letting that strange doctor stay with His Highness. Beside the bonfire, Wuxia stared at another bonfire in the distance with a strange expression. There were only two figures, one big and one small, sitting around it. This was the third night since they came to Lampard's military camp. Ramon claimed that he wanted to examine Thales' injuries alone, and the strange thing was that the prince agreed to it. He's a prince. He can do whatever he wants. Putre smoked his pipe and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Beside him, Wuxia's expression darkened. Also, relax. Ramon's fear of His Highness is not an act. Also, there are so many extension soldiers guarding the area. His Highness' safety is assured. Putre glanced at the hostile extension soldiers who were either on sentry duty or patrolling around. He then glanced at Ida, who was not far away, and said slowly, Also, if Ramon is really an assassin, he had too many chances on the previous battlefield. Don't forget, he was the one who saved His Highness. Wuxia recalled what happened on the battlefield and his heart skipped a beat. Speaking of this, what happened to His Highness? The young attendant said worriedly. At that time, even his breathing was. Putre looked at Wuxia, who had a doubtful expression on his face, and narrowed his eyes slightly. You've been brooding over this matter? The thin vice diplomat asked with interest. It's not just this. Wuxia furrowed his brows. As he recalled solemnly, he voiced the doubts in his heart. His Highness' physique is very good. In fact, it's better than I expected. No matter how serious his injuries are, the time it takes for him to recover is calculated in days. But this is even more suspicious, is it not? Also, the psionic ability that His Highness said he learned from the Black Prophet. I can't ignore it. Wuxia lowered his head and glanced at the single-edged sword beside his hand. After all, that's the Secret Intelligence Department. Although His Highness, he's still just a child. It's not a good thing to be too close to the Secret Intelligence Department. Secret Intelligence Department. Humph. Putre raised his head and exhaled a cloud of smoke at the moon in the sky with a complicated expression. You think the Secret Intelligence Department is a scary place? The vice diplomat did not look at Wuxia. Wuxia pursed his lips and nodded. I've heard a lot of stories about that place. Some are ridiculous, some are bizarre, and some are unreasonable. The young attendant drew his sword, his voice filled with hesitation. But I have to admit, the mysteriousness of the kingdom's secret intelligence department and the reputation of the Black Prophet are terrifying. I thought that with your age, you wouldn't have heard too much about the Black Prophet. Putre chuckled. After all, Murat has been in charge of the secret intelligence department for more than 30 years. I even suspect that when the young Adi II was crowned, Murat was already working in the secret intelligence department. Wuxia wiped his sword and shrugged. When I was training in the Tower of Eradication, I heard this joke. An incident happened in each of the 4 major intelligence agencies in the world. The Red Witch broke a teacup, the White High Priest burned an oil lamp, Lieutenant Qing wore an old robe, and the Black Prophet broke a pillowcase while sleeping. Guess, which incident had the most serious consequences? Putre took a puff of his tobacco and the corners of his lips curled up. The grey sword guards broke a scabbard. Wuxia and Putre chuckled together. Master Xiao is not as heartless and terrifying as the rumors say. It's just that as the Tower Master of the Tower of Eradication, he's more level-headed and prudent. Wuxia revealed a nostalgic expression and nodded. Besides, other than his hair and beard, there's no part of him that's grey. After the joke, Putre slowly became serious. Wuxia, as an attendant, it's good to be concerned about the prince you serve, but... He looked at Wuxia Casso with a threatening gaze. Do you want a piece of advice? Wuxia raised his eyebrows and showed an expression that he was all ears. Every Jade Star prince is like a separate secret intelligence department. They all have a lot of secret treasuries, Putre said with a profound gaze. Just be concerned about what you should know, and that's enough. Wuxia frowned. Don't make life too difficult. Putre sighed. You have to know that the princes' lives alone are difficult enough. Especially when their surname is Jade Star. Putre said quietly. The figure of the past appeared in his mind. Wuxia stared at the crackling fire with a complicated expression. Sir Putre, I still remember what you said that day in the birch tree forest. Wuxia flipped his weapon over and said quietly. Were you once an attendant as well? Putre's pipe was no longer smoking. The vice diplomat spat out the cigarette holder and looked at Wuxia. The latter raised his eyes and asked him with a calm expression. Then, which prince did you serve back then? Putre's gaze, which was focused on the fire, paused for a moment. A few seconds later he said slowly, just like your father. But I was more experienced and left the prince's side earlier. Wuxia stared straight at him. He stopped wiping his weapon without realizing it. Is that so, attendant? The young attendant's expression was complicated, but his gaze was profound. Then, do you have a family? Putre turned his head and gave Wuxia a profound look. How funny. He said quietly, Constellation's famous cunning fox, the leader and signatory of the Fortress Treaty, can't even handle his own family properly. But his gaze immediately darkened. How much better can I be? Listen, Wuxia. The vice diplomat stroked the slowly cooling pipe in his hand. His tone was heavier than usual. Gilbert is a competent and outstanding attendant. He is orderly, meticulous, and loyal to his ideals and goals from the beginning to the end. He has his own principles. Wuxia gently tightened his grip on the tip of his sword. Even if sometimes, those principles are so callous? The young attendant said faintly. Callous. Putre snorted softly. Sometimes you have to make a choice, no matter how difficult it is. Before Wuxia could respond, a discordant voice interrupted their conversation out of nowhere. Good evening, Constellation's 2 esteemed guests. Viscount Kent Vida, the Archduke of Black Sand Region's subordinate and his most trusted advisor, walked over from afar. He was dressed in a thick military uniform unique to Northland. I hope I did not disturb you. Kent Vida smiled and sat opposite Putre, whose gaze was contemplative, and Wuxia, whose expression was unpleasant. You did indeed disturb us. Wuxia stared at Kent Vida with a hostile gaze. He gently flicked the sword in his hand, and it let out a clear, crisp sound. Very well, that means that I have attracted your attention. Kent Vida nonchalantly took off his gloves and warmed them by the fire. Why don't you stay in the tent? The weather is very cold, and this is Northland. We like the open country, replied Putray coldly, turning away the ashes from his pipe, his thin face flashing in the light of the fire. It is beautiful, and the view is open. Do not worry. Kent Vida smiled softly and saw through their thoughts. You are in At, and Extensions do not have the habit of eavesdropping on tent corners. He turned his head and looked at the Prince of Constellation and his doctor in the distance. The prince is safe here. Kent Vida narrowed his eyes. He is truly a special prince, isn't he? Otherwise, the Archduke would not have given such an evaluation. Waya snorted in disdain. Putray furrowed his brows. They are starting to pay attention to the prince. The child probably said something strange in Lampard's tent a few days ago. This is not a good sign. The vice diplomat pulled out his tobacco pipe, grabbed a handful of tobacco and said flatly, "Looks like we will have to depart tomorrow." Waya raised his eyebrows. Kent Vida's expression froze. He looked at Putray warily. You already know? It's written all over your face, and the soldiers who go back and forth through the night. Besides, Putray nonchalantly picked up a burning branch from the fire and lit his pipe again. Isn't this the purpose of your visit? To convey your lord's will? There was silence. Kent Vida stared at Putray seriously, as though he wanted to observe him again. Yes, the Viscount of Black Sand Region said calmly. We will depart tomorrow. I will lead a troop of 2,000 men, including 500 cavaliers and the Fire Knight, Lord Tolja. We will escort His Highness straight to Dragon Cloud City. On the way, we will not rest in any of the suzerain's castles or towns. At most, we will set up camp in the wild. 2,000 men and going around the castles? To ensure that no one will find an opportunity to plot against them? Putray chuckled softly. I am really worried for your lord. It seems that Lampard is also at his wit's end. He has no clue about the mastermind who is plotting against him. Kent Vida's expression changed slightly. And here I thought that keeping promises and being absolutely loyal was the glorious and proud tradition of Northland, Putray said softly as he puffed out a cloud of smoke. But look at this military camp right now. There's the smell of conspiracies and schemes everywhere. Who else can you completely trust? Kent Vida's expression gradually stiffened. Do you know what this is called? Putray snorted softly. Even a crooked beam will have a crooked shadow, whether it's King Nuvan or your lord. Kent Vida grabbed a handful of snow from the ground and gently scattered it. He watched as it fell between his fingers. Do not comment on Northland's internal affairs, citizen of the Empire, the Viscount said coldly. At least on the land of Black Sand Region, accidents will not happen again. Waya sheathed his sword. He sensed that the atmosphere was not quite right. Accidents? That mystic gun trainer might have a different opinion. Putray put down his pipe and laughed. Let me give you a suggestion, Your Grace, clueless Viscount. Kent Vida's gaze flickered. What do you know? Stop investigating Officer Hardy's connection with the Archdukes and suzerains. Your efforts are destined to be in vain. Frowning, Putray tested the temperature of his pipe to make sure that it did not burn well. Why don't you look for his business offline and start investigating the discarded mystic guns sold on the black market? Kent Vida looked puzzled. Black market. Ah, Northlanders who look down on mystic guns. Putray sneered. Compared to buying them directly from the Empire, the training of mystic guns is the most expensive. The usage rate of the core and the freshness of the spare parts are inversely proportional to the soldier's proficiency in operating the mystic guns. Kent Vida revealed a contemplative expression. Beside him, Waya was baffled. The Archduke of Black Sand Region's mystic gun troops are very proficient. Their aim during volleys is also very good. Putray glanced at Kent Vida and flicked the metal rod of his pipe. Based on my experience, unless Archduke Lampard is willing to dismiss half of his knights and heavy cavaliers and allocate a large amount of gold coins every month to support the mystic gun training, he will definitely not be able to train such a troop within 3 years. Kent Vida seemed to be deep in thought. He must find a sufficient source of income and maintain such a troop with a large amount of training. Only then can they be of use during critical moments. Fortunately, it's only 3 years, and there's only one trainer. Putray lit up his pipe and mocked. After 3 years, Those troops will probably be able to carry out orders like, turn around and fire at the Archduke's location, meticulously, won't they? Kent Vida ignored Putre's mockery. He continued to speak word by word. So, he must find his way to the black market. For example, he can use the mystic guns that have already been scrapped and should have been destroyed according to the agreement to exchange them for money, damaged parts, eternal oil, or even bribe the purchasing officers who go to the Imperial Kingdom to purchase mystic core cores. Putre shrugged and lit his pipe again. I guarantee that his contact in the black market knows him a lot better than that group of soldiers. Kent Vida exhaled and immediately asked, why can't the mastermind and financial backer behind him directly provide him with financial support? Kent Vida exhaled and immediately asked, if that's the case, all of you would have found clues about his dealings with other forces a long time ago. Why would you have to drag it out until now? Putre said disdainfully. Kent Vida's face turned red. Over the past few days, he had been so troubled by this matter that even his basic judgment was affected. Wuxia frowned. He did not quite understand the conversation between the two. There was silence. Lord Putre, the secret room provided you with information, Viscount Kent Vida said slowly, having figured something out. I'm starting to believe their words. What an honor. With an intoxicated look on his face, Putre took a deep puff of his tobacco. What did the secret room say about me? They only have information about you before you left the palace, but it's already interesting enough. Kent Vida's eyes shone with great interest. Putre Nemain, the web weaver within the palace walls, and the mastermind who keeps his composure. Wuxia looked at Putre with a surprised and bewildered gaze. This guy. Ha! Putre turned his head and smiled. The Red Witch's subordinates really think highly of me. Kent Vida had a contemplative look on his face. No, instead, I think that it's time for their information to be updated. Viscount Kent Vida curled up the corners of his lips and put on his gloves again. The people within the palace walls might be good at observing people's words and expressions and coming up with strategies. But some wisdom must be accumulated through experience and knowledge. Putre made 2 trilling sounds through his nose and puffed out a puff of smoke. By the way, Lord Putre Nemain, Constellation's former viscount, Kent Vida stood up and smiled from ear to ear. Your decision to charge in the opposite direction on the battlefield was both brave and decisive. Very well. Putre cast a deep glance at Thales and Ramon in the distance. Compared to you, they like me more now. We're already within At borders. This is not our deal. Ramon glared at Thales in front of him with a furious expression. The At are not willing to let anyone related to the Constellation diplomat group leave. Thales grabbed a branch and stirred the fire. He gestured at the At soldiers around him with his chin and sighed. I'm just a powerless Constellation prince. What can I do? You can't do this. Ramon gritted his teeth. I saved your life. Hurry up and find a way to let me out. You didn't save my life. Thales furrowed his brows. Remember, I'm just exhausted, and you're just on the battlefield. We both know that's a lie. Ramon was so angry that he laughed. I don't know what you did, but most of your organs were already failing that day. It's useless no matter how strong your physique is. Even the strongest steed can't drag a carriage without wheels. I was the one who tried my best to stimulate your life potential. Asterisk snap. Asterisk Thales forcefully snapped the branch in his hand. It's a good thing that my body is strong. You, on the other hand, better keep your voice down. You don't need to raise your voice when examining a patient's body, Thales said coldly. If you don't want that pitiful little secret of yours to be known by others. Ramon. Doctor. He especially emphasized the word, doctor. Ramon looked around and said with an uncertain expression, Speaking of this, all right, at least find me a messenger crow. Thales snorted through his nostrils. Don't worry, doctor. Thales scratched on the snow-covered ground and recalled many of the memories that popped up in his mind over the past few days, such as those block words that looked like pictures. The gangsters won't dare to provoke a well-trained army. You don't have to worry about Blood Bottle Gang. At the end of the day, gangsters are just gangsters. Ha, Your Highness, do you really think so? Ramon turned his head and smiled mockingly. Thales was expressionless, but his heart sank. Actually, what Ramon said is not without reason. Those 2 gangs might not be as simple as they seem. Especially when Blood Bottle Gang is the power of Asda and Giza, two lunatics, the power of the calamities. How strange. Even if Blood Bottle Gang often helps powerful nobles do some dirty work, they can't ignore the threat of mystics, can they? Why would Constellation allow such a gang to occupy Eternal Star City? Is it because they are confident in the legendary anti-mystic equipment in their hands and believe that they can control mystics? How is it possible? Thales recalled Giza's figure and laughed self-deprecatingly. Even though Asda did not seem to care about the survival of Blood Bottle Gang, why would someone as powerful as him meddle in a gang's territory that he doesn't care about? Isn't Red Street Market a brothel? And Black Street Brotherhood? They actually dared to harbor people from the Regicide family, the Charlton family, in the capital. They even suppressed Blood Bottle Gang. After all, Blood Bottle Gang was backed by both mystics and great nobles. Those two gangs. Thales could not help but recall his 5 years in the Brotherhood. There were too many suspicious points. And there was one in front of him. Thales looked at the strange doctor with the big nose. The latter stared at him in the firelight. Ramon himself, a doctor with a secret, travels between the borders of two countries, and is at the center of the whirlpool of conflict between Blood Bottle Gang and the Brotherhood. A smile appeared on Thales' face. The second prince of Constellation looked at Ramon with great interest. A prince is not someone who can casually agree to other people's requests. Since you have a request, let's make a deal. Give me something valuable in exchange. Ramon was stunned. For example, I find the origin of your power very interesting. Thales pretended to be nonchalant and stretched his body. In exchange, I will try my best to negotiate with them. At the very least, I can let you use messenger crows to contact your friends in the Brotherhood. Maybe there are other conveniences. Ramon stared at Thales in a daze. He still cares about that? A prince? Wait, if... After a long while, Ramon opened his mouth with great difficulty. You are the Prince of Constellation, and your relationship with Murat Hansen is unclear. Ramon gritted his teeth and deliberated over his choice of words and tone. I'm not that stupid to hand over my secret to you. Besides, didn't you learn the mind-reading ability from the Black Prophet? Ramon snorted coldly. Oh, come on, I don't want to dig out any more secrets from your brain. Thales shook his head. That ability is very brain-damaging. It will damage your brain. Ramon fixed his gaze on Thales. There was a strange look in his eyes. Although you are just a child, you don't look like you care much about my health. Thales did not speak. He only stared back at Ramon quietly. I do have some guesses, Thales enunciated each word clearly. I have seen divine arts and know what kind of process it is, but you don't seem to have reached the step of communicating with the gods. Those powers, the powers you use to heal and save people. Under Ramon's strange gaze, Thales slowly voiced out his biggest guess. It's magic, right? Ramon was expressionless. He neither admitted nor denied it. Thales knew the answer. Magic. Thales exhaled softly in his heart. This was a word he had never heard since he descended into this world. Until that night in Red Street Market that changed his fate. A long, long time ago, there was only magic in the world. There was no mystic energy. These were Asda's exact words. So, you don't even know the connection between mystic energy and magic. These were Giza's words. It was true that the extensions would not let anyone in the diplomat group leave. But Thales was the Prince of Constellation after all. If he insisted, it was not impossible for Lampard to relent and let the unimportant Ramon leave. But Thales did not do so. Because Ramon might have what he wanted. Thales had to find a way to understand everything about himself. For example, mystic energy, and the closely related magic. Ramon chuckled. Until Thales frowned impatiently. The Black Prophet is not close to you, and you are not his student, are you? The strange doctor stopped laughing and asked slowly. Otherwise, it is impossible for you not to know about these things. Thales thought of something. He knew the crux of the problem. So. Thales looked at the extension soldiers around him. He glanced at the bored Ida at the entrance of the tent, then at Put Ray and Waya in the distance. Magic. Is this a secret that even the Black Prophet can't sit still? Ramon did not speak. He only stared at him. Thales suddenly smiled. I am a prince, and he is my father's vassal, the second prince said. He sometimes agrees to my requests, that's all. He did not tell me much. This is really interesting. Ramon widened his eyes. His expression was strange and fanatical, just like the first time he met Thales. The new Prince of Constellation is actually interested in that kind of thing. It is really interesting. Thales frowned. What do you mean? Is that something I should not know? Do you really want to know? Ramon widened his eyes and clicked his tongue. Murat will not be happy. Thales clenched his fists lightly. I am the future Supreme King of Constellation. When he said the word king, Thales felt his voice tremble slightly. Do you think I care whether he is happy or not? Very good, very good. Explaining magic to the Prince of Constellation and the descendant of the Empire. Ramon flashed a strange smile. He shook his head and closed his eyes. This is a good deal, and I can also get a lot of fun from it. Thales narrowed his eyes. Then can we begin? The prince said slowly. Ramon opened his eyes abruptly. How was your history class, Your Highness? I mean, how did humans fight against the ancient orcs, defeat them in the Holiness Exorcism campaign, and how did they negotiate peace with the ancient elves and dwarves in the battle for survival, and finally rise in the world's history? Thales blushed. All right, ever since he was brought to Mindy's Hall, he actually did not have much time to study history. Not much, Thales said slowly, but I know that in the history of humans fighting against the orcs, we awakened to supernatural powers, which is today's power of eradication, and the first batch of knights appeared, but Ramon interrupted him. So, it's not just magic. The strange doctor looked at Thales in high spirits. You don't even know the history of wizards and magic towers, do you? Thales furrowed his brows. So. Ramon chuckled and said, like most people in the world, you live in the kingdom of gods, the seven hells, and the human world. You live in a web interwoven with fear and lies to deceive others and yourself. Lies? Fear. Those history books said this, right? The glory of knights and the power of eradication brought about the rise of humans. The long swords of warriors and the neighing of war horses allowed us to break free from the oppression and threat of the ancient orcs? Ramon said with a profound meaning in his words. Without waiting for Thales to answer, Ramon put on a disgusted expression and spat out a word resolutely. Lies. Shameless lies. A complete and utter lie. Thales was stunned. What allowed humans to defeat the orcs was not a knight, a superhuman, or a power of eradication, Ramon said with an agitated expression. It was wizards. Ramon spread his hands with a zealous expression and clenched his fists lightly in the air. It's magic. Thales frowned slightly. You mean that the supernatural powers, the Northland military sword style, and the knights are all fake? They are actually vulnerable in front of the orcs? The second prince questioned with great suspicion. The ones who can truly win the battle at the front lines are wizards and the magic they use? Thales pondered and asked slowly. Magic? Is a power even stronger than the power of eradication? You actually compared magic to the power of eradication? You're no different from those ignorant and foolish people from 1,000 years ago. Ramon did not seem to be used to being interrupted. He snorted in disdain. Open up your narrow-minded mind a little. Your Highness. Magic is not a type of power. It is on a completely different level from the power of eradication. Ramon shook his head. His eyes were filled with longing and reverence. It is a higher, deeper, and greater existence. Not power. Thales revealed a puzzled expression. Then what exactly is magic? Incantations? Energy? Knowledge? Elements? Molecules? Mental power? Psionic abilities that surpass ordinary people? Destructive power? Ramon stared at him quietly. The expression in his eyes was actually filled with respect, admiration, arrogance, humility, intoxication, and other contradictory and strange combinations of emotions. Thales had never seen that kind of gaze in anyone's eyes in this world. No. Thales was slightly stunned. Perhaps he had seen it before. In that dark chess room. That blue-robed figure. Magic. Ramon raised his hands and slowly spread them open. Like a believer who was kneeling and praying to a god, he was so excited that he trembled. Magic is a type of meaning, an attitude, a belief, and a principle of life. The strange doctor stared into the void, as if that was his home and dream. Mages are practitioners of this principle. They believe that everything in the world is meaningful, that everything can be analyzed, and that it is necessary to be understood. In the process of understanding, we, humans, can become more perfect, greater, more progressive, and closer to the truth. From the pattern of the sun's operation, to the mystery of the origin of life, to human behavior and rules, to the evolution and development of history, everything is within the scope of magic. Magic is the sum total of all knowledge, discoveries, and truths. The progress of magic will bring us a better future. For this, they once entered the tent of the ancient Shawan tribe and designed the first political system in history, the ancient Shawan country. They once stood beside Tokmu, the first king of the north, and warned him about his relationship with the orcs. They once stood behind the Iron Blood King and used their knowledge and experience to design and supervise the construction of the humans' last line of defense. They once continuously improved their weapons and skills in the midst of sacrifices and defeats. They summed up the experience and skills that every warrior came to understand on their own, and perfected the first unified Northland military sword style in history. They once noticed the potential in the human body and researched the birth and development of that power day and night. They named it supernatural power. They once worked hard to advance in the battlefield of blood and fire. They worked hard to research the art of killing and improve the art of healing. They once studied iron and steel tirelessly and created stirrups and saddles for horses. They built the first cavalry and allowed the knights to possess the speed and power to charge in front of the orcs for the first time. Of course, they also developed their own power. They unearthed the truth of matter, interrogated the truth of spirit, drew the energy of nature for their own use, and converted the resources of the world to serve the humans. The power in my hands is only the most insignificant part of it. They even attacked together with the knights on the ice layer of Quaker Glacier. Time and time again, they charged without caring about the sacrifices and completely ended the legend of the orcs' heavy infantry being invincible. They made the Holiness Exorcism campaign the most magnificent scene in human history. They even questioned the existence of gods and challenged the emperor's authority. The three great magic towers once represented the wisest and most progressive existences in the world. They were aloof and independent. Even the supreme emperor and the powerful bright god church had to show their respect before the three great magic towers. Wizards made many people believe that the things worth pursuing in this world are not only power and status, but also truth. Ramon slowly put down his hands. There were already some tears in his eyes. This is what wizards are, this is magic. He choked with sobs and said, "In the history of the rise of humans, this is the most important, the most brilliant, and the most precious chapter that everyone has forgotten." And now, Ramon lowered his head and said desolately, "No one in the world remembers magic anymore. Only people like me, who are both unfortunate and fortunate, are left. Through books and scrolls, I struggle to burn the embers of magic." Thales stared at Ramon in a daze. He did not even know that the branch in his hand was burnt. He could not believe what he had just heard. He could only try his best to widen his eyes and open his mouth wide. Magic? Wizards? This was different from any version of magic he had heard of in his previous life. It was not those whizzing fireballs, not a transaction where one obtained an elemental response by chanting an incantation, not using oneself as a spiritual energy sponge, not a ritual to communicate with a certain existence, not a psionic ability that could be learned after birth, and not powerful for the sake of being powerful. Magic is a kind of meaning, a kind of belief, a kind of principle. Thales was completely stunned. At that moment, Asda's words kept echoing in his mind. Wizards seek the truth of the world. With all kinds of ingenious methods and wisdom, they use the resources and energy of the world to serve a better world. Chapter 111. At, on the road from Black Sand region to Dragon Cloud City. Your Highness, I would still advise you to put away those two flags, especially the constellation flag with the double cross-shaped stars. Among the marching groups of Northland soldiers, Viscount Kent Vida held the reins in his hand and rode to Thales' side, who was heavily surrounded. He ignored Putre and Waya's unpleasant expressions and said to the second Prince of Constellation, He ignored Ramon's and Waya's unpleasant expressions and said to the second Prince of Constellation, "Although we have 2,000 well-trained Northland elite soldiers, it is obviously not the best choice to let everyone along the way know that the Prince of Constellation is here." Thales did not pay any attention to the snowy scenery on both sides of the road, the indistinct mountain range in front of him, and the occasional chimney smoke. The reason why he missed the majestic scenery of the snow-covered mountains in Northland was partly because he was still thinking about what Ramon said 2 days ago, and partly because of the horse beneath him. At that moment, he was riding alone, carefully controlling the horse beneath him to prevent it from swinging its back from time to time. Ralph followed nervously by his side, ready to use the wind to lift his little employer at any time. Even though Gines and Gilbert had taught him almost every trick in riding a horse during the 1 month he spent in Mindy's Hall, Thales seemed to have a natural conflict with horses. Regardless of whether it was the foal in Mindy's Hall, or the Northland noble's horse that was borrowed by Archduke Lampard, which was usually docile and obedient, and was specially equipped with a child's saddle, they all clearly rejected him from riding them or even getting close to them. Right, saddle. Didn't Ramon say that it was also invented by the wizards? So, magic can be said to be the science of this world? Then, what's with mystic energy? Unfortunately, the conversation that day was soon interrupted by Kent Vida. It seemed that he would have to find another chance. Thales watched in fear as the horse beneath him crossed an uneven snow pit. He breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was international practice for the diplomat group to show their flags to show their identity. Thales turned his head and looked at Kent Vida helplessly. At the same time, he carefully paid attention to his mount, which was chewing in dissatisfaction. Besides, an army of 2,000 people stretches for hundreds of meters. With such a huge commotion, even if I don't raise the flag, won't the people know that the Prince of Constellation has set foot on Extet's territory? Or perhaps Archduke Lampard feels that there is no benefit in appearing too close to the Prince of Constellation at this time. Kent Vida smiled. Your Highness, please believe in the Archduke. But Putray interrupted him. He had no choice but to send 2,000 people to ensure that the prince would not die in his own territory, but he also had to appropriately display his hostility towards Constellation for his own people to see. Putray slowly smoked his pipe and sneered. Archduke Lampard's situation is actually very difficult. He mobilized his territory at all costs, but he was unable to take down Broken Dragon Fortress. It's really too painful for him. Kent Vida's expression turned a little unpleasant. It did not show up when they were traveling and fighting, but Thales had a feeling that once he started interacting with people, Vice Diplomat Putray seemed to have returned to the battlefield where he was most at ease. Kent Vida came to Thales' side a few times during the journey and intentionally brought up political topics, but Kent Vida rebutted him with words that were sometimes humorous and sometimes embarrassing. You should talk to King Nuvan directly, not a strategist under the Archduke of Black Sand region, Putray explained calmly in private. Lampard officially withdrew his army 2 days ago, and the diplomat group departed at the same time. As the horses jolted, they would walk out of the northern plains today and enter the Sighing Hills. The southwestern part of the hills was still the territory of Black Sand region, but the northeastern part of the hills was the territory under the jurisdiction of Extet's Archduke of Reformation Tower, the Trentida family. Even though Thales had rejected Archduke Lampard's offer of goodwill and alliance without hesitation, Archduke Lampard still generously allocated 2,000 men to protect Thales on the journey. The regular soldiers among them would protect Thales on the journey, while the conscripts would gradually disperse and return to their homes. Thales did not know whether this was the Archduke's generosity or hypocrisy, or a combination of both. At this moment, a knight in grey armor in front of them parted the infantry formation and rode to their side. Thales could sense that Ida, who was riding on the horse behind him, was slowly changing from a bored and undisciplined state to a nervous state. In fact, after being nourished by that wave of fluctuation, all of Thales' senses seemed to have been improved slightly, but definitely. It seemed that the fluctuation was not just something he could rely on during emergencies. Its existence was also slowly changing Thales' body. But this was precisely what Thales was most worried about. He did not quite remember what happened during the time he was dead, when Serena grabbed him by the neck, or rather, he lost consciousness for a short period of time. But Thales kept feeling that he had experienced something important, and after he woke up, that fluctuation appeared. Raymond Pass is right in front. The knight in grey armor in front of them was the supreme class elite who confronted Araka on the battlefield previously. He was the Fire Knight, Tolja. He solemnly reined in his horse and rode in the same direction as Thales. He solemnly said, "There is a village there. We can rest and eat. We will continue to move forward in the afternoon, and at the same time, let the scouts scout out the area. After all, we will soon reach the Archduke of Reformation Tower's territory." Thales acutely noticed that when Tolja said, Raymond Pass, Putray and Waya's expressions darkened slightly, while Kent Vida curled up the corners of his lips. What do you think, Your Highness? Without waiting for the others to speak, Kent Vida smiled at Thales and said, regardless of whether it is due to practical needs or personal reasons, I suggest that you stop for a while at Raymond Pass so that you can recuperate or pay homage. Personal reasons? Pay homage? While Thales was puzzled, Putray rode to his side and heaved a deep sigh. Raymond Pass is the starting point of the southwest side of Sighing Hills. It is also the only way to enter the hills from the northern plains. The thin vice diplomat extinguished his pipe and furrowed his brows tightly. Beside him, Waya turned his head away. But that was also the place where Constellation's former second prince, Prince Horus, finally lost his life during the Bloody Year, Putray said with a displeased expression. Thales' expression changed. He understood why the other people's expressions had changed. As the Prince of Constellation, Thales lowered his eyelids in a timely manner and sighed. Of course, Horus is also my blood relative. However, he was also mumbling quietly in his heart. Did the genius swordsman of eradication in Kessel's words, and the royal general with cruel military rules in Sonia's words, die here? But this is also a chance to further understand the truth behind the Bloody Year. He turned to Putray. The cause of the prince's death? At the end of the Bloody Year, the winter was unusually warm. King Nuvan gathered 7 archdukes and an army of nearly 100,000 men. They had sufficient rations and weapons to besiege the fortress, which had few troops. Putray sighed in response to Thales' question and was the first to answer. At that time, the southwest battlefield in Constellation had reached a critical juncture. Duke John had the last main force of the rebel army pinned down at Blade's Edge Gap. Victory in the battle to quell the rebellion was within reach, but this also meant that they could not go north to provide aid. The reinforcements from Broken Dragon Fortress were nowhere in sight. Putray shook his head and put away his pipe. His gaze was complicated as he said, catapults, siege crossbows, mystic guns, and countless troops who went up to the city walls. Faced with an incessant and fierce attack that disregarded sacrifices, Prince Horus believed that it was only a matter of time before Broken Dragon Fortress was breached. So he took the risk and attacked. He brought a small number of troops to cross the pine forest in secret and broke into the rear of Extet's supply line. Waya let out a deep sigh. The next person to answer was the Extension commander. That was a risky choice, Kent Vida said with a chuckle. Obviously, this was Constellation's miscalculation. Horus lost the gamble and paid the price for it? Waya stared at him indignantly. That was a good choice. At least it went straight for your vital parts, Putray replied with a cold snort. Thales frowned. For a moment, he did not know how to answer. With his status, it was best for him not to say anything at that moment. He had heard Gilbert's story about the tragedy of the royal family during the Bloody Year. In his story, Horus had fallen into the Extension's trap. Gilbert's statement that there were no reinforcements for 3 hours seemed to imply that Horus's death was the same as that of the other members of the royal family. He was framed. But from what Putray and Kent Vida said, it seemed that Horus had taken the risk and attacked. He only had himself to blame? Moreover, they were so far away from Constellation's border. Was it not normal for them to be without reinforcements for 3 hours? He needed to understand more. At this moment, Tolja, who was beside them, spoke up. That was indeed a wise choice. When Kent Vida heard this, he looked at the Fire Knight with a displeased expression. Tolja's solemn voice made Thales furrow his brows. Horus succeeded halfway. He burned nearly a quarter of our supplies. Our supply line was too long and fragile. What he did at least bought a lot of time for Broken Dragon Fortress, Tolja said solemnly. He sounded as if he was complaining about Horus's injustice. If we hadn't noticed it early, King Nuvan would have stopped attacking the city, retreated the main forces at the front line, and set up an ambush on the way back to the fortress. Yes, we blocked Horus's way back from the pine forest and forced him to the plains. Viscount Kent Vida snorted, seemingly dissatisfied. Just like how we surrounded a fox. Putray's expression darkened. Thales was also very embarrassed. Waya, on the other hand, had an indignant look on his face. Any Constellatiate who heard an Extension tell the story of how they killed the Prince of Constellation would probably not be happy. That's not fair. After all, he only has a little more than 1,000 men. But Lord Tolja spoke again. He said solemnly, We used an army that was nearly 20 times our number to surround Horus on the plains. But his warriors were elites who had gone through hundreds of battles. Their willpower was as tenacious as the Northlanders. Under their counterattack, the Archduke of Elafure City's troops suffered heavy casualties. The Archduke of Beacon Illumination City and the Archduke of Prestige Orchid's war banners even wavered and retreated. King Nuvan had no choice but to use the rest of his troops and send the elite White Blade Guards under his command to block the gap. Only then did he manage to stabilize the battle line. The battlefield was terrible. The black smoke burned so much that even the fortress could see it. If Broken Dragon Fortress had sent reinforcements at that time, they might have had a chance to rescue your prince from the side of the chaotic battlefield. Put-Ray gripped the reins tightly. Thales was stunned. But they did not send their troops? Thales recalled the scene of him being besieged under the fortress a few days ago. Puzzled, he asked, "The fortress did not send their troops?" "No, I still remember," Tolja said faintly. "From the afternoon until the sky turned dark, the people in the fortress watched Horus's troops fall one by one on the plains. There were no reinforcements for 3 hours." Thales recalled Gilbert's words and furrowed his brows. "Regarding this," Put-Ray said with a straight face, "the fortress had its own reasons for choosing to do so." "Enough of that." Kent Vida snorted coldly. "Even us extensions feel bitterly disappointed when we see them leave us in the lurch." "Leave us in the lurch?" Thales gripped the reins tightly and gritted his teeth as he endured the jolt of the horse. Kent Vida cast Thales a meaningful glance. "Of course, perhaps they were just as cautious as the fortress flower 2 days ago." "Who?" Thales turned his head and asked in puzzlement. "Who?" When Horus led his troops outside, who was the one who guarded Broken Dragon Fortress? Put-Ray looked worried as he looked at Thales. "Go on." Kent Vida chuckled. "Tell your prince, who is responsible for Horus's death. This is not a secret." Thales suddenly realized that it was not appropriate to talk about this in front of the extensions. Put-Ray glared at Kent Vida in dissatisfaction, but he still sighed and answered, "The Northern Territory was in danger at that time. His Majesty the late king ordered the surrounding nobles to provide assistance, and the largest number of reinforcements came from the Land of Cliffs region, the Duke of Constellation's territory, which was the closest to the Northern Territory." Put-Ray watched Thales' expression worriedly until he was certain that Thales' emotions did not change too much. "And after Horus left, the commander of Broken Dragon Fortress was naturally the person with the second highest status at that time," the vice diplomat said slowly, "the Guardian Duke of the Land of Cliffs region, Rudolph Nanchester." Thales was slightly startled. Put-Ray furrowed his brows but continued. "He was also the current Duke of the Land of Cliffs, the elder brother of the one-eyed dragon Koster Nanchester. Later, when Broken Dragon Fortress was breached, he was captured by At and died in prison." The moment he finished speaking, Thales' heart trembled. The former Duke Nanchester. Could it be that the brother of the current Duke Nanchester had something to do with Horus's suspicious death? At least, when Horus was besieged, the one-eyed dragon's elder brother stood by and did nothing to save him. Is that so? More importantly, does Kessel think so too? What about the one-eyed dragon? What does he think? What does he think of Kessel? And the one-eyed dragon's already dead elder brother? Could it be that, and the one-eyed dragon's words when I set off from Eternal Star City? Thales thought about the relationship between the two, and his brows furrowed. Put-Ray patted Thales' saddle and shook his head at him. "Don't think too much." Thales felt that this was what he meant. And at that time, Horus probably felt that he no longer had any hope of returning to the fortress. The Fire Knight, Tolja, stroked the sheathed blade on his saddle. With a nostalgic expression, he smiled bitterly and said, "He made a decision that no one would have expected." Put-Ray shook his head. His expression was desolate. Thales raised his eyebrows. What did Horus do? He no longer tried to break out of the encirclement in the direction of the fortress. A smile of admiration appeared on Tolja's face. "Like all of you, Horus turned around and ran in the opposite direction. He broke out of the encirclement all the way to the north." Thales thought of something. "Like us?" He remembered what the man known as the Kingdom's Wrath said to him on the battlefield a few days ago before they broke out of the encirclement towards Lampard's flag. "A long time ago in a hopeless situation, a Jade Star told me, since there is no way to retreat, why not go forward with all your might?" So, what Araka said was, After an entire day and night they escaped here. We, the army of Black Sand region, also chased them here. Tolja's expression was complicated. He raised his hand and pointed at the snow-colored hills that had begun to rise and fall in front of them. Thales turned to look. They arrived at the end of the plains. A black mountain peak that was half covered in snow began to appear in front of them. There was only a narrow entrance between the two low mountain peaks. It was only as wide as the gallop. The At troops moved slower and slower until they stopped. "We are here," Viscount Kentvita said faintly. "This is Raymond Pass." "This is the battlefield from back then?" Thales looked at the strange rocks covered in snow in front of him and asked Tolja, who was beside him, with a strange feeling in his heart. "We held them in place and surrounded them once again. Horus's remaining troops guarded the area next to those rocks." Tolja nodded and said with a profound gaze. The former Archduke of Black Sand region lit a torch and personally led his guards to besiege them continuously. He also ordered them not to use crossbows. He wanted to obtain the glory of capturing the Prince of Constellation alive. Tolja nodded. Horus, on the other hand, personally wielded his sword and wore his black armor. He stood guard under his 9-pointed star war flag. No matter how the people around him fell one by one under the blades and axes, he never took a step back. The best warriors from both sides roared and pounced on each other. Then one by one they fell between the rocks. That night, even though we had the advantage in numbers, the 4 supreme-class elites on our side were all injured. One of them even lost his life there. When he talked about the history of the battlefield, the Fire Knight seemed to be filled with emotions. Kentvita, on the other hand, remained silent. He only looked at Tolja with a frown. "Horus pierced my chest with his sword. Before he could stab me again, I was snatched away by someone behind me." Tolja sighed and touched his right chest. Thales furrowed his brows. "The Sword of Reversing Light, huh?" His Highness Horus's sword skills came from the Tower of Eradication. He also experienced the baptism of the army and the battlefield. In the history of the Jade Star royal family, only the enemy of the wolves can compare to his bravery, Putray said slowly as he stared at the strange rocks in front of him with a profound expression. Thales felt Ida snort softly behind him. The old Archduke of Black Sand region gave up on his goal. He realized that his intention to capture Horus alive would only cause us to suffer more casualties. In the final, fierce battle, Horus, who was wounded more than 10 times, beheaded the unceasing fire to rend. Then, his heart was pierced through by a sword. Tolja urged his horse forward and stared at a rock that was half the height of a man. He felt as if he had returned to that night 12 years ago, when the shadows of swords and blades flashed. "A prince died here." Kentvita shook his head. "This place will probably become a tourist memorial in the future." Waya glared at him mercilessly. "Yes," Putray replied sarcastically, "all of you should build a statue for Prince Horus, to commemorate his bravery and fearlessness, as well as his ability to kill his enemies." Thales sighed. He closed his eyes and lowered his head deeply at the strange rocks. Another group of people who were unfortunate during the war. When they saw Horus fall, the last of his soldiers also lost their will to fight. Just when we thought that everything was over, one of Horus's soldiers snatched the bow left behind by Tarend in the chaos, Tolja continued to say faintly. Kentvita's expression suddenly changed. Thales raised his eyebrows. There was a hint of surprise in his voice. "You mean?" Tolja looked to the south and exhaled a long breath. "That soldier carried Horus's corpse on his back. He carried that bow, and with wounds all over his body and a few crossbow bolts, he roared angrily like a madman. With the last few people, he rushed into the encirclement. For some reason, our people could not stop him. Until he reached the old Archduke of Black Sand region, and then, Tolja flashed an indecipherable smile and snorted softly. In the chaos, the soldier disappeared into the night. From then on, Araka Murch was known as the Kingdom's Wrath. Tolja stroked his own blade. Endless fighting spirit shone in his eyes. Thales took a deep breath and stared at the strange rocks from afar. However, he could not tell that countless warriors had fallen here 12 years ago. A prince had also fallen here, and another legend had become famous from then on. "No, I still have some doubts." Thales turned to Tolja. "So, Lord Tolja, you personally experienced the war between the two kingdoms 12 years ago? Including how to break through Broken Dragon Fortress?" I participated in that war. The Fire Knight nodded. But as I said just now, thanks to Prince Horus's sword, I was injured during the early stages of the war. When I returned to the battlefield, it was already a few months later, during the later stages of the war. At that time, Sonia Cecere brought her Starlight Brigade and gathered the defeated soldiers along the way, including Murch. They fought a few battles against us in the north. Oh! A thought flashed in Thale's mind. You even fought against the Fortress Flower? Should I say, as expected of one of Extet's 5 war generals? No, I did not have the chance to fight against her. Tolja frowned. Because of a despicable person. Despicable person? Thales was stunned. Who? I do not know. Viscount Kent Vida smiled and said, Constellation's little trick. Tolja has always been brooding over it. I do not know who? Brooding over it? Extet's Fire Knight Tolja snorted coldly. On the battlefield, a damned person disguised himself as one of us and hid behind my back. When I killed my way through the enemy's formation and was about to attack the center of Starlight Brigade's formation, that despicable person attacked me from the back. I was seriously injured again and did not have the chance to fight against Cecere or Murch directly. Tolja frowned. I still remember that when that damned despicable assassin fled, he hid himself behind a strange purple mask and used a gray short sword. He came and went like a ghost and was extremely fast. Oh, Thales said with a strange expression and scratched his head. Disguised himself as someone else. Attacked the enemy from the back. Purple mask. Gray short sword. Came and went like a ghost and was extremely fast. These characteristics and habits. I seem to have heard of them somewhere before. Behind him, Ida snorted softly again. Is that so? Looking at Tolja's cold gaze, Thales frowned and nodded sternly. This method is really despicable. Chapter 112. The undulating land you see in your eyes is the Sighing Hills. It is spread out on the western edge of the Sighing Mountains. Look, those snow-capped mountains in the distance that reach the clouds are the Sighing Mountains. Putray, who was riding on his horse, pointed at the mountains that towered into the clouds in the distance and explained the geography of Northland to Thales. Thales raised his head and widened his field of vision. He exhaled a breath of hot air in the chilly environment. The Sighing Mountains used to be the highest mountain range in the land during the era of the ancient empire. It is connected to the Queequor Glacier in the north and separates the Northland Province and Eastern Wasteland Province in the north of the empire. It gradually extends south to the north of Greenheart Province, which is now Constellation's Eastern Sea Hill and Duke Cullen's fief. The danger and difficulty of climbing the Sighing Mountains made travelers shrink back at the sight of it. They could only lower their heads and sigh. That's how it got its name. Putray put down the pipe in his hand and sighed softly with his head lowered, as if he was responding to his own words. When the ancient empire was still around, this place was famous for being a place of exile and chaos. After the empire was destroyed, the turmoil worsened until a group of elves moved into the mountains. They took root here for nearly 300 years and moved freely between the mountains. During their heyday, they formed their own kingdom. After the Battle of Eradication, the northwestern side of the Sighing Mountains belonged to the Western Peninsula, while the southeastern side of the Sighing Mountains was within the borders of the Eastern Peninsula's Honbol dynasty. The elves in the Sighing Mountains? Wait a minute. I think it was mentioned in the War of Eradication. Heaven's Fall and Earth Rend? Speaking of elves, Thales could not help but glance at Ida behind him. What's wrong? Ida spread her hands in exasperation. I don't even know which generation of my relatives they are. I'm not good at history. Thales shook his head and turned around to continue listening to Putray's explanation. I can't count on this elf who can't even remember his own name. Even if he's in supreme class. Archduke Trentida's Reformation Tower and the lonely old tower of the Fries family of Constellation are located on 2 different peaks, facing each other across a valley. Both sides are extremely wary of each other, but they are both easy to defend and difficult to attack. Further north and south of the mountain range are the fiefs of the Archduke of Extet's Horn Deer City, and the Guardian Duke of the land of Star Cliff. However, due to the precipitousness of the Sighing Mountain Range and the high temperature in the north, Extet's Horn Deer City and the land of Starcliff, which are located in the mountain range, are faced with the predicament of having territories near the Sea of Final Freeze and few ports. Putray took a puff from his pipe and looked at the mountain range in the distance with an intoxicated expression. Hence, during the First and Second Peninsular Wars, the Allied forces from the Eastern Peninsula crossed the Sea of Final Freeze and landed from Constellation's Eastern Sea Hill or South Coast Hill. It's because both Constellation's Land of Cliff region and Xtet's eastern seaport are situated on natural sea cliffs that are easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was only during the Third Peninsular War that the Eastern Peninsula Army pretended to attack Constellation's eastern seaport, but launched a surprise attack on Xtet's coastline. With a small number of troops, they attacked the sea cliff and achieved amazing results. In the end, they broke through Elk City and entered the heart of Xtet. Peninsular War? Another question popped up in Thales's mind. The war started from the conflict between the two continents, such as the whales in the Sea of Final Freeze. After the Battle of Eradication, we discovered that the eternal oil in their bodies is the best fuel, even better than charcoal. Putray answered Thales's doubts. Fishing rights, quotas, areas, and rest periods have always been the focus of dispute between the countries on both sides of the Peninsular War. These were the main topics of discussion during the Fourth Peninsular War. Of course, after the Third Peninsular War, the political situation on both sides of the Peninsular War changed too much. We became enemies with Xtet, while Main Nox fell into a struggle for supremacy in the Eastern Peninsula with Hanbol. In the end, under the virtuous King Mindis III's new policy, we formed an alliance with Main Nox, while Xtet became close to Hanbol. This caused the Fourth Peninsular War that started in year 468 of the calendar of eradication to become a world war in name only. The flames of war were no longer limited to the tangled forces of one side and crossed the sea to invade another side. Instead, it affected every corner of the world. Thales remembered the smiling middle-aged king of the three constellation kings in Mindy's hall, the portrait of his head carved on the silver coin, and the burn scar on his chest. He then remembered the pair of blood clan sisters in Corleone and the so-called Starry Night Alliance. Thales shook his head and chased these thoughts out of his head. Do you not agree with Mindis's foreign policy? The prince asked curiously. That is not the case. Putray shook his head. Forming an alliance with Main Nox is the trend of the times. There is also an old Far Eastern proverb that says, befriend distant allies and attack nearby enemies. Although the scale of the Fourth Peninsular War was huge and the price was heavy, Putray said slowly as he pondered. In my opinion, the new political situation has also strengthened the connection between the two peninsulas. The conditions for the outbreak of a world war have all been eliminated in the increasingly complicated interconnected situation, such as the conflict between us and Xtet in the Western Peninsula. Since the Fourth Peninsular War until now, we have not had a war that crosses the continents for 2 centuries. We have enjoyed more than 200 years of peace. Almost every century before this, we have had a peninsular war between the two peninsulas after the conflict between the two peninsulas accumulated to the extreme. Thales frowned. He had always felt that the so-called Peninsular War was a little strange with such a country's productivity and political system. Crossing the sea to conquer the peninsulas. How much manpower and logistical supplies do they need? Can the price paid by the various countries really be compensated with just a little bit of eternal oil? They moved forward under the gazes of the soldiers on both sides of the road. Soon, a village appeared in front of them. Thales raised his eyes. He noticed that the trees outside the village were tied with ropes. Many of them were tied with food such as jerky, bread, and so on. There were even deer, foxes, snow rabbits, and other prey. Is this a Northland custom? My soldiers have confirmed the safety of this village. At this moment, Kent Vida followed them from behind. He passed the crowd, rode into the village, and got down from his horse. He handed the reins to a soldier. We will dismiss a portion of the recruits whose hometown is nearby. You can rest for a while in one of the taverns inside and enjoy lunch. With Ralph's help, Thales got down from his horse. He heaved a long sigh of relief because he could temporarily get rid of the horse. Then, he raised his head with great interest and observed the village next to Raymond Pass. This was supposed to be a quiet little village that did not even have walls. But at that moment, it was filled with burly men who were well built and armed to the teeth. Even though most of the escort troops were stationed at the front and back of the village to rest, Thales could still see Northland soldiers bustling about under the eaves of the single-story houses built with bricks, wood, and earth. However, the strange thing was that these soldiers did not seem to disturb the peace of the village. They mingled with the men and women of the village, who were dressed in coarse sackcloth jackets. The square in the village was especially filled with soldiers and villagers. Wine glasses were being tossed back and forth, and their laughter was deafening. This time, I'm going to *CK you up, Crandon. Two people sat beside a large wooden table that seemed to be used for selling goods. A village-like man slammed the table full of wine glasses with great force. He looked at a soldier opposite him who refused to show weakness and shouted, "I can drink 10 glasses in a minute. We'll know soon whether you're bragging or not." The soldier threw away his axe, took off his breastplate, and similarly slammed the table indignantly. "Only the winner can get a rose's wreath." The onlookers in a circle jeered enthusiastically. A young lady holding a flower basket laughed loudly. "What nonsense are you talking about?" She put down the flower basket, lifted her skirt and sat down in a forthright manner. She joined the drinking party at the round table. "Only those who can outdrink me can get my wreath." Thales could not help but chuckle. At that moment, he even somewhat forgot that it was this group of At soldiers who risked their lives to fight against his protectors on the battlefield and killed each other. Unlike the society that Thales came into contact with in Eternal Star City, where social classes and statuses were clearly defined, the rhythm of this rural village in At was wild and brisk. The atmosphere was warm and relaxed. The villagers were basically tall and strong Northlanders. They looked forthright and had hearty smiles. "Hey, Tolja, how long are we staying here?" A bearded soldier who looked like a middle-ranking officer carried a warhammer in one hand and a wooden wine glass in the other. He shouted at them loudly, Please tell me that I can spend the night." "We will depart in the afternoon," Tolja replied loudly in dissatisfaction. "Before that, tighten your pants, Ironhead Croc." "What a pity." The bearded officer drank a mouthful of wine with a disappointed expression. The wine flowed down his beard as he muttered, "I remember that there is a beautiful cook at Hero Tavern." Thales did not care about the soldiers and villagers who were pointing at him and gossiping about him. There was no lack of disdain and malicious gazes either. He followed Kentvita and Tolja forward, while the people from the diplomat group followed behind them. "Is the way for you to confirm that it's safe for the soldiers to enter the village and drink with the villagers?" The prince's young attendant, Wuxia, looked at the Northland soldiers who walked past them and laughed heartily with their arms around the villagers' shoulders. He placed a hand on the sword at his waist warily and disagreed. "If I were an assassin, I would blend in with these villagers." "Don't be too nervous. This is not Constellation, it's At." Viscount Kentvita laughed loudly. "Almost all the people in this village are retired veterans. They can be trusted. In fact, out of honor and dignity, the prince who is a guest will only be safer among them." Wuxia, on the other hand, shrugged and pursed his lips to express his skepticism. "Don't worry." Thales nodded at his attendant. "The soldiers have all spread out and infiltrated the village. Even if they are assassins, they will have to consider the possibility of an assassination and the price to pay. This is Mountain Pass Village, isn't it?" Put-Ray looked around with nostalgia. "I remember that there is a tavern here, and the owner is very famous. Hero Tavern. It was opened by a retired veteran 30 years ago, Tolja said flatly by the side. And the rye wine inside is famous far and wide." Thales, who was curiously sizing up his surroundings, followed Kentvita and Tolja to a rather large stone house. There was a huge signboard with a wine glass hanging on the door of the stone house. The Fire Knight pushed open the 2 doors and walked into the bustling Hero Tavern. Thales followed him into the warm stone house and shook off the cold air behind him. He watched as the tavern filled with customers instantly quietened down. Many people cast their gazes on them. Thales recognized that there were quite a number of Northland soldiers among the customers, and it was obvious that they had just arrived. But a few seconds later, the lively atmosphere in the tavern returned, as though the people who entered were just a few ordinary people. "You didn't empty the tavern," Wuxia said with a frown. Then His Highness's, a coarse and old voice rang out like an explosion. "Brat, this is my tavern." A sturdy silver-haired old man with a frown on his face rested his elbows on the wooden bar counter. With a disdainful expression he said, "Be it the king, the priestesses, the foreigners, or even the gods, no one can chase away my customers here." Wuxia frowned. The old man then narrowed his eyes and lowered his head to look at Thales. He put on a strange expression. "You have quite a lot of people here. I only serve customers who pay for the wine." Thales smiled at him. The prince could not help but notice that even though the weathered old man in front of him was a little old, at least 60 years old, his arm muscles were still well developed, his waist was thick and straight, and his gaze was direct and fierce. Caslin, don't worry about the number of people and the money for the wine. Kent Vida laughed and sat down on the bar counter in a straightforward manner. He took out a money bag. We have a lot of small golden round pieces with Raikuru's portrait here. By the way, the Archduke of Black Sand region asked me to send his regards to you. Thales's gaze shifted. A retired veteran and an ordinary tavern owner. How could the Archduke of Black Sand region personally greet him? But Kent Vida obviously did not receive the response he deserved. Each cup of rye wine costs 6 extant copper coins, and the price for nobles is 60. The tavern owner, the old man Caslin, glanced at the money bag with a cold expression. He then pushed it back and snorted coldly. Also, I don't accept gold coins. Especially the gold coins from Lampard, who killed his own family. Kent Vida's expression immediately froze. Thales was also shocked. Killed his own family? Kent Vida spread his hands at Tolja, who was behind him, and put on a resigned expression. That was a duel for the right to inherit the throne in accordance with the ancient rites. Tolja walked forward and calmly took out a bag full of extant copper and silver coins. He said flatly, "The Archduke defeated his eldest brother, that's all. The casualties were just an accident. Let him quibble all he wants. Killing his own family is killing his own family." The old man Caslin took the money bag in disdain. As for the so-called ancient rites of duel, that was something the Empire used to make us kill each other. The Archduke of Black Sand region killed his own brother and seized the right to inherit the throne, and it seems to be following some kind of duel ritual of the ancient empire? Thales silently stored this information in his heart. And Thales looked at the boorish old man in front of him. This tavern owner's identity is not simple, and he doesn't seem to be on the same side as Lampard. Maybe I can gather some information from him? So it's 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. Caslin weighed the money bag in his hand and counted the number of people in front of him. Wait! Thales had a brainwave and spoke at the right time. The Archduke of Black Sand region's money belongs to them, but the few of us will pay for our own. We have, about a dozen people. Caslin's eyes darted around and he noticed Thales again, who could not even reach the bar counter. Kent Vida furrowed his brows and looked at Thales thoughtfully. Thales nodded at Putray. The latter raised his eyebrows, then walked forward and took out a few silver coins. Ah, I recognize this portrait. King of the Oathkeepers, Midir, right? Caslin took the silver coins and scrutinized the picture on them. He then raised his head and chuckled, revealing his yellow teeth. You're from the Empire? No. Thales smiled and shook his head. We're from Constellation. Beside him, Waya's expression changed, while Putray seemed to be deep in thought. I know, brat. You're the Prince of Constellation. And you're here to apologize. Caslin stared straight at him. What a long and arduous journey. Thales shrugged. All right. Caslin snorted. There's no reason to say no to money. Hey! Kent Vida protested. Aren't Archduke Lampard's gold coins money as well? Hey, Brian! The owner of Hero Tavern ignored the Viscount. He raised his voice and knocked on the wooden window behind him. 20 glasses of ale. Normal ones will do. A tall black-haired man in his 30s walked out from behind the bar counter. There was a burn scar on the left side of his face. He snorted coldly. The tavern assistant raised a thin wooden stick with a displeased expression and turned towards the cupboard behind him. With a shake of his arm, he skillfully skewered the ears of a dozen or so wooden wine glasses and pulled them up like skewers. With another shake of his arm, the dozen or so glasses hit the bar counter at the same time. Brian deftly pulled out a wooden stick and lifted a large wooden wine barrel. He began to pour wine into the wine glasses that were lined up in a row. As he poured, he stared at the crowd with an unfriendly expression. He even glared at Thales fiercely. This is not something that can be done with arm strength. Waya watched the assistant's movements and his expression changed. He said in a low voice, I bet he's an expert swordsman. Don't be offended. Caslin laughed. My buddies here are all uncouth men who served in the army. Of course, Hero Tavern, Tolja said flatly. the gathering and distribution center for retired soldiers in Northland. Thales sadly realized that he could not even reach the chair at the bar counter. It would be too awkward for him to speak directly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. At this moment, it was especially important to have a guard who knew sign language. Ralph carried Thales to the high chair at the bar counter. Wuxia, the attendant, who realized that he had lost his job again, furrowed his brows again. Kentvita and Putray sat on either side of him. The people from Constellation and At were divided into two distinct groups. They sat at two round tables respectively. The soldiers glared at each other fiercely. "My God!" Willow looked at the rowdy Northland drinkers around him and said in high spirits, "I've never come to a place so far away to drink." "Hold on to your guns." The veteran Gened furrowed his brows and said, "They might pounce on us at any moment." "Sir Caslin." Thales curled up the corner of his lips and brought out his ability to strike up a conversation with people from his memory. "When did you open Hero Tavern? Why is it called this?" "It's been 30 years. Caslin watched lazily as Brian filled the wine cups and brought 3 of them to the bar counter. He let Brian serve the other one on a plate. After I retired due to an injury, I returned to my hometown and opened the tavern. As for why it's called Hero Tavern, it's a boring name my wife gave it." "Oh right." Thales touched the wooden wine cup that was half the height of his head. Rationally, he decided not to touch it. "When I entered the village, I found all kinds of food tied to the tree at the entrance. What's going on? The day before the bitter cold winter is coming." Caslin yawned and served a few plates of black bread that did not look appetizing. "That's a gift from the mountains." Tolja and Kentvita grabbed the black bread habitually and ate it with ale. The latter looked like he was watching a show as he stared at Wuxia, who had a distressed expression and did not know what to eat. "It's best if you eat more," Kentvita said flatly. "We still have to continue our journey in the afternoon. We'll only set up camp at night." A pampered Constellation. Kentvita chuckled in his heart. This is Hero Tavern's signature dish, the common coarse grain of the Northland villagers. Wuxia frowned as he stared at the black bread in front of him. Putray sighed and grabbed the bread. "It seems like this will be our lunch today." It was probably Kentvita's deliberate action to test the prince's attitude or to take revenge for the prince's indifference. But immediately after, everyone watched in astonishment as the Honorable Second Prince of Constellation, His Highness Thales Jadestar, grabbed a thick and hard piece of black bread with both hands. Then, he took a bite without a care. His expression made it seem like he was not eating the black bread that was difficult to swallow, but a gift from the mountains? Thales chewed on the hard bread in his mouth and curiously asked in a muffled voice, "The day before the bitter cold?" The taste is actually not bad. I only need to chew and chew it. It's not like the black bread in the Brotherhood, which needs to be roasted with fire when it's bad." Caslin's expression changed. He looked at Thales with an increasingly amused gaze. "The day before the bitter cold is a weather unique to Northland. At that time, Northland will welcome the coldest period of the year. The amount of sunlight will be drastically reduced. Those who go out must wear extremely thick leather jackets and bring along enough fire supplies. They cannot go too far either. The time for outdoor activities will be reduced to less than 3 hours every day." Putray stared at Thales, who was eating with gusto, with a strange gaze. "It's because I travel outside all year round that I've developed a tough mouth and a good appetite." But the prince? Wuxia ate a mouthful of bread with a distressed expression. He felt like vomiting, but when he saw Ralph beside him, who was also enjoying it, his appetite and fighting spirit were instantly reignited. "The day before the bitter cold will last from a few weeks to a month," Putray continued saying. "As for the gift from the mountains, that's a gift to the gods." The owner of the tavern, the old Caslin, chuckled and took over the conversation. "The first prey that is hunted and the first food that is touched will be hung on the treetop, and it will belong to the gods. Only travelers who have to go out during the day before the bitter cold winter can take it. It's a gift from the gods." "Gods." Thales swallowed. "Which gods are they? Sunset, bright moon, and dark night?" In his memory, the more famous gods in Eternal Star City who also had their own temples seemed to be these 3. But Caslin chuckled. "None of them. What we commemorate is the gods that have been passed down since ancient times in Northland and even the world. They are generous gods who look after the land and the mountains, and protect the travelers in the wild." People call them the Master of the Mountains. Constellation, the Western District of Eternal Star City. The entrance of the Western District Police Station. Sorry, Captain Cohen Caribbean has taken a month's leave. The secretary of the Western District Police Station, Miss Yora, looked at the young girl with short brown hair before her with a cold expression. I mean, at least a month. Taller than me. Longer legs than me. Perkier but than me. Miss Yora thought indignantly. Fortunately, my breasts are bigger than hers. Immediately, Miss Yora straightened her proud posture, stroked her long red hair, and said proudly, if you want to look for him, you can leave a message. I see him often. I can help you pass the message to him. Also, not as feminine as me. Looks like a boy. Miss Yora sized up the brown-haired woman before her. The other party slowly furrowed her brows and said, is that so? He's not here. She also speaks in a gruff voice. Not like a woman at all. As Miss Yora thought of this, she immediately felt a lot better. That's a croaky voice. She would never admit that it was heroic. The brown-haired woman was silent for a while, quietly watching Miss Yora. Miss Yora felt a little embarrassed. The brown-haired girl immediately lowered her head and looked at the emblem of the Twin Tower longsword on her right hand. Her lips curled up into a smile. All right then, please leave a message for him. The brown-haired girl looked at Miss Yora's expression and said with a playful smile, just say. Under the secretary's impatient gaze, the brown-haired girl licked her lips. That day at Red Street Market, the woman lying in his arms misses him. Miss Yora's expression changed as if she had been struck by lightning. Red Street Market, lying in his arms. Woman, miss him. Miss Yora widened her eyes in disbelief. She furrowed her brows and looked at the woman before her with an uncertain expression. How could this be? This woman? With the handsome Captain Cohen. She actually... Jailer Charlton snickered. Ha ha ha. All right, I'm joking. Under the secretary's murderous gaze, the descendant of the assassin's flower stroked her abdomen and waved her hand with a smile. I've only met that blonde-green police officer once. I just happened to save his life. You like him, have a crush on him, love him to death, and want to give birth to a child for him. Jayla shook her head under the secretary's strange gaze. I don't care about any of that. I'm not your competitor or rival in love either. I'm just asking him for a favor. Don't worry. He's not my type yet. The former bartender flashed a bright smile. The secretary blushed, which was rare for her. She looked at Jayla's sincere gaze and was momentarily at a loss of what to do. She was speechless. The silence lasted for more than 10 seconds. Miss Yora finally exhaled. All right. Miss Yora turned her head away in embarrassment. The blush on her face had yet to disappear. She said helplessly, actually, Captain Cohen has returned to the Tower of Eradication, and we can use messenger crows to contact him. You can write him a letter, and then... Jayla smiled. All right, I'll write him a letter. The young former bartender nodded and thought about something. Thank you, Miss Yora. Actually, if it's not too troublesome, the secretary said a little embarrassedly, maybe I can help you. After all, you're Cohen's friend. Although I am just the secretary of the director, I know a lot of people. For example, my brother is serving the royal family. He can come into contact with a lot of important people. This way you don't have to look for Captain Cohen. Miss Yora clenched her fists in her heart. Do you think it's over just because you don't like him? What a joke. Don't look down on a woman's persistence, whether it's for yourself or for your rival in love. Jayla looked at Yora in astonishment, then broke into a smile. You can't help me with this. Jayla shook her head in resignation. You're still too. Jayla suddenly stopped talking. She seemed to have remembered something. Miss Yora revealed an expectant gaze. Maybe you can really help me, she said slowly. Yora, you're the secretary of the police station. You can see all cases, wanted posters, and intelligence. Can you help me pay attention to some information? Miss Yora smiled and nodded. Of course, if it's not a secret. What do you want to know? Jayla exhaled and said in a low voice, I want to investigate the locations of large arms smuggling cases from Constellation to other countries over the past few years. Especially those related to Black Street Brotherhood. There's a guy called Rhoda. Miss Yora took out a pen and paper. Jayla hesitated, but in the end, she still said, "Also, I want to find 3 children. Their characteristics are very obvious. They might have been abducted by the Brotherhood, but they are not in Eternal Star City." Miss Yora raised her head in puzzlement. "A 10-year-old boy called Sinti. He's a little bigger than the average child. A little girl with a circular burn scar on her face called Korea. She's about 4 or 5 years old. A 7 or 8-year-old boy called Ryan. He doesn't have a right hand." "That's it?" Miss Yora nodded. "I'll go back and look at the recent case reports regarding the crackdown on human trafficking." "Wait." Jayla raised her head and said with a serious expression, "I'm looking for another little boy. He went missing near Red Street Market. He might have fallen into the hands of Blood Bottle Gang. Black hair, gray eyes, about 7 or 8 years old. He's a..." Jayla's gaze darkened. "A child who doesn't look like a normal child." Miss Yora raised her head in astonishment. "He's a little too smart and mature." Jayla lowered her eyes and continued to explain. "Is that so? A precocious child." The secretary shrugged and lowered her head to continue taking notes. "My brother said that he's seen 2 similar children, a boy and a girl." Chapter 113. Master of Mountains? Thales was stunned. "How come I've never heard of it?" "Because this god does not have a representative in the human world. It does not have a temple or a church," Putre explained with a chuckle. "There are even very few credible records of the manifestation of divinity. It only exists in the stories and legends that are passed down by the people. And for the travelers in the wilderness, worshipping the Lord of the Mountains is more of a kind of safety and peace of mind when traveling far away. The gifts from the mountains are more like a ritual to help the travelers overcome the harsh cold." "Passed down by word of mouth?" During the era of the ancient empire, the Master of Mountains was once the common belief of all humans. Not only us Northlanders, but also you, the Redalians who built the empire at the center of the world, the Kalanzarians of the southwestern land of thorns and dragon-kissed land, the barren bone people of the Great Desert, the Nada robbers of the Near East, the Kisari who graze on the eastern plains, the dark-skinned red earthlings in the extreme south, and the Kasai who roam the islands. Other than the Far Easterners, almost all humans know and acknowledge the existence of the Master of Mountains. The old Castellan drank a mouthful of ale and said with emotion behind the bar counter, "But now, even in Northland, this simple belief can still be seen in the simple and honest countryside. The name of the Master of Mountains has disappeared, just like countless precious Northland traditions. All that is left are the great temples wrapped in power and money." "The Rudalians and the Northlanders?" Thales curiously lowered his head and nibbled on the next piece of bread. "I remember the title of the Supreme King of Constellation." "Yes, we all know," Archduke Lampard's strategist, Viscount Kentvita said with a mocking laugh. "The common ruler of the Rudalians and the Northlanders of the Western Peninsula. But I sincerely suggest that you omit the latter part in At. The Northlanders have never acknowledged your rule over us." "As far as I know," Putre retorted sharply, 2/3 of the Northland province during the era of the ancient empire was in At, while the remaining 1/3 was in the northern territory of Constellation. Those Constellatiates also called themselves Northlanders and acknowledged the Supreme King's rule over them. This is where the problem lies. Viscount Kentvita tapped the bar counter thoughtfully. Northland has always belonged to Northlanders. Why should it belong to Constellation? Why should it belong to the rule of a Redalian king? Thales suddenly understood. Northland referred to the Northland province during the era of the ancient empire 1,000 years ago. It was a geographical concept, and Northlanders referred to the human race that existed before the empire was built. They lived on this land. As for At, it was a country that was built after the Battle of Eradication. The weight it carried was far less than Northland, let alone Northlanders. Just like how Constellation was a country that only existed after the Battle of Eradication, the humans who lived in Constellation were known as the Rudalians thousands of years ago. By the looks of it, they seemed to be the main race of the ancient empire. Today, Northlanders and Rudalians had long since mixed together in At's Black Sand region and Constellation's northern territory. Thales lowered his head and inadvertently saw the wheat residue that had settled in the wine cup. He suddenly remembered the Sunset Pub in the underground street of Lower City district of Eternal Star City, the careless female bartender Jayla, the fierce-looking fat chef Edmund, and the owner of the pub who only showed up once or twice. Why? Because of history, Put-Ray said flatly. Today, whether it's Black Sand region or the Northern Territory, the Redalians and Northlanders have lived together for many years. There is no longer any distinction between them. Humph, that's the land and people you snatched from Northland, Kent Vida retorted. For example, Cold Castle 400 years ago, and the lonely old tower 200 years ago. Your Northern Territory is our southern land. As the owner of the pub, Caslin listened to the argument between Kent Vida and Put-Ray. He could not help but let out a loud laugh that no one else could understand. Thales felt a chill in his heart. So this is how extensions think? He thought of the soldiers' attitude and behavior towards them when they first entered Lampard's camp. He immediately understood. Constellation wants to protect its northern territory, while At wants to recover the Northlanders' territory. Both sides are fighting for justice. How ironic. These are all voices I can't hear in Constellation, right? When Put-Ray said this, he chuckled softly. If you really want to say that Northland only belongs to Northlanders, the Arund family of Constellation's northern territory used to manage the entire Northland province for the Emperor, and they were a dukedom family for as long as 1,000 years. Humph, Constellatiates are pointless proud. Viscount Kent Vida snorted coldly and said, In the end, all of you still want to go back to the ancient empire that perished a long time ago, don't you? Are you still reminiscing about the supreme authority and glory of the Pegasus throne, the emperors who could make the entire world tremble with just a wave of their sleeves, and the era where the map of the country could be spread from one end of the room to the other? The empire is undoubtedly the most precious legacy in human history, the most glorious page, and the most powerful existence. Put-Ray answered coldly, even though it no longer exists, its glory has been passed down to this day and has never faded. Ha! I almost forgot. Kent Vida raised his hands and laughed mockingly at Thales. As long as Constellation exists, the empire will last forever, right? Your Highness? Thales shrugged and responded to him with a smile. Don't make fun of the royal family, Put-Ray said coldly. His bloodline once stood at the top of the world and witnessed the rise and fall of mankind. Bloodline? Kent Vida snorted with a nasal voice. Northlanders do not believe in bloodlines. A hero who can shoulder the burden of the country and its people will naturally become a king. The next moment, the Viscount of At narrowed his eyes and said sternly, And listen carefully, Your Highness. The empire ruled by the so-called imperial family that you were born in, has only left the world a nightmare of chaos. Thank you for your reminder. Thales scratched his head awkwardly and laughed dryly. What a novel point of view. Novel. Kent Vida stared at him and said flatly, Have you heard of Quiso Lampard's story? Your Highness? Quiso Lampard? The ancestor of the Lampard family? The king of rebellion? Thales answered excitedly. You don't need to hear it from the subordinate of an archduke. Put-Ray was about to speak, but he noticed that Thales had raised his hand with great interest and stopped him from speaking. Please continue, Viscount Kent Vida, Thales said with a smile. I am very interested in all knowledge. Put-Ray and Kent Vida glanced at Thales in surprise. Do you know Archduke Trentida of Reformation Tower? He is one of the 10 archdukes of At. Kent Vida pondered for a while and said quietly, Reformation Tower is adjacent to your lonely old tower. It is ruled by the Trentida family, a famous family of knights in Northland's history. Their family emblem is a radiant blade. I don't know much about it. Sorry, I am only 7 years old. Thales shook his head awkwardly. But I am very willing to listen to your explanation. What about the Trentida family? What does it have to do with Quiso Lampard? It has nothing to do with the Trentida family. It is their territory, Reformation Tower and its surroundings. Kent Vida sighed and said, That is the easternmost part of Northland. It is also one of the entrances to the Sighing Mountains. During the era of the ancient empire before the peninsula was split apart, Reformation Tower was once synonymous with barbarism and chaos. Do you know how Reformation Tower got its name? Thales shook his head cooperatively. It was once the ancient empire's penal prison and execution ground. Those who went there needed to be recreated. Kent Vida shook his head and said, Reformation Tower? Unfortunately, Most of the prisoners inside did not come out alive and their lives were recreated. Thales nodded as if he was deep in thought. And during the ancient empire, there was a famous person imprisoned there. Quisso Lampard. Thales frowned slightly. Quisso Lampard. He knew this person. At least, he was mentioned in the world history that Gilbert made up for him. Quisso Lampard, Northland's king of rebellion. He was the man who started the first civil strife in the ancient empire. However, in the books, he was a forest bandit who roamed the Northland pine forest. During a robbery, he accidentally killed an official of the empire, so he was captured by the empire. His accomplices attacked the execution ground and rescued him. The desperate Quisso knew that he could not escape the empire's pursuit forever, so he decided to go all out. Taking advantage of the Northlanders' dissatisfaction with Duke Arun's harsh governance, he spread rumors to divide Northland, stirring up a storm of chaos in Northland, and completely embarked on the path of rebellion against the empire. In the end, his rebellion was easily extinguished by the empire's army at Lonely Old Peak. However, the empire's first civil strife also broke out because of this, and it became more and more intense. However, today, Kent Vida told him a completely different story. Kent Vida said faintly, "It is said that the Lampard family is the descendant of Takmu, the first king of the north, during the uncivilized era before the orcs invaded. More than 1,500 years ago, Quisso Lampard was just an ordinary lumberjack in the Northland province of the ancient empire. However, he was highly skilled, forthright, and righteous. He helped the poor and the weak. He was very famous in the area. Even the Northland province's Duke family, Arund, knew of him. That was the so-called empire's most glorious era. The elves compromised with the empire, the dwarves became craftsmen, the orcs fled to the glaciers, the dragons went extinct, and only the Far East remained unconquered. Therefore, when the empire's campaign to conquer the Far East was in full swing, Quisso was enlisted into the army. With the glory and pride of fighting for the empire in his heart, he gladly went to the battlefield. He fought bravely and was good at fighting. Due to his prestige in the hearts of the Northlanders, he was promoted all the way until the empire conferred him the title of Count and appointed him as the general of the Northland army. Thales' heart trembled. This story was completely different from the one he had in mind. With the hard work of Quisso and the other armies, the Far Easterners retreated in defeat and were trapped in their isolated city. Only the Chilan holy capital, which was about to fall, was left with no soldiers and food supplies. The empire's magnificent feat of unifying the world was about to be realized. The emperor's desires became more and more excessive. His demands were endless. He never stopped conscripting laborers, and the amount of taxes increased. The Northland province, as the best source of soldiers, was the first to bear the brunt of it. The Northlanders could not take it anymore. They began to resist taxes, escape from labor, and chase away the emperor's tax collectors. They began to face the empire's authority with anger and curses instead of enthusiasm and obedience. Therefore, Duke Arund, the emperor's servants, could no longer collect enough taxes and labor. There were even frequent cases of tax resistance. The empire's servants came up with a solution. They found the most famous person in Northland, the Northland army's commander Quisso, who was on his army's rotation break and had returned home to recuperate. Caslin sighed. Put Ray was silent. Kent Vida continued to speak. They persuaded Quisso to become their colleague and go with them to demand the payment of taxes and labor, but Quisso did not agree. They then persuaded Quisso to make an announcement to convince the Northlanders to submit to the empire, but Quisso did not agree. They then used the empire's name and ordered the empire's general to help them find the Northland rebels, but Quisso did not agree either. Quisso said this, "I am loyal to the empire, but I am a Northlander." In the end, the emperor found out about this. The emperor sent an edict. There were only 2 words on it. Kent Vida's gaze became extremely cold. He said flatly, "Choose one." Thales felt a chill run down his spine. Choose one. The next thing the Northlanders knew was that Quisso was exiled to Reformation Tower until he proved his loyalty to the empire again. The emperor could not tolerate his general failing to do so. But for a whole year, Quisso did not relent. At the same time, the Northlanders who heard the news became even more resentful. In the end, the emperor who heard the complaints of the Northlanders was fed up with Quisso's stubbornness and decided to make an example out of him. He used punishment and fear to intimidate the Northlanders and reassert the Empire's dignity. Hence, Quiso Lampard was escorted to the execution ground. There he watched helplessly as his son was beheaded, his wife was hanged, his daughter was hanged, and his friends were whipped to death. Finally, when it was Quiso's turn, the furious Northlanders and Quiso subordinates broke through Reformation Tower together. They fought their way into the execution ground, killed the Empire soldiers, and rescued Quiso. When the news spread, the entire Northland was shocked. The people picked up their weapons again, put on their armor, and gathered around the dying Quiso. But this time, they did not serve the Empire, but to rebel against the Empire. Of course you know the story after that. Thales savored the story. It was too different from what was written in the books in Constellation. Yes, Thales said quietly as he pondered. The King of Rebellion fought to the end, and his last 300 men. But at the end of the story, Kent Vida still surprised Thales. There's only one difference, Kent Vida interrupted him, his eyes sparkling. There's no such thing as fighting to the end. Thales was stunned. Quiso had no intention of fighting at all. He dismissed most of the revolutionary army, and only led the last 300 men who refused to leave and launched a final charge against the three great armies from the side of Lonely Old Peak. This is more like a complaint against the Emperor, not a rebellion against the Empire he was loyal to all his life, isn't it? After he died, every Northlander lit candles in every household and honored him as king according to the ancient rites of the Age of Kings. This is the story of the King of Rebellion. Many extensions are familiar with it. Do you understand now, Emperor's descendant? Kent Vida said flatly. What the Empire left for Northland? Caslin watched Thales' reaction with interest. Fortunately, the others were sitting at a round table some distance away from them. Otherwise, Thales reckoned that there would soon be another tavern brawl between Constellations and extensions. A story that has been meticulously embellished. Putre snorted and laughed. I'm curious though. How did you know the Emperor's edict so clearly? Are you sure that you didn't miss a single word? Go ahead and be sarcastic, citizen of the Empire. Anyway, your mind is only filled with the glory of the Empire. Kent Vida's gaze was filled with disgust. He continued, what did the Empire give the world? Endless military conquests, unreasonable and harsh taxes, greedy and corrupt high-ranking officials of the Empire, cruel and oppressive rule by the ignorant people, ugly and dark religious oppression. Do you know that primitive beliefs like the Master of Mountains, the Maiden of the Sea, the Father of the Grasslands, and so on disappeared under the ancient Empire's ban and the conspiracy of the Emperor and Bright God Church? And the Temple of Knights in the north that was forcefully demolished by the Emperor 1,000 years ago. That was the cradle and sacred land of the Knights, the legendary place where humans fought against the ancient orcs together in Northland. Citizen of the Empire. Kent Vida took a sip of wine and sneered. Stop lying in the glory of the past and wallowing in it. You have no idea how ugly your positions are. Continue to hold on to that thought, but history cannot be changed. Even now, Putre said in disdain, I only see your carriages running on the roads built by the Empire. Your currency is minted according to the gold, silver, and copper standards set by the Empire. No matter how many languages you speak, your northern accents and habits are still derived from the ancient and common language of the Empire. Your armies follow the Empire's system of regiments, brigades, guards, and squads. Your nobles follow the Empire's system of dukes, earls, viscounts, barons, and lords. Your paintings, poems, and music all draw nourishment from the glory of the Empire. Without the Empire, I'm afraid that Northland would still be a piece of scattered sand, backward, and barbaric land. What can that prove? Kent Vida interrupted him rudely. If we call the things that the Empire imposed on us with violence a gift and feel complacent about it. Imposed? Putre seemed to be enraged as well. The Knights of the Northland Kings joined the great Emperor Camelot Carother almost at the same time as the chauvinistic King's army. You are the great Emperor's earliest supporters, the most active swords and blades when he built the Empire. Very well, Kent Vida said coldly. Now we, the children of the Northern Wind and the Dragon, no longer need that evil Empire. We are self-reliant. Please put away your pride in the Empire, citizens of the Empire. I have seen a lot of Northern Wind, Putre said flatly. As for the dragon, if you are referring to the one embroidered on Extet's flag, the material is not bad. The significance of the dragon on Xtet's flag does not lie in whether it exists or not. After all, we do not rely on a legendary beast to protect this country, Kentvita said solemnly. But it represents the beliefs and temperament when Xtet was founded. That is the revelation that Raikaru, the Northland hero, left to us during the Battle of Eradication. Strength, patience, strength, tenacity, pride, persistence and... Kentvita glanced at the people from Constellation, then picked up his wine cup and took a big gulp. With a rather profound smile he said, "Never surrender. Even if it is a colossus like the Empire." "And what is left of all of you?" Kentvita sneered and said, "Constellation is just an antique. There is no meaning to its existence at all. The reason for its existence is only to testify to a piece of past history, to summon the soul of a country that has perished for a long time." Putre was about to answer, but he heard Thales heave a long sigh at that moment. "Do you know?" Kentvita and Putre turned to the second prince of Constellation at the same time. "Be it Putre or Viscount Kentvita," Thales sighed deeply and said, "even though one of you is a Constellatiate, and the other is an Extension, in your unpleasant encounter, I found the two biggest similarities between the two of you." Putre and Kentvita were stunned at the same time. "So, what are they?" The one who spoke was the owner of the tavern, Caslin, who had been watching the show from the side. He tapped his chin with great interest and asked Thales, "Similarities?" Thales raised his eyebrows and shrugged. "When the two of you meet each other, even if you speak from your own standpoint, your minds will only be filled with the same thing. The most unoriginal thing." Putre revealed a puzzled expression, while Kentvita frowned slightly. "The Empire," Thales said softly. He took the last bite of the bread. Putre and Kentvita were stunned at the same time. "Ha ha ha." Caslin clapped and laughed loudly. "What an interesting conclusion. What about the second similarity?" "The second, Thales bit into the black bread and mumbled, "Even though the two of them talk so much about the Empire. But in truth, none of them have actually seen the Empire with their own eyes, whether it was the final Empire 600 years ago or the ancient Empire more than 1,000 years ago." Caslin's laughter grew louder. Putre and Kentvita's faces darkened at the same time. "Well said. The second prince of Constellation." Caslin slammed the table in extreme joy and laughed loudly as he looked at Thales. "They have never seen the Empire. Thank you for your support." Thales shrugged. "On one hand, it shows that the Empire's influence is indeed far-reaching. On the other hand..." He stared at the two quarreling men in resignation. "Both of you are arguing with each other's imaginations." "Really?" Putre and Kentvita turned their heads at the same time and no longer looked at each other. "Get over it, boys." The old Caslin shook his head. Who else remembers ancient legends, glorious past, lost history, and sacred traditions, other than the nobles who boast about their families and the stinky scholars? But this thing... He pointed outside the door. "The gifts from the mountains can prevent the young lads from freezing and starving to death when they go out in the cold winter. That's enough. It's useful to people, so it has its own meaning of existence. The Master of Mountains has not disappeared. It has always lived in the cracks of every day before the bitter cold, and lives in the gratitude of travelers who pluck food from the trees. As for the dragon and the Empire," Caslin sneered, "it's the same principle." Putre and Kentvita did not speak anymore, but their expressions were unpleasant. Thales flashed a bright smile. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Caslin slammed a wine glass with a different color on the bar counter and pushed it in front of Thales. High-quality rye wine, specially provided by Hero Tavern. Under Thales' astonished gaze, the old man said casually, "My old comrade in Prestige Orchid region provided it with rye. There's a daily limit. It's not for the crude stuff they drink. This is for what you just said." Thales widened his eyes. He looked at the white-haired old man, then lowered his head to look at the wine in the glass. "Don't hesitate, boy. Drink it up." Caslin showed off his powerful and vigorous right arm muscles, which did not show any signs of aging. The standard to judge a good warrior is, firstly, whether he can swing his axe with enough strength, and secondly, whether he can drink to his heart's content. I'm only 7 years old." Thales stared at the wine glass that was the size of his head. He widened his eyes and said awkwardly, "You know, kids can't drink. It's not good for their bodies." "That's nonsense." Caslin gave Thales a thumbs up with his yellow teeth. He then slapped Thales' shoulder, causing him to stagger. Only 7 years old can drink. Chapter 114. After Thales tried his best to reject the cup of rye wine, he breathed a sigh of relief under old Caslin's regretful gaze. They rested for a quarter of an hour. Viscount Kentvita turned his head and nodded at the fire knight. Tolja. Get ready. Tolja ordered his soldiers. We're ready to depart. We must reach Prestige Orchid region before tomorrow night. Upon hearing their commanding officer's words, Extet's officers and soldiers stood up in unison. They left behind their wine money and walked out of the tavern. The Constellations looked at Thales. Thales glanced at Putray, shrugged, and jumped off the bar counter. But just as he waved at old Caslin and was about to leave, "Brat, wait!" Caslin left the bar counter and walked towards Thales. Thales only then realized that this old man was extremely tall. Caslin was almost 7 feet tall. He had to raise his neck to an angle that he could barely look up at him. Fortunately, Caslin squatted down in front of him. "You want to apologize to King Nuven, don't you?" Old Caslin said slowly. "And I also heard that it is to repay Prince Mariah for his misfortune in Constellation." "Yes." Thales exhaled. "Let's see if King Nuven will be interested in my head." Caslin's gaze on him changed slightly. The old man sighed. "When I was your age, I only knew how to chase sparrows behind my brother's butt." Thales smiled faintly. But before Thales could speak, Caslin continued. "Damn those messy political schemes of the nobles. They never show mercy, don't they? I don't care if you are 7 or 17. God knows how Prince Mariah died. It's a pity he was a good lad." Thales looked surprised. "Thank you for your understanding, Sir Caslin." "Listen," Caslin said flatly. "I once served under Nuven. To a certain extent, I am quite familiar with him." "This tavern owner knows King Nuven?" Thales was slightly stunned. He turned to look at Kentvita, who was not far away. "Why did they bring me here? Is it really to rest in the middle of the journey?" Caslin sighed softly. He was a good king when he was young, a typical burly Walton man. "I still remember Nuven Walton standing at the 38th Sentry Ground, swinging his flail at the attacking orcs. At that time, he was generous, tolerant, and just. He could stand in front of an orc's axe for a nobody. Every warrior thought it was an honor to die for him." "Oh!" Thales' eyes brightened. "That's good. It looks like at least he won't be a king who will simply order me to be beheaded. But people change." The old Caslin exhaled. His gaze became misty and unfocused. "Nuven is also human. He will grow old. There will come a day when he will be bewitched by slander and women, and be controlled by desires and impulses. Although he has the blood of Raikaru Extet, he is not a perfect dragon or hero. Especially, he's a father who lost his son." Thales could not help but be stunned. Caslin lowered his head and stared at Thales. "Be careful, Constellation's second prince. Extet uses the Great Dragon as its flag, but for the past 600 years, we have only worshipped the Great Dragon's strength, learned the Great Dragon's pride, and cast the Great Dragon's wisdom to the back of our minds. Although we claim to be the children of the Northern Wind and the Dragon, the shackles of the Empire on our shoulders are no less than Constellations." "What do you mean?" Thales widened his eyes. "Do you mean that Extet's domestic situation may be worse than we think?" "Child, take care." Caslin only shook his head and gently placed his hand on Thales' shoulder. "Since you paid but did not drink, consider this a bit of advice from me." Thales could only spread his hands. "Thank you for your advice. Unfortunately, it's useless. What will come will come." No matter what, he had to face Nuven the Seventh. "Right." Caslin hesitated for a while and suddenly exhaled. He smiled and said, "If you run into any irreversible crisis in Extet, when even King Nuven can't save you, King Nuven can't save me?" Thales was puzzled. "What does that mean?" "There is a butcher shop on Dragon Cloud City's westbound road. Its signboard is a dagger." Caslin snorted. Under Thales' furrowed brows, he said in a low voice, "The boss is a Far Easterner with the surname Gu. He owed me a favor in the past." He is an extremely daring fellow and often does things that violate the law. If you want to ask him for help, just say, $6.50. Under Thales's astonished gaze, the old man Caslin slapped him hard on the shoulder again. The second prince staggered again. As Thales grimaced in pain, the old man before him slowly stood up and laughed heartily. The next time you come, remember to drink my rye wine. That is the symbol of a man. Thales smiled awkwardly and left before Putre revealed a murderous gaze. Kent Vida frowned as he watched Thales and the Constellation's leave. Then, he slowly walked to the bar counter and turned to the old man Caslin. You saw it, right? The next king of Constellation. Kent Vida's gaze was cold. You saw how different he is. He has matured and changed. What were we doing when we were 7 years old? What was King Nuvan doing when he was 7 years old? The old man Caslin stared at the door of the tavern and said slowly, this child's gaze is indeed different from other people's. He could not see reverence or nervousness in the child's eyes, only interest and curiosity. There was also an enigmatic confidence and determination, as if they had never wavered. This is not the gaze of a child who is thousands of miles away from home and afraid. This is the next opponent that At will face. I am almost certain that when he grows up, he will definitely become At's greatest enemy. Kent Vida curled up the corners of his mouth and knocked on the bar counter. Unfortunately, the Archduke cannot attack him directly. When did we Northlanders become cowards who would scheme against and fear even a 7-year-old child? Caslin said disdainfully in a low voice, maintaining a country amidst conspiracies and fear. This is something that only a shaky empire would do. Of course, Archduke Lampard's strategist said softly. For this, we need a better king, not an old and muddle-headed person who does not enjoy his position and does not have to be a hot-blooded person who is still wet behind the ears. Humph. Caslin grabbed 2 wine glasses and placed them in the window of the kitchen. So, Chapman Lampard is really a good candidate? I believe that you still love At and the Dragon's Kingdom deeply. Kent Vida fixed his gaze on him. Even though King Nuvan chased you out of the White Blade Guards. Hey! The old man seemed to be particularly dissatisfied with this sentence. Nuvan did not chase me away. I left on my own. Kent Vida did not speak. He only stared at the old man. Really? After a few seconds he said slowly, So you still don't agree? Caslin shook his head mockingly. I am just a tavern owner. What can I agree to? Caslin the Earthshaker, as the former leader of the White Blade Guards, your name still spreads among them. Your story is still being sung in the 38th century grounds, Kent Vida said slowly, as long as you say the word. Why? Do you want me to use my influence and connections to convince my old subordinates to stand on Chapman's side? Caslin snorted in disdain. I believe that you will make the best choice for At. Kent Vida's expression was indifferent, but his gaze was sharp. He stared straight at the old Caslin. Caslin Lampard. You are, after all, the Archduke's uncle. Caslin raised his head abruptly. And the most famous commander of the White Blade Guard since At was founded, Kent Vida said flatly. In the upcoming storm, you are destined to be unable to remain unscathed. Of course, it might not be just convincing my old subordinates. After all, the White Blade Guards are the king's personal guards. They are responsible for the safety of the common elected king of At. Kent Vida thought silently. Do you know what this reminds me of? Caslin interrupted his thoughts. Kent Vida curled the corners of his lips politely into a smile. The old man stared at him coldly. Quisso Lampard was asked by the Empire to convince his fellow countrymen to cooperate with the Empire, pay taxes obediently, and stop resisting. If I say no, will that brat Chapman exile me to Reformation Tower as well? Kent Vida frowned. Go back and tell my nephew, Caslin said slowly but firmly. Go to hell with Lampard. Go to hell with Rumba. Kent Vida sighed and shook his head as expected. Then, you should at least be able to help me with the second favor. Caslin snorted coldly. All of you are always concerned about benefits, aren't you? Kent Vida narrowed his eyes. This time, it has something to do with that prince. Caslin put away a few cups again and ignored the Viscount. There are people in At who want to assassinate that prince. Whether it's to frame the Archduke or to mess up the situation, Kent Vida said with a dark expression. They even used the officer spy lurking in our mystic gun unit. You know that I hate these dirty politics the most. Caslin raised his head and said bluntly, I don't want to know anything. What happened next is related to you, Kent Vida interrupted him in a deep voice. The Archduke sent a letter yesterday saying that we found a clue about the officer spy in the black market, but it was intercepted halfway. What does it have to do with me? Caslin said rudely. Those who intercepted the clue halfway used the sword style of the Tower of Eradication, an unusual power of eradication, and they were definitely not from the Tower of Eradication. Caslin was stunned. Go on. The old man became solemn. What is the power of eradication? I know you will care about it. Kent Vida said sharply. It's the one you mentioned a long time ago, the frenzied and out-of-control power of eradication. I remember that you are still working for the Tower of Eradication? It's just to return a favor to Xiao. A nostalgic look appeared in Caslin's eyes. After all, it's been so many years since I graduated. But he immediately looked at Kent Vida seriously. What else? The superclass swordsman of eradication under us, Croche. Do you remember her? She's the daughter of your comrade, that strong little girl. She was heavily injured in their hands and almost lost her life. She's the only one who escaped. Caslin clenched his fists. The clues we've been pursuing have been cut off. The only clue we have left is that strange power of eradication. Kent Vida said sincerely, we need your help. Even if it's for the Tower of Eradication, not for Lampard. The person who is as famous as Grey Sword Guard Xiao, the pride of the Tower of Eradication, the pride of the White Blade Guards, ground shaker Caslin Lampard. A few days later, in the lounge of the House of Legacy in the Tower of Eradication, we can be sure that the disaster swords do not have the complete inheritance of the Northland military sword style. One of the supreme class inheritors, Zadie Tafner, sat on the table and said to his student, even if it's outdated, it's still a set of sword style meticulously researched by countless swordsmen and wizards. And the House of Legacy has the most complete security system. We can start from here. All right. Continue looking for books here. Zadie. The exhausted Cohen Caribbean leaned against the table and knocked on the table leg. He rubbed his reddened eyes. I can't take it anymore. But I'll remember these good times, the days when I sneaked into the truth library with my teacher every night. Zadie's face instantly darkened. Are you giving up? His teacher said in displeasure. Are you giving up on the investigation of the disaster swords? I'm not giving up, the blonde police officer, Cohen said angrily. But do you know how many books are in the truth library? Then, I just received a letter from a beautiful lady yesterday. Cohen ignored Zadie's unpleasant expression and yawned. I'm going to return a favor. Jayla. Is that her name? Cohen touched the letter in his arms and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. That cool girl with dual blades. However, at this moment, a stern and cold old voice came from behind the teacher and disciple. Zadie Tafner. Cohen Caribbean. Both Zadie and Cohen trembled at the same time. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Zadie jumped off the table in a fluster and fell to the ground due to a moment of carelessness. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Cohen nervously bounced up from the ground and ended up hitting his head on the table. The two of them were in a flurry. One rubbed his knees and his face was contorted, while the other touched his scalp and grimaced in pain. They stood up with difficulty and tried their best to stand straight. They put on their most obedient and friendly smiles and looked at the cold, gray-haired old man from the Far East, who had appeared out of nowhere with a sword hanging from his waist. Ah, Sha. When did you come back? They all said that you went to Sharp Blade Valley for an inspection. This was the heir of the Tower of Eradication, Zadie Tafner, who raised his hands and bowed with a face full of smiles. Master Xiao. This time when I came back, I planned to visit you first. I even specially brought you Constellation's specialty. This was Cohen Caribbean, Constellation's police officer come captain of the city defense, rubbing his hands together with a flattering expression. But the gray-haired old man, Xiao, ignored their smiles. The table in the lounge is not for dancing. Xiao stared at Zadie, who had a flattering expression on his face. His cold voice made Zadie's smile even more awkward. The heir must set a good example. Of course. Zadie Tafner nodded sincerely and humbly. Then, he turned to Cohen. His steel-like stern face scared the latter. Since there are chairs, don't sit on the ground. Yes. Cohen listened to Xiao's teaching seriously. The two of them smiled and nodded repeatedly. They were as respectful as they could be. What a joke. This was the master of the Tower of Eradication, the Grey Sword Guard. The lightest punishment he could give his students was to stand upside down with one hand for 10 hours. And the crimes that were worthy of the lightest punishment. For example, taking 2 long steps while walking was not in a good posture. The Grey Sword Guard stared at them coldly. Zadie and Cohen stood straighter than the other. Fortunately, Xiao only snorted in the end and did not say anything else. The two of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Until Xiao said his next sentence. I heard, Xiao said slowly, that you have sneaked into the Truth Library many times these few days? Zadie and Cohen were petrified on the spot at the same time. Listen to my explanation. Zadie smiled awkwardly. That. You were not around, right? Cohen found some clues about the disaster sword. So. This is for the Tower of Eradication, for the purgers. Cohen used the words he learned in the police station and patted his chest righteously. We are for the disaster sword. But Xiao's solemn and deep voice rose slowly and interrupted them. Very well. The Grey Sword Guard's expression was solemn. Cohen Caribbean. Cohen immediately puffed out his chest and raised his head solemnly. He stood straight. Go to At immediately, Xiao said slowly. An old friend called Caslin needs help. Ha! Caslin? It was Zadie. He looked at Xiao in surprise. You mean that drunken Northlander uncle who uses a sword as an axe? Xiao turned to him. His cold gaze forced Zadie to shut his mouth. But. Cohen scratched his head awkwardly. I have to return to Constellation to help a friend first. Croche, do you remember? She was in the same batch as you, Xiao said in a low voice. She was injured by the disaster sword. She might never be able to use a sword again in this life. Cohen looked up with a stunned expression. Croche. The image of a Northlander girl with a buzz cut holding a sword and gritting her teeth under the scorching sun appeared in his mind. And her white teeth. All right. The police officer turned around without hesitation and said firmly to the two scions, I will go and prepare immediately. How serious is the situation? Do I need to bring my family's private army? Bringing a Constellation noble's private army into At, Zadie said in a low voice. Are you out of your mind? Cohen nodded in realization. You will not be the only one, Xiao said in a low voice. There is another person who will meet you on the way. She has just joined the purgers. Cohen was instantly stunned. Broken Dragon Fortress. Be careful on the way. Although Lampard has retreated and the war has not started, it is still At. Sonia Cecere, the fortress flower, looked at Miranda Arund, who was ready to go. She chuckled and said, although I really want to suggest that you bring the Arund family's private army. This is the border between the two countries, Miranda said softly. It is impossible to cross the border with the army. Moreover, Arund. Miranda clenched the white eagle emblem on her cuff. The fortress flower looked at her subordinate and sighed. It is good to go and hide. After all, your uncles and brothers from the Arund family are really annoying. Miranda bit her lip and did not say anything. This is not to hide, she said faintly. All right. Sonia helplessly held her subordinate's shoulders. This is for a friend, right? Miranda gently patted the white sword hilt at her waist and nodded. Croche. A girl who never gives up. We are learning under the same teacher, Duke Arund's daughter said coldly. When she is in trouble, I must be by her side. I do not have much left in this world. I must cherish it. Miranda recalled the light and bright figure in white in her memory, and his always cheerful and optimistic tone. She could not help but smile. She turned around and stepped into the stirrup. Don't worry, commanding officer. I am not some helpless little tabby cat. Besides, I won't be fighting alone. Miranda Arund nodded at Sonia from her horse. An old friend will be coming with me. Once the matter is settled, I will return. She flung the reins and galloped out of the fortress's gate. Sonia looked at Miranda's retreating figure and the faintly discernible white eagle emblem on her back. She sighed. Chapter 115. Somewhere in Eternal Star City. It was in pain. The air here was cold and moist. Its skin was wrinkled, its 6 limbs were weak, its abdomen was shriveled, its lips were trembling, and its teeth were blunt. Only the darkness around it made it feel at ease. It raised its right hand, trying to change its position, but inadvertently hit the metal cage. A sharp pain came from the surface of its skin that had just touched the metal. It opened its mouth and let out a meaningless howl of pain. This damned cage. The magic seal on it was rigorous, meticulous, comprehensive, perfect and flawless. It was a standard product of the Alchemy Tower. It did not know whether it was the work of the Confinement Research Institute or the Spell Laboratory. It was probably the former. In the extinct Alchemy Tower, only this faction that had been in decline for a long time would study this kind of magic cage with a single function. For example, the cage that was currently trapping him here. It did not know how long it had endured such days, and even its sense of time had become numb. It even suspected that if it went on like this, it would one day even forget its own name. It was fed once a month, given a fixed electric shock every month, and had to complete work all the time. Under such circumstances, it began to miss its main body. It still remembered the pain when it was cut off from the main body, and the heart-wrenching wails and screams from the main body's mind. Even many days and nights after that, even when it was its turn to be cut off, the pain was not comparable to the excruciating pain of being separated from the main body. It really wanted to return to its main body. If it remembered correctly, the main body should be locked up in the City of Triumph, the damn capital of the human empire. The country had already been torn apart, leaving only a small piece of territory. It was so weak, but that group of humans still shamelessly called themselves an empire. Did the weak not deserve to die? Thinking of this, its mind, which was a little muddled because it did not know how long it had been locked up, suddenly moved. That's right. Hasn't it been a while since the main body sent anything over from Victoria City? Whether it was letters or items, there was nothing. The mental connection between the main body and the main body seemed to have been broken for some time. Humans no longer used it? Impossible. It did not believe that those evil humans would let it or the main body take a break. They would only endlessly, without knowing the bottom line, squeeze its value dry. Did something happen to the main body? This thought flashed through its mind. No. Although the main body was also imprisoned, at least it was intact in the City of Triumph. The Empire knew its value, and the Imperial Prince had even tried to communicate with the main body. But how could the prideful main body respond to a lowly human's request for a trade? So they were still using itself to communicate. Although the Empire wasn't as powerful as it was in the past, the humans would definitely protect the main body. As long as Victorious Return wasn't destroyed overnight, the main body would be safe. One day, it would return to its main body. At that time, it would once again be as powerful as it was in the past. Then, it had to carefully hide itself and strengthen itself. Most importantly, it had to find a way to restrain those mystics. It did not want to experience the humiliation of being captured and imprisoned as a slave a second time. Especially that damned mystic, Giza Streelman. If the human outside the cage door had not mentioned this name recently, it would have almost forgotten about it. It gritted its teeth with a heart full of hatred. It would never forget the feeling of its flesh boiling and exploding in front of the mystic, the feeling of groveling at the mystic's feet. At this moment, a familiar swelling sensation came from his abdomen. It's here, it thought. The humiliation of being a slave and being forced to work as a slave surged into its heart once again. It did not know which severed limb it would be this time. At the top of the metal cage, the bell rang violently and urgently at the right time. Asterisk clack. Asterisk the metal cage door opened. It used all its strength to roar at the cage door, trying to express its hatred and malice. The sharp pain, as if it was being pricked, attacked it again. It knew that it had to leave the cage to complete the task, or else the pain would only become more intense. Just like hundreds and thousands of times in the past, it reluctantly climbed out of the cage with great difficulty. The sharp pain slowly subsided. Its abdomen squirmed, and the contents inside surged up its throat and reached its mouth. The swelling sensation gradually disappeared. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and spat out a piece of paper in the darkness. Another piece of paper. It thought in annoyance, these stupid humans, can't they send something interesting over next time? A young man in a white robe grabbed the piece of paper and pulled it out of its mouth roughly. Rude humans. The sharp pain appeared again, and it howled in pain. At the same time, it knew that it should return to the cage. With a heart full of humiliation and pain, it climbed back into the cage. The pain disappeared. The young man lit a lamp, and the dazzling light made it grimace. It raised its claws to cover its 8 pairs of eyes. Light. It hated the most. Fortunately, after the young man saw the piece of paper clearly, he immediately extinguished the lamp. In the darkness, within its field of vision, the young man in a white robe put down the piece of paper in his hand. He spoke in a much more solemn voice than usual. Things are somewhat beyond our imagination. An old and hoarse voice rang. It remembered this voice. During the years when it was brought away from the City of Triumph, many humans were in charge of managing its cage, but this old voice seemed to have been in charge for a longer time. First, the prince was intercepted by Lampard at the border, but it seemed to be a daunting experience, and now the diplomat group is heading to Dragon Cloud City under Lampard's escort. You know I don't care about this, the old and hoarse voice said faintly. What about that homicidal maniac? Giza Streelman did not go with Blood Bottle Gang to besiege Ramon according to our plan, even though we used various channels and hinted to them countless times about Ramon's importance to the Brotherhood, the young man said quietly. Giza Streelman. All the nerves in its body were stimulated by that familiar name again. My enemy. The mystic. The enemy of life that runs amok in flesh and blood. What happened? The old and hoarse voice rang again. She made a public appearance. According to our informants in Broken Dragon Fortress, Giza seemed to have endangered His Highness' safety on the way, the young man said. The sound of a cane hitting the ground rang in the darkness. The old voice sounded doubtful. According to the previous report, wasn't the Night Queen the one who intercepted His Highness? Is that why she requested help from Broken Dragon Fortress? Yes, but the information has been updated. It seems that things have become a little more complicated. The young man raised his head and revealed a smile that no one could see clearly in the darkness. The blood mystic appeared for the dark night black coffin in the hands of the blood clansman. It opened its eyes abruptly. Even though it had experienced too much numbness and chaos during the years when it was separated from its main body, its memories with its main body still remained in its mind. Dark night. What a familiar term. Where did I hear it before? There was silence. The old and hoarse voice did not reply. I remember that thing was on the list of legendary anti-mystic equipment. But judging from your reaction, it is indeed an extraordinary item, right? The young man in white raised his eyebrows. You know, if we send a message and arrange for manpower now, we might be able to intercept the Night Queen. The air in the darkness seemed to have frozen in an instant. Don't ask. That coffin is not something we can touch. After a while, the hoarse voice slowly rang. Be it the coffin itself or the item in it. The young man frowned and revealed a puzzled expression. But he still nodded in the end. After Giza was forced back by the fortress, she did not appear again. And Ramon was lured to At by us according to the original plan. The old figure slowly stood up. Very well. If Blood Bottle Gang still can't find Ramon, we will remind them again. No matter what, we must lure the blood mystic over. In fact, this is the next thing I wanted to say, the young voice interrupted him. Your last test seems to have worked. The owner of the old voice, the Black Prophet Marat Hansen, slowly raised his head in the darkness. Even though the Brotherhood's headquarters did not make any moves under our surveillance. But Black Sword appeared at the border between the two countries. The young man curled his lips. I think he went to save Ramon. It seems that there is indeed something wrong with that Ramon, and his value to the Brotherhood is probably far beyond our imagination. There was another strange silence. Then Marat's sinister laughter slowly rang out. He he he. The Black Prophet laughed softly. Heh, I was almost fooled by my own student and that old woman. There was a moment when I really wanted to dispel my suspicions about Ramon's identity and remove him from the blacklist. But no matter how meticulous his disguise is, he can't beat your suspicion that is stronger than that of Broken Dragon Fortress, teacher. The young man in the white robe, Raphael Lindbergh, raised his head in the darkness and chuckled sarcastically. Let the news out. Murat did not care about Raphael's mockery. He stopped smiling and said in a low voice, "The prince should have already entered At, right?" Raphael nodded. "They are on the last stretch of the road in Black Sand region. Let Cora come back." The Black Prophet nodded and took a deep breath. Since he has completed his mission and successfully lured Ramon to the prince's diplomat group, Raphael crushed the paper in his hand and gently sprinkled it on a strange pattern on the ground. After the shredded paper came into contact with the pattern, they burned and disappeared in a bizarre manner. "Do you want to proceed to the next step?" the young man asked flatly. "Yes, it is time to send a big gift to the secret room and the Brotherhood." The Black Prophet tapped his cane. "Get ready to depart. This is your first big test before you take over as the head of the Secret Intelligence Department. Make sure that Black Sword and Giza enter Dragon Cloud City at the same time and find Ramon." Raphael flashed a bright smile. "Black Sword against the Blood Mystic. I'm sure it will be a big scene." Murat took a deep breath and sat down again. "What an exciting scene. So you are in charge of luring away the two legendary anti-mystic equipment in Dragon Cloud City?" Raphael curled up the corner of his mouth. "A fearless mystic in the capital of a country. It is secondary whether the scene is big or not, but it will definitely be ugly. Are you sure you want to do this? Especially, to all the intelligence agencies, he is a notorious homicidal maniac." Raphael had a smile on his face, but he said in his heart, "Treat it as Constellation's return gift to At. Avenge the losses that His Majesty and I have suffered over the past few months." The Black Prophet sighed emotionally. "After all, this is also to more efficiently deal with the threat of the Blood Mystic. I really want to see how that old woman in Dragon Cloud City is going to deal with such a situation." Also, Murat thought, with the tacit approval of the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department, the Black Street Brotherhood has been in the limelight for too many years. Since the Blood Bottle Gang has been dealt a heavy blow, Asda and Giza have been forced to appear. It is time for the Brotherhood, including the hand behind it, to pay the price. Chapter 116. Eternal Star City, Black Street. "You said that thing would work. Bull*T legendary anti-mystic equipment. We've done so much and searched for so many years." Ripper, Anton grabbed Sleepless Eye Lance by the collar and pinned him against the wall. "And now, Black Sword used it to poke countless holes in the Blood Mystic's body. It's useless. Your goal is to kill Black Sword, isn't it?" "Calm down, Anton." Morris, one of the 6 powerhouses, was sweating profusely as he held Anton's hand. "We received a message from a messenger crow in the north together. Although he was severely injured and we don't know if he's dead or alive, Black Sword escaped, didn't he? Even if that equipment is useless, but at least Black Sword might still be alive." "Might still be alive?" Anton was still holding Lance tightly. He turned his head angrily and pointed at Morris. "So, you can forgive this guy? Even if he used a fake equipment to frame Black Sword? Even if under his guidance, our efforts over the years were in vain?" Morris was momentarily speechless. Lance suddenly grabbed Anton's bandaged arms. "Although Ramon is not here and I can't be sure. But it might not be the equipment's problem. After all, we don't even know the equipment's name and function." Lance gritted his teeth and looked straight into Anton's angry eyes. "In the Secret Intelligence Department, I read the relevant files. The Blood Mystic is rather special. It can't be sealed by ordinary legendary anti-mystic equipment. But this doesn't mean *CK your files. I won't believe a single word from the Secret Intelligence Department ever again." "Didn't you see the message?" Anton scolded agitatedly. "That so-called legendary anti-mystic equipment that you said could seal mystics is ineffective. Just 2 days ago, Black Sword almost died in the hands of the Blood Mystic. Maybe that weapon itself was the thing that lured us into the trap." "Impossible." Lance stared at Anton and said in a low voice, "That news is related to the lady that even Murat is extremely wary of." Anton's grip tightened. He interrupted Lance and said fiercely, "Damn Murat Hansen! Fuck the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department. Don't forget who caused us to be in this state back then. Who turned us into the Black Street Brotherhood that has abandoned our boundaries and done all the evil things for revenge. Who turned us into the moths of the kingdom that can only survive in the shadows? Anton's eyes reddened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Especially you, Lance Corbian. Aren't you the spy Marat planted among us back then? Black Sword has forgiven you, but I haven't." Morris, who was dragging Anton, suddenly trembled. "Undercover? Haha, it's been 12 years, and you've only come to worry about this now?" Lance sneered with difficulty, not caring about Anton's strength at all. "What did the past 12 years mean to you? Do you think we founded the Brotherhood for fun?" The past 12 years? Was it fun? Anton seemed to have been triggered. The veins on his face bulged as he flew into a rage and roared crazily. "Son of a bitch! Do you think I'm willing to manage a bunch of scumbags like thieves, robbers and rapists? Working with lunatics like Chandara Rhoda and Lazanche Fissot? Being smugglers and murderers every day?" Lance's expression changed. He could not help but clench his teeth as his eyebrows continuously twitched. "What kind of life have we been living for the past 12 years? Anton continued to clench his teeth and said, "How much have we sacrificed for that illusory news of yours? Then kill me here. Take my head to comfort the dead, to comfort that lord." Lance roared and interrupted Anton. "Treat me as your greatest enemy. Treat me as if you have already taken your revenge. Treat it as if you can go back and live a good life." "Enough!" An even louder roar came from the side. Anton and Lance were shocked at the same time. Both of them turned to look at Morris. "Lech Malone. Cobra Gretely. Delecto Ellsworth." Morris trembled. He lowered his head and clenched his fists. Names came out of his mouth one by one. Curdimo Finwë. Kyrsters Desmond. And that lord. Both Anton and Lance were shocked. "Do you still remember them? Do you remember these names? The oath we swore together that year. Find all the true murderers and avenge the dead." Morris raised his head. His eyes were red at some point in time. "At all costs. Do you think you're the only one suffering in silence? Skinny." Morris roared, "Over the past decade or so we, who originally knew nothing about gangs and organizations, have worked hard to conquer territories, build our power, infiltrate the underground world, rope in all the people, fight against Blood Bottle Gang, evade the Secret Intelligence Department's pursuit, treat all suspects as enemies, track down Charlton and Shadow Shield, and investigate the truth of what happened that year. Isn't it all for the same purpose?" Asterisk bang. Asterisk Morris punched the wall with all his might. His lips trembled. "I've never killed a child before. But in the past 12 years, there were a total of 154 children from the age of 4 to 12 who died in the abandoned houses. This does not include the many child beggars killed by that son of AB *TCH Rhoda and his family 2 months ago. These are all my blood debts. I buried every single one of them with my own hands. I can almost remember every single one of their faces. The most recent one was just a year ago. A boy who ran away. In order to show our toughness and ruthlessness in front of our negotiating opponents, I used my psionic ability to suffocate him to death." Morris could not suppress his emotions. His psionic ability was slightly out of control, and even the air around him became unstable. "God knows what we've sacrificed for the past 10 years, and what we've become." Anton closed his eyes, bit his lower lip, and lowered his head. Lance laughed abruptly. "Yes, well said." The sleepless eye revealed an expression that looked like he was crying and laughing at the same time. "Ha ha, Anton Lewandowski, do you think we've done so many things to correct, atone for, or pay for the sins of the past, to create a better world? Dream on." Lance, who had a terrifying gaze, cursed loudly. "Go and take a look at what we've done all these years. The Western Desert's prison of bones. That's where we should be. But why are we here? Why aren't we accepting the punishment that should have been meted out to us?" Lance pushed Anton away abruptly and shouted angrily. "That's because on that day 12 years ago, from the moment we arrived at Renaissance Palace, we had already become a group of specters, a group of ghosts, a group of corpses that are still breathing. The only supreme purpose of our existence is to drag out all of our enemies and masterminds, and then perish together with them. Only Black Sword knows best. We've long been in hell." The airtight, soundproof room suddenly became quiet. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Anton kicked the wall forcefully, then walked to the side of the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down heavily. Morris covered his face. His fist, which was pressed against the wall, was already bleeding. Lance stared fixedly at the ground, his gaze unwavering. In the silence, only the suppressed trembling and hurried breathing of the three men could be heard. Until Morris was the first to break the silence. "We have to believe in Black Sword." The plump man tried his best to compose himself and slowly said, "Even without the legendary anti-mystic equipment, he still has the ability to escape from the mystics. Just like how he faced Asda in the past." Lance pulled his scarlet cloak up again. "Let's wait for news from him." The head of intelligence from the Brotherhood, who came from the Secret Intelligence Department, said in a low voice, "When he recovers, I want Black Sword to try that equipment again." "How?" Anton still had not adjusted himself. He frowned and said bluntly, "Gamble with his life. If he runs into the Blood Mystic again, it might be Black Sword's time to die." "No, I will remind him to stay as far away from the Blood Mystic as possible before we confirm the equipment's usability," Lance answered without any emotional fluctuations. "Usability? How do we confirm it?" Morris wiped away the tears that had appeared in his eyes. "Do you still remember Gu?" Lance said quietly. "That Far Easterner." "Gu?" Anton frowned. "Before our mercenary group was disbanded, that brat who came in last? The one who was chased out by the main of Night Dark Guards?" "That's him," Lance said slowly. "He is in At and brought me some news. You still have contact with him?" Morris bandaged his fist and said doubtfully, "Gu is not with us. You said before that he has his own agenda and is very suspicious. Our informants in the north are still slightly insufficient. We have no choice but to rely on our local contacts." Lance shook his head. "And Gu, whether he is suspicious or not, seems to be doing well there." "Wait, you said that we need to confirm the equipment's performance first. So?" Morris stared at Lance in a daze. "That's right. Gu found an old friend in At these few days." Lance raised his head and his gaze was sharp. "It really is an old friend." Chapter 117. The further north the diplomatic mission traveled, the colder the weather became. Snow began to fall more frequently, even obscuring most of their vision. If not for the cold-resistant trees planted on both sides of the road, perhaps even the most elite scouts would get lost along the way. "So you don't know what kinds of spells there are and what's special about them?" Thales tightened the cloak he put on a day ago and covered his head and face tightly as he asked Ramon. This was the second time they set up camp and rested. The location was at the junction of Prestige Orchid Region and Reformation Tower in At. After passing through Raymond Pass, they walked through a short hilly journey. After crossing the territory of the Archduke of Reformation Tower, they followed the direction of the hills and began to turn northwest. Soon, it would enter the territory of the Grand Duke of Prestige Orchid. Once they crossed Prestige Orchid Region, Nuven VII's territory, Dragon Cloud City, would be right in front of them. "I should say that I don't know the whole picture of magic." Ramon shook his head. "It is said that there are all sorts of strange schools and types of magic. There will always be eccentric geniuses who will dig out new schools and research areas based on existing knowledge." Ramon sat by the fire and explained to Thales, who was beside him. "But other than those unusual creatures who are independent, most of the wizards have their own clear affiliations." "Belonging?" Thales' eyes lit up. "You mean, in ancient times, it was the gathering place of wizards and the magic organization they belonged to?" Ramon's eyes sparkled. "The three major magic towers." "Magic tower?" Thales turned his head abruptly. The bits and pieces of information he obtained when he investigated the origins of mystics in Mindy's Hall surged into his mind again. "I've heard about this before." Thales' eyes lit up. "So, the ancient wizards gathered in the three magic towers to conduct research?" "The three great magic towers are not just three towers, nor are they just three locations." Ramon muttered, "Wizards are not weirdos who stay in their towers. It is said that the three great magic towers represent the three attitudes and values of a wizard." "What attitude?" Thales asked curiously. "You mean the attitude wizards have when they face knowledge?" Ramon shook his head. "I do not know. It is very difficult to find information about the mages in the past." Thales sighed. "All right, What are the three great magic towers? Don't tell me you don't even know this? Ramon nodded and smiled. I know that. He looked around furtively and saw Ida dozing off by the fire. Putray and Kent Vida were arguing about something in the distance. Wyatt tried his best to communicate with Ralph but failed in the end. Tolja had led the scouts to scout the road ahead and had yet to return. The At soldiers around them seemed to have gotten used to them. When he saw that the distance between them and their attention was still far away, Ramon cautiously approached Thales. He extended his finger towards the snow-covered ground in a field of vision that only the two of them could see. First, the ascetic tower. Ramon gently drew a square on the ground that was turned 45 degrees, with one corner facing downwards. He then connected the diagonal lines of the square and drew a cross inside. According to the information I've read, they are the most ancient group of mages. Even before the Holiness Exorcism campaign, the ascetic tower had appeared. But they are also the most mysterious. I don't know what they are doing. I didn't manage to find out much about them. Thales frowned. Next, the alchemy tower. Ramon drew a circle. Then, he drew two triangles on the left and right sides of the circle. Each of them had a corner pointing outwards. The side of the circle where the triangles were near was an arc, matching the arc of the circle. Ramon then drew a small circle at the center of the circle. Thales recognized that the pattern looked like an eye. Ramon continued, as the name suggests, it is said that the alchemy tower is an important aid for humans to defeat the orcs. Their creations are all prepared for war or practical use. Some of their products have been passed down to this day and are still usable. They are rare items that only a few people possess. Finally, the soul tower. Ramon then drew two shapes. The upper and lower semicircles of the twos overlapped. The pattern was especially strange and its meaning was unknown. There are all kinds of strange information about them. One moment, they are said to be the protectors of the secular world. The next moment, they are said to have an agreement with the Empire. Or, they are said to be on bad terms with the other two magic towers. There are even some who say that their existence has brought a lot of chaos to the world, and that they are practically the source of all evil. I am also unable to understand the things that they are researching. Obviously, they are different from the other two magic towers. Ramon looked at Thales. The latter nodded to show that he remembered it. The doctor quickly extended his hand and nervously wiped off the three patterns, leaving nothing behind. That's all I know. As for the rest, I know nothing about the three great magic towers' inheritance, characteristics, history, and origins. Knowledge regarding magic has been completely banned. Ramon sighed. Also, you must never draw these three patterns in front of anyone, such as Morat. There will be trouble. Thales raised his eyebrows. Then, you drew them in front of me without any worries? Am I that trustworthy? Ramon turned his head and revealed that strange expression again. Trust? Heh. Ramon chuckled softly. His big nose twitched. I think you are not interested in magic for no reason. The ability to deflect mystic guns. Thales' pupils trembled. Damn it, he still cares a lot about it. I keep feeling that it is not a psionic ability. Ramon chuckled. It should be some kind of magic, but I just don't know what it is yet. That's why you are so thirsty for information about magic, right? Some kind of magic? To be precise. Thales said in his heart, your deduction is correct. Thales fixed his gaze on him. Constellation's new prince come the next king. Not only is he interested in magic, he even possesses some sort of magical power. Ramon beamed with joy. His haggard, dignified face made Thales feel nauseous. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Thales let out a long sigh and carefully pondered over the knowledge he heard from Ramon over the past few days. So the three great magic towers no longer exist, the prince said quietly. Ramon's smile froze. He clasped his hands together, lowered his head, and hunched his back. The strange doctor wiped off a snowflake on his nose and sighed. It is said that this is the case. Do you know about mystics? They are not the slightly stronger warriors that ordinary people think they are. In fact, Thales did 3 somersaults in his heart. Found it. On the surface, the second prince said without batting an eyelid. As a member of the royal family, I know some things about mystics. They are the undying calamities. Ramon looked at Thales with a solemn gaze. Exactly. It is said that from the governments of various countries, to the churches of the gods in heaven, and even the demons in hell, all of them fear them. They are afraid that one day, they will make a comeback and launch a second battle of eradication. If that is the case, the calamities are the main cause of the destruction of the magic towers? Thales asked in a daze. Ramon straightened his collar and his expression became extremely solemn. I do not know whether the calamities were the ones who destroyed the magic towers, Ramon said in a low voice. But I believe that the so-called calamities, the so-called mystics, and the magic towers are all products of the wizard's research. Thales said in disbelief. So everything related to magic in the world, including inheritance, knowledge and history, were all intentionally banned? Ramon exhaled deeply. Yes. I guess that someone did not want to see the emergence of a new calamity. Thales frowned deeply. Magic brought about an unmanageable risk, so they simply shut down and banned the existence of all magic? This is too stupid. Thales sighed. Because they were afraid of the possibility of mystics appearing in their power, they banned magic. What a short-sighted and stupid decision. I agree with you on this point. Ramon clenched his fists. It is precisely to fight against the mystics and their harm that we need to seek possibilities from magic, isn't it? Although the 3 great magic towers were destroyed, their ruins should still exist, right? Thales stroked his chin. You didn't go there to try your luck? Ruins? Ramon curled up the corner of his lips and said with an unpleasant expression, This is the worst part. Those damned countries. They looted and destroyed almost every single bit of information related to magic, wizards, and magic towers. I can't even find out where the ruins of the magic towers are. Ramon curled up one side of his mouth and said with an unpleasant expression on his face. Thales frowned deeply. Maybe I can wait until I return to the country and check the records of the royal family. Ramon snorted coldly. Don't mention it. Especially Constellation. Your ancestor, the great king of Renaissance, Tormund I, personally ordered that all traces related to magic in Constellation be completely wiped out. Thales was stunned. And more than 600 years ago, the kingdom's secret intelligence department was the one who carried out the ban on magic. Ramon said hatefully, It took me a lot of effort to find some traces in At. They called this plan to purify the world. Thales stared at the snow in a daze and pulled his cloak tighter. How did they do it? The prince raised his head. If magic is really as important as you said. Thales was stunned. They did it. Ramon raised his head. His eyes were filled with hatred. In the decades after the Battle of Eradication ended, the various countries imprisoned all the remaining wizards and plundered all the books, scrolls, records, and artifacts related to magic. They even investigated all the people who had close contact with the wizards. The most important thing was that they wiped out all traces of magic from history. Of course, all those who intended to study magic and revive it would immediately become a thorn in the side of the various countries' agencies and the temples and churches once they were discovered. They would be eliminated without hesitation, just to ensure that magic would never appear again. All of them fell silent. For a moment, only the crackling of the flames and the mournful whistling of the cold wind could be heard. If the kingdom's secret intelligence department was in charge of the plan to purify the world 600 years ago, then there might still be a lot of information left in the secret intelligence department. Thales muttered to himself. Hey, to dig things out from the kingdom's secret intelligence department without anyone knowing. Thales sighed. It's even harder than breaching Broken Dragon Fortress. Ramon stared coldly at the fire and finished Thales' sentence. Wait. Thales thought of a question, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Doctor, he said slowly, Murat was not the first chief of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, was he? Nonsense. The kingdom's secret intelligence department was established more than 600 years ago when Constellation was founded. Ramon snorted coldly and exhaled a long breath. Murat. He was a human, not a long-lived species or an eternal being. Thales rolled his eyes. Poor emotional intelligence. How pitiful. You didn't understand what I meant. I was saying, Thales said impatiently, who was the first chief of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, the person in charge of the plan to purify the world? Ramon was stunned. He immediately turned his head to look at Thales. This will be a clue. Thales rubbed his hands, which had turned red from the cold, and exhaled a mouthful of mist. No matter how terrifying and mysterious the kingdom's secret intelligence department is, no matter how precise, efficient, and meticulous it is, as long as it's an organization, it must rely on its members, which is the behavior and psychology of humans. And humans are always complicated. Thales blinked. Do you understand what I mean? Ramon frowned. What? Thales asked, puzzled. Ramon looked around vigilantly again. He turned his head around and said, 2 people, 600 years ago. The strange doctor lowered his voice. In year 38 of the calendar of eradication, 2 people led the kingdom's secret intelligence department and were responsible for the specific implementation of the plan to purify the world. Very good, Thales said quietly. Even if 600 years have passed, we can always find out about their past. Who are those 2 people? Ramon chuckled and uttered 2 names. The first name made Thales' expression change. Leinster Covendier, the first chief of the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Ramon put on an expression that said, I knew it, and said with great interest. And the first master of the Covendier family, one of the 6 great clans of Constellation, the first Duke of Iris Flowers. Thales widened his eyes. Ramon continued. As well as his deputy, Halva Caribbean, one of the 13 distinguished families, the first master of the Long Sword of Twin Towers, the first Count of Walla Hill, and later the wise Prime Minister of the kingdom. Just as Thales was carefully thinking about these 2 names and the meaning behind them, an extension sentinel let out a loud roar that pierced through the northland sky, where the cold wind rustled. Be on guard. The elite extension soldiers around him immediately drew their weapons. Countless sounds of metal being unsheathed rang simultaneously. The atmosphere was tense and somber. Unlike the group battle formation of Constellation, these Northlanders had stern expressions, but they were not flustered. They formed groups of 2 with their backs against each other. They stood scattered around the perimeter of the camp, facing the cold wind and fluttering snow around them. The light cavaliers mounted their horses together under their commanding officer's command and rushed to the perimeter. The heavy cavaliers and heavy infantrymen immediately began to put on their armor. Ida instantly dashed to Thales' side. Waya and Ralph rushed over as well. Be alert, the elven protector, whose age was unknown, said in a grave tone. How unlucky. It's another army. Army. The second prince thought of something. Under the moonlight, Thales' sharp vision, which had been modified by that fluctuation, allowed him to quickly see the source of the threat clearly. To the north of the camp, the figures of countless fully armored cavaliers appeared amidst the indistinct falling snow. Light armor, gray robes, white horses, and masks. They were swift and silent. They almost blended into the snow around them. In this kind of weather, Putray, who rushed over from behind, frowned. They're elites. These cavaliers, who did not look like good people at first glance, suddenly dispersed when they were 100 meters in front of them. They moved towards them in a messy but orderly manner. Chapter 118. Beside his ears. Endless noise and uproar filled the air. Unknown roars and shouts erupted from the crowd. Before his eyes, the man flashed a warm smile, grabbed his shoulders, and leaned against his body while trembling. He moved his head to his ear and whispered gently, Good job, don't worry. Good job. Don't worry. In the deep darkness he suddenly woke up from a nightmare. The wounds on his body seemed to have come alive in an instant, and at the same time, an unbearable pain erupted. His face contorted, and he suppressed the cries of pain in his throat. First, he focused his attention on sensing everything around him. The wind and snow howled in his ears, and a stench assaulted his mouth and nose. A few low cries of livestock came from a few steps away. He raised his trembling left hand with difficulty, and as expected, he touched an old bumpy wall made of rough bricks. The power of eradication surged. In the pitch-black darkness, his surroundings gradually appeared in his senses. This was the place he fled to after he dragged his heavily injured body and sent a message to the Brotherhood's informant. It was an ordinary livestock pen in the Northland countryside. It had a simple but thick thatched roof, a rough handmade fence on one side of the wall, and a muddy ground mixed with water, snow, urine, mud, and his own blood. Safe. The blood mystic is not nearby. Only then did he let out a low, painful groan. 2 puncture wounds, 6 lacerations, 2 bone fractures, abrasions, contusions, and muscle strains are countless. She's clearly a girl with a beautiful smile. He thought of the blood mystic and smiled bitterly. Why is she so hot-tempered? I just wanted to use the legendary anti-mystic equipment to poke a hole in your real body. When he thought of this, he touched the 2 weapons beside his hand. Lance. He sighed in pain. I've been tricked by you again. Not far away, a herd of thick-furred pigs, 2 big and 6 small, gathered together uneasily. They kept each other warm while trying their best to stay away from the new uninvited guest. A black dog stood outside the fence, bravely guarding the border of its territory, and let out a low warning growl at him. The falling snow outside the house gradually subsided. His perception was able to extend out of the circle and touch another wooden house with a thatched roof. There were 4 people sleeping soundly inside. 2 were relatively calm, while the other 2 were young and restless. Next door was a stable, and inside it were 2 slightly different breaths. They should be 2 strong horses unique to the Northland. He smiled in the dark, thinking of the days when he was busy and had to live in different countries. Obviously, this was an ordinary northern family of 4. One of the horses was a plowing horse, and the other was a horse used for military service and hunting. They were probably rented from the feudal lord. Looking at the terrible environment around them, the pigs were probably not their own. Instead, they were reared for the feudal lord's dining table. God knows how the pigs, which looked carelessly reared, could survive in this kind of weather. After all, this place wasn't like the south, where there were completely different and meticulous methods of raising livestock. He remembered that a long time ago, she, that dirty girl, also told him that she wanted to come to the north to take a look. How did the Northlanders survive in such cold weather? I wonder if they raise piglets? She blinked her curious eyes and looked at herself. But at that time, he only lowered his head and wiped the blade on his leg. Do the Northlanders raise pigs? Now I have the answer. I have to write this down. I can tell her in the future. But now. The next moment, the smile on the man's face faded. Lying on the ground, he clenched his teeth tightly. The power of eradication surged into him and seeped out of every pore, urging the wounds on his body to close, repair, and heal. However, this process was filled with even more terrifying waves of pain and an even more unbearable itch. It was just like the countless times he struggled in the past. But the man only trembled and broke out in cold sweat. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, revealing a bitter smile. It's all right. At least I don't have to endure Ramon's incessant chatter and mocking when he treated me. That big-nosed doctor's boring nagging is almost as lethal as a mystic's. The power of eradication surged into all his wounds like waves, forcing his nerves, his muscles, and his bones to speed up the recovery, self-healing, and reorganization. The surging pain and impact made him close his eyes while he trembled, and he could not stop breaking out in cold sweat. After a long while, he finally stopped trembling, and his entire body went limp on the ground. He clenched his teeth and sighed in relief. How long has it been since I've been so badly injured? He tried his best to turn over, and his mouth and nose rubbed against the filthy ground. Filthy, huh? In the darkness, he chuckled softly. I'm filthy. Now I no longer have the right to glare at her. That dirty girl. The man pressed his hands against the filthy ground, got up weakly, and sensed the condition of his body. I need some food to replenish my energy, preferably meat. He looked in the direction of the pigs. Mr. Thick Fur Pig's family instinctively sensed the man's killing intent. They trembled and whimpered softly. At the same time, the 4 breaths of the Northlanders, who were sound asleep, rang in the man's ears again. These pigs are probably one of their few sources of livelihood. He sighed. The man looked at the shivering Mr. Thick Fur Pig's family, and flashed a smile that they definitely could not see or understand. Then, he grabbed the 2 weapons beside him, and flipped out of the pen. He remembered that the day before the bitter cold winter was almost here. Fortunately, this is Northland. Thank you, Master of Mountains. Thank you for your gift. And I will always remember your generosity. Spear and shield bearers. Form the first line of defense on the gentle slope in front of us. Make them slow down no matter what. Kent Vida looked at the attacking cavaliers with a solemn expression and ordered resolutely. Under his command, the At infantrymen of Black Sand region picked up the big iron shields unique to Northland without hesitation and jogged to the front of the camp to form a line of defense. Heavy infantry. 1 minute. You must be ready and follow the line of defense. Two-handed heavy swords in front. Aim at the horse's legs. Heavy armored axemen at the back. As long as it falls from the horse, whether it can move or not, smash it with your axes. Phil. Kent Vida turned his head and shouted at the archers at the side of the camp. Have your men get ready. The enemy appeared too suddenly. There's no time to shoot. As his voice faded away, a short At soldier suddenly shouted at the archers who stood in 2 rows at the side of the camp. Knock the arrows, draw the bows and prepare to shoot in unison. Cavaliers, get on your horses and look for an opportunity to attack from the side. Shoot the signal arrow, and at the same time, send light cavalier messengers to the campsite at the back. Have the rear guard quickly reinforce them. In comparison, the Constellations, who were heavily protected by the Black Sand region army, were much quieter. Bad weather, strong wind, difficult to control. This was Ralph's sign language. As expected, it caused Wuxia to frown again. I knew it, there's going to be a war again. Ramon gritted his teeth and chattered in Thales's ears. Nothing good will come out of following you. You're a prince and a piece of cheese that attracts flies, and I'm really just a normal doctor. He tried his best to retreat to the back and stay away from Thales, but he did not leave the protection range of the main group. The cunning doctor Wuxia, who was watching him coldly, pressed his hand tightly on the hilt of his sword and snorted in dissatisfaction. Thales ignored the doctor. With a stiff expression, he looked at the cavaliers who were flanking them with complicated emotions. It was not that he was too apathetic in the face of threats, but ever since he left Eternal Star City and headed north, he had experienced too many inexplicable threats. So much so that when he encountered a similar situation again, his first reaction was no longer shock and nervousness, but a long sigh. What is it this time? Can't they just let me reach Dragon Cloud City safely? But Thales forced himself to think of something logical. Black Sand region's army of more than 2,000 soldiers had been vigilant along the way, and they had been careful in their journey. Why would they not be vigilant against this group of uninvited guests? Put-Ray said that the people opposite them were elites, but the escorts around him were also elites of Black Sand region, so there should be no need to be too worried. Right? Then, a familiar voice traveled from afar among the group of masked, light-armored cavaliers in gray. Soldiers, lower your guard. It was Tolja. Thales heaved a sigh of relief. The Fire Knight of Black Sand region, one of the 5 war generals of At, who had set out to investigate, appeared from among the cavaliers opposite them. He stopped beside the campfire at the outermost perimeter. These are King Nuven's personal guards. They are the troops he sent to receive the Prince of Constellation's diplomat group. Old friend, it's not that I don't believe you, but nowadays, it's never wrong to be more cautious. Viscount Kent Vida drew his sword from his waist and walked to the front of the camp under the protection of a group of soldiers. Is there anyone from the king who can testify? Kent Vida suppressed the unspoken words in his heart. There might even be traitors among the Archduke of Black Sand region's subordinates, right? The cavaliers in grey reined in their horses and stopped in front of the camp. Thales could not help but notice that their steeds were quiet and steady in the face of the cavaliers' rude reins. They did not even whinny a lot. These cavaliers lined up in a line and stood neatly an arrow's throw away from the camp, displaying superior mobility and discipline. Elites, huh? A masked man with brown hair and a white cape rode out from among the cavaliers. Tolja followed behind him and rode all the way into Black Sand region's camp. I've seen these people when I was traveling before. The vice diplomat beside Thales took a deep breath when he saw the figures of these elite cavaliers clearly. Based on their attire, they are indeed the king's personal guards of At. Thales rolled his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they should not be enemies for now. Beside him, the attendant from the Tower of Eradication Wuxia was obviously stunned. You mean the White Blade Guards? Wuxia whispered. The White Blade Guards, who are comparable to the elites of the Royal Guards of Constellation and are known as the Dragon's Imperial Guards? White Blade Guards. The King's personal guards. The Dragon's Imperial Guards. Thales stored this information in his heart and observed the development of the situation cautiously. The masked man rode in front of Kent Vida. He first cast a glance at the Archduke of Black Sand Region's most trusted strategist, then looked sharply in the direction of the Constellations. His gaze stopped on their double-cross stars flag for a moment before he turned his head. As the captain of King Nuven's personal guards, I should be considered one of the king's men, right? The masked man pulled down his scarf, revealing a pale and well-defined face. There was a weapon of unknown shape on his back. The white handle protruded from the snow-white cape. Nicholas, it's you. Kent Vida saw the other person's face clearly, and his expression turned unpleasant. The pale-faced man in the cape snorted coldly. He nimbly dismounted from his horse in front of Kent Vida, and threw a scroll with wax seal into Kent Vida's bosom. I brought the White Blade Guards to welcome the Prince of Constellation. If you have any questions, go and see the king's warrant. With a frown, Kent Vida tore open the seal. I met them during my scouting, the White Blade Guards. The Fire Knight behind the cloaked man, Lord Tolja, immediately dismounted from his horse. With a tense expression he said, "It seems like King Nuven really values this Constellation diplomat group." After Kent Vida finished reading the warrant, he sighed and sheathed the sword in his hand. At the same time, he gave an order to the army of Black Sand Region. "Stand down. Let them in." The masked cavaliers in grey capes, the White Blade Guards, rode into their campsite as if there was no one else around. Even though their faces were hidden under their veils, their gazes were sharp and fierce. They glared fiercely at everyone in the campsite, whether it was the extensions from Black Sand Region or the Constellations at the center of the campsite, mobilizing an army of nearly 2,000 soldiers to protect this prince. The man in the white cloak walked towards the direction of the Constellation diplomat group. He looked at the situation around the campsite and snorted coldly. Lampard is really a generous archduke. Hearing the sarcasm in his tone, Kent Vida and Tolja both frowned. This is for the prince's safety, at least until he safely meets King Nuven, Kent Vida replied calmly. We believe that there are people in At who want the prince's life. According to the information we received, Black Sand Region surrounded and intercepted the prince in front of the fortress, and shot him with mystic guns. The man tightened his cape. That's right. It seems that they really want his life. Kent Vida was speechless for a moment. We will take over here, the man in the white cape said bluntly. As for your mission in Black Sand Region, it has ended. Go back to where you should be. It's not a good idea to bring a few thousand people into another suzerain's land, especially when the day before the bitter cold winter is approaching. Lampard's ambition ends here. His Majesty will settle the score with him. Tolja replied coldly. The Archduke's order is to protect the prince until he reaches Dragon Cloud City. Even if he leaves with you willingly, we must still follow him to Dragon Cloud City. It's up to you. If you want to follow, then follow. It's not my money that's going to be wasted anyway. The man knocked on the white handle behind him and said nonchalantly, Next time, Tolja, let's spar again. Tolja snorted in dissatisfaction and subconsciously pressed his hand on the saber at his waist. The man in the white cape chuckled and continued walking towards Thales. By the order of King Nuven Walton, the great common-elected king of At and the successor of Raikaru the hero. Surrounded by his subordinates, the man in the white cloak ignored the rest of the people and walked straight to Thales' side. He lowered his head to size up the only 7-year-old boy in the military camp. There was not even a hint of a smile on his pale face. You are Thales Jadestar? Putre's expression changed. He could sense the hostility in the man's tone. Thales also noticed the coldness in the man's gaze. He slowly furrowed his brows. Something's not quite right. But in the end, Thales only took a deep breath and flashed a smile that looked like a formula. Beside him, Putre frowned. He glanced at Kent Vida and Tolja, who had unpleasant expressions on their faces but did not say a word. He cleared his throat and said to the group of White Blade Guards, who had unpleasant expressions on their faces, This is Thales Jadestar, the second prince of Constellation, by order of King Kessel. However, before Putre could finish, he was rudely interrupted by the man in the white cape. My name is Nicholas, the commander of the White Blade Guards. The man named Nicholas shook his head expressionlessly and lowered his head to speak to Thales. A long time ago, people used to say that the blood of the Empire's royal family came from the gods. That's why it's brilliant gold. When it flows out, it will even sparkle under the sun. So, is your blood golden as well? Will it sparkle? Nicholas. Putray and Wyatt seemed to have heard this name before. Both he and the attendant looked at each other in shock. Thales, on the other hand, mulled over Nicholas' words. He was a little confused. Golden blood? What the hell? I don't know. Thales narrowed his smile. After all, I don't really bleed. Or are you, King Nuvan's personal guard, so eager to see me bleed? The second prince rebutted Nicholas' words without flinching. As if. Humph. Nicholas chuckled. His expression immediately returned to being cold. I also know a Jade Star. You're really too inferior compared to him. Putray took a deep breath. Wyatt quietly took a step closer to Thales. He gritted his teeth and stared at Nicholas. Thales turned to look at Putray's reaction. His heart was filled with doubt and wariness. Who is this man? And Thales pondered over his words and was slightly stunned. Too inferior? What does this mean? Jade Star. The second prince furrowed his brows. He sized up Nicholas' attire and remembered his identity as the king's personal guard. He asked cautiously, May I ask if you're talking about Meteor Jade Star? My eldest uncle. No, I'm talking about the sword of reversing light. Nicholas narrowed his eyes and extended his left hand to point at his right shoulder. His face was even paler. 12 years ago, he stabbed me in the shoulder and almost cut off my scapula. Thales' expression changed. Another person who personally experienced the war between Constellation and At during the Bloody Year. It seems like he suffered quite a lot under Horus Jadestar's hands. He glanced at Kent Vida and Tolja from the corner of his eyes, then at the extensions around him. From attacking the supply line, attacking the 3 archdukes of Xtet's battle line, injuring Tolja, snatching the motionless bow, and in the end, his soldiers even killed the former Archduke of Black Sand region. The grudges between Horus and the extensions seemed a little too colorful. The sword of reversing light. Horus Jadestar. Just how many similar legacies did his second uncle leave for me in Xtet? Thales could only cough softly. He maintained his unchanging smile and nodded. It's a pity. Beside him, Putray furrowed his brows tightly. Thales also noticed that Tolja, who was behind Nicholas, exhaled softly. No, there's nothing to be regretful about, Nicholas said flatly. Anyway, we're even. Putray gritted his teeth and cast a sharp gaze at the man in front of him. This man is bringing this up the first time we meet? Is he preparing to intimidate me first? Thales, who did not know what was going on, thought of something. We're even, he asked cautiously. What do you mean? Putray heaved a sigh. This made Thales feel that it was extremely ominous. Ah! Nicholas' eyes shone with a frightening cold glare. I killed him, on the battlefield at Raymond Pass. Thales' expression froze at this moment. That's terrible. He thought to himself. So we're even, me and Horus. The ghost of a smile appeared on Nicholas' pale face. He raised his right hand and tapped the left side of his chest. Just like this, a stab, then a twist, then a diagonal pull. You should have seen his expression before he died. Thales frowned and began to size up the commander of the White Blade Guards again. The person who killed Horus. The enemy of the Jade Star royal family. The final proof. Nicholas narrowed his eyes and exhaled softly. Even the Jade Star royal family, even the former royal family of the Empire, their blood is not golden, and when it spurts out. Nicholas licked the corners of his lips in a mesmerizing manner and flashed a cold smile. He looked down at Thales and said slowly, It's all bright red. Thales stared at the pale man with an unpleasant expression. The man's undisguised aggressive gaze made him uncomfortable. But now, as the Prince of Constellation, the best expression he could have was to be expressionless. Viscount Kent Vida let out a long sigh. He shook his head gently and took a step forward. This is Lord Sori Nicholas, one of Xtet's famous 5 war generals. His Highness, the Prince of Constellation, shook his head slightly and took a step forward. People call him Kent Vida looked at the unpleasant expressions of the constellations and raised his eyebrows in resignation. Star Killer. Nicholas stared at Thales with a burning gaze. Like a hunter sizing up his prey. Thales felt a slight chill in his heart. Star Killer? Let's save the meaningless pleasantries, citizen of the Empire, Nicholas said slowly. From now on, we will escort you to Dragon Cloud City. Thales was stunned. Of course. The second prince looked at Nicholas and nodded slightly with complicated thoughts. If this is King Nuven's wish. However, his heart was extremely perturbed. King Nuven actually sent such a person to welcome me. Thales suddenly had an ominous feeling about his future in Dragon Cloud City. Put-Ray took a step forward sternly. Wait, according to the rules and etiquette, the envoys from our side must meet with the extension welcoming party in a formal manner that is befitting of their status. You talk too much. Nicholas rudely cut off the vice diplomat's words. I don't have time to waste. In the next moment, Thales saw Nicholas' expression turn serious and the cloak behind him flutter. Please believe me. This is for your safety, Your Highness. Sorry, Nicholas. The Star Killer. The pale-faced man snorted coldly with a cold smile. He gestured at the uncertain Thales Jade Star with his chin and ordered the white blade guards behind him. Tie him up. What? Thales widened his eyes. Chapter 119. Before Thales could react, the attendants and guards behind him took a step forward without hesitation and shielded him behind them. In the next moment, the sound of swords being unsheathed rang out incessantly. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Wuxia unsheathed his blade without hesitation. The tip of the blade was pointed at Nicholas' throat. His gaze was solemn. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Ralph's remaining hidden blade also popped out of his sleeve. The blade was pointed at Nicholas' heart. The upper half of his face, which was not covered by the silver mask, had an unpleasant expression. Asterisk clang. Clang. Asterisk clang. Asterisk These were the white blade guards behind Nicholas. These tall and sturdy masked Northland elites were equipped with lightweight iron-colored arm shields in their left hands, and with their right hands, they pulled out specially shaped swords from their waists. The hilts were snow-white and slender, and could be held with both hands. The blades shone brightly, and their curves were beautiful. They did not look like the rough and forceful Northland style. Their movements of pulling out their swords were orderly and heavy. Their gazes beyond their masks were murderous. At some point in time, they had spread out in a semicircle and surrounded the Constellation diplomat group from three sides. The remaining dozen or so soldiers of Constellation, such as Janet and Willow, pulled out their weapons without hesitation and stood at the front line to confront the white blade guards. Judging by their movements and the look in their eyes, these are true elites. Our royal guards are nothing more than this. Aida's voice traveled into Thales' ears. They are even more powerful than the Black Sand Region's army. Even if they were to go up against the vampire's Sacred Blood army, they would probably not be inferior. Thales stared in disbelief at Nicholas, who had a cold smile on his face. What's going on? Tie me up and bring me to Dragon Cloud City? It was not that he did not anticipate what he might encounter in At. In fact, it was very normal for King Nuven, who had lost his beloved son, to be angry, ridiculed, and humiliated him. Even if the Jade Star royal family and the Walton family had the same interests when it came to avoiding a war between the two kingdoms and restraining Black Sand Region's ambitions. But Thales did not expect that this humiliating welcome would begin before he even reached Dragon Cloud City. Do I really have to let them tie me up and bring me to Dragon Cloud City? If we refuse. Under the moonlight, Thales felt his skin crawl as he looked at the white blade guards' shining white swords and estimated the difference in strength between them and the enemy. What will happen? How absurd! Putray's stern and angry voice rang out. He anxiously thought about the situation before him and said in a flustered and exasperated manner, Tie me up? Never before had an envoy from one country been treated like this. This was an insult to King Nuven VII's reputation and the honor of the kingdom of At. This will not bring any glory to your king. If he was King Nuven's man, he would have to be mindful of At's reputation and dignity as the common elected king, unless, around them, the extensions from Black Sand region watched everything in the field with puzzled expressions. The dozens of white blade guards and the dozen or so Constellation diplomat group faced off against each other with their weapons drawn. Humph! The corners of Nicholas' lips curled up to reveal an ominous, cold smile. This will indeed not bring any glory to His Majesty, but it can make him happy. That will be enough. Put-Ray tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. Thales could not help but frown. In the next moment, without any instructions or orders, the eyes of the masked soldiers of the White Blade Guards turned cold and they took a step forward together. Asterisk thud. Asterisk their heavy footsteps on the snow-covered ground were like a heavy hammer that struck the hearts of the Constellations. Willow Ken, who was watching the enemy tensely, shook his shoulders and was about to thrust his spears forward. Asterisk slap. Asterisk a strong hand reached out from the side and grasped the young spearman's right hand tightly, stopping the tip of his spear from thrusting forward. Willow was shocked. He turned his head and found that it was the veteran, Gened. Steady yourself. Ignore their footsteps. Pay attention to their shoulders, he said calmly. After the tragic and bloody battle with the Blood Clan in the Birch Tree Forest, the private soldiers suffered heavy casualties. The heavily injured leader, Cora, stayed in the fortress. The veteran Gened, who was once the Duke's personal guard, relied on his experience on the battlefield and the skills he gradually regained to become the leader of this small group of Jade Star private soldiers, veterans of the fortress, and recruits from the Northern Territory. However, in the face of the extremely tense atmosphere before him, the veteran could not help but break out in cold sweat. Is this King Nuven's will and order? Thales tried his best to speak calmly. Oh, of course it is. Nicholas ignored the two halves of the blades that were pointed at his throat and heart. He said darkly, he just didn't say it out loud. A second later, Nicholas moved. He suddenly took a step forward and walked towards Thales. Thales was shocked. Wuxia and Ralph gritted their teeth and brought out the weapons in their hands in an attempt to force Nicholas to retreat. But in the next moment, a cold glare flashed on Nicholas' face, and his body moved. In the blink of an eye, the pale-faced Star Killer instantly moved sideways and into the gap between the two swords. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Wuxia's single-edged sword, which was aimed at his throat, struck the white hilt that extended from behind Nicholas' shoulder. Sparks flew. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Nicholas' right hand flicked his finger nimbly and hit Ralph's hidden blade, which was aimed at his heart. At that moment, under Wuxia and Ralph's indignant gazes, Nicholas broke through their defense without changing his expression. He squeezed into the gap between them and extended his left hand towards Thales. Damn it! Thales gritted his teeth and quickly took a step back to avoid Nicholas' hand. At the same time, he pulled his left hand up and touched the dagger at his waist with his right hand. He put on the Northland military sword style's iron body style. But he was surprised to see that the moment he retreated, Nicholas' hand changed direction at the same time, as if he had foreseen it. He extended his hand towards the direction where he dodged. That fluctuation surged into Thales' brain in time and slowed down the scene in front of him to the greatest extent possible. In Thales' field of vision, Nicholas moved slowly, like an existence that flashed with silver light. However, every flash of light in his body brought about a change in Nicholas' figure. Is this his power of eradication? Thales' expression was tense as he thought carefully. The Star Killer's figure, movements, speed, changes, and trajectory all entered Thales' consciousness at that moment. After a moment of estimation, a pessimistic conclusion surged into Thales' mind. No matter how I dodge, I can't avoid Nicholas' grasp. Fortunately, I still have her. Thales felt the change in the aura of the cloaked person behind him. Asterisk clack. Asterisk when Nicholas' hand was halfway to Thales, a short and small figure in a cloak grabbed his wrist. Be polite, boy. Ida grabbed Nicholas' wrist tightly and said coldly, at least say hello or please. Thales exhaled deeply. Only then did Wuxia and Ralph's swords catch up with him in a hurry and press against the Star Killer's neck. Oh! Nicholas seemed to be a little surprised, but he still did not care about the two swords that were pressed against his vitals. Instead, he frowned and looked at his wrists that were being grabbed. He then said to Ida with great interest, a woman saw through my actions? The dozens of white blade guards around Nicholas did not seem to be worried about their leader who was in danger. Their gazes were still cold, and their killing intent overflowed as they continued to oppress the Constellations. What is the meaning of this, Lord Nicholas? This is not in line with convention, nor is it King Nuven's order. Putre's face was livid. Your private action is almost no different from an assassination. Assassination? Assassination? Nicholas muttered the word in a low voice. He raised his head and his expression became extremely terrifying. Are you talking about what you Constellations did to our Prince Mariah in your country? Assassination. Nicholas glared at Thales with eyes burning with anger. He enunciated each word clearly. What you did to His Majesty's only son, to the Prince of Xianxia, to the heir of Dragoncloud City, to my student? That kind of cowardly action? Putre was stunned at first. Then, he came to his senses and said without hesitation, that should be King Nuven's decision. Damn it. Thales panted softly and bit his lower lip. He looked at Nicholas, who was being held back by Ida and had Waya and Ralph's swords pressed against his throat. He gritted his teeth. This situation. How should I deal with it? Force Nicholas to retreat? Thales took a deep breath. He raised his hands at the pale man, indicating that he was a harmless little boy. Nicholas, on the other hand, sneered maliciously. Your Excellency, Viscount Kentvita and Lord Tolja. The second Prince of Constellation turned his head and shouted at the army of Black Sand region. Your mission of escorting me to Dragoncloud City is almost complete. I believe that people will praise the Archduke of Black Sand region's loyalty to King Nuven, and King Nuven will also be satisfied with your loyalty. At the same time, I am also very grateful for your escort. You can leave now. Thales' voice faded away. Putre raised his eyebrows, while Nicholas was slightly stunned. Viscount Kentvita, who was watching everything with a frown in the distance, sighed deeply. However, in the end, Kentvita only nodded at Tolja, who was frowning deeply, and strode forward. This child. What is he saying? Your mission of escorting me to Dragoncloud City is almost complete. Before I reach Dragoncloud City, Black Sand region is in charge of my safety, but I have yet to reach Dragoncloud City. I believe that people will praise the Archduke of Black Sand region's loyalty to King Nuven. Everyone will know that King Nuven kidnapped the Prince of Constellation from the army of Black Sand region as if no one else was around. And King Nuven will also be satisfied with your loyalty. No matter how obedient you are, the relationship between King Nuven and the Archduke of Black Sand region will not get any better. Dragoncloud City will still view Black Sand region as a thorn in its side. At the same time, I am also very grateful for your escort. A chance to win the friendship of the Prince of Constellation is right before your eyes. You can leave now. Hurry up and help us out. Lord Nicholas. While Viscount Kentvita spoke, he re-evaluated whether Putre had taught the second prince these words. This is, after all, the camp of Black Sand region's army. The Archduke has given us the mission to protect Prince Thales' safety, and your actions now are undoubtedly very unwise. Nicholas flung Aida's hand away, still ignoring the blade on his neck. He said coldly to Kentvita, I thought that you are also Extensions. Of course we are Extensions, but we are also Northlanders. And Northlanders cherish their reputation, just like how snow eagles cherish their wings. Kentvita walked in front of Nicholas and looked at the two parties who were at each other's throats. His gaze paused for a moment on Thales and Putre. Your Grace. I believe that King Nuven did not give you the order to kidnap the prince and bring him to Dragoncloud City. Behind him, under Tolja's signal, the soldiers of Black Sand region slowly surrounded them. Nicholas fixed his gaze on Kentvita. Then, he flashed a faint, cold smile. What if I say no? The man's face turned even paler. What will you do? The Viscount of Black Sand region? Will you let your army get rid of us, His Majesty's personal guards? Is that so, warriors of Black Sand region? Nicholas swept his gaze across the surroundings. He glanced at the elite regular army that the Archduke of Black Sand region had specially allocated and smiled softly. Thales' heart sank. This is bad. Looks like even 2,000 soldiers of Black Sand region can't intimidate Nicholas and his White Blade guards. There are less than 50 of you. Tolja walked out from behind Kentvita, staring at the white weapon behind Nicholas. His expression was solemn. Even with the severing soul's blade, you can only hold on for a few more minutes. You're not a Raka Merch, and you don't have his motionless bow. Kentvita fixed his gaze on Nicholas' face. Of course, We definitely don't want to be enemies with the famous White Blade Guards. Especially when we fought together 12 years ago. The face-changing game of good guys and bad guys is no longer popular, Nicholas said nonchalantly. I've said it before, His Majesty will get even with Lampard. Before that, you won't want to provoke his personal guard captain. Thales thought of something. White Blade Guards. He remembered what Putray had told him about Caslin's identity. Caslin retired 20 years ago, so... You know, Thales said slowly, attracting everyone's attention, we just passed by Caslin's Hero Tavern a few days ago. Thales noticed that the moment he finished speaking, Nicholas' expression suddenly changed. Even the eyes of the White Blade Guards around them, who were confronting them, sparkled. Caslin. Looks like that old man means something to them. Thales nodded in his heart. Caslin treated me to a glass of rye wine, the limited edition kind, Thales continued to say calmly. He's a wise and open-minded old man. But I don't think you know him, Lord Nicholas? A complicated expression appeared in Nicholas' eyes. Because. Thales sighed. The White Blade Guards led by someone like him must be different from you. Nicholas stared at him without saying a word. In the next moment, Thales first gritted his teeth, as though he had made up his mind. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the second prince shouted, Constellations, put down your weapons. Wuxia and Ralph looked at Thales in shock. Even Ida let out a surprised gasp under the cloak. The Constellations looked at the White Blade Guards around them, who were glaring at them fiercely. They looked at each other in bewilderment, not daring to believe the prince's order. Only Putray looked pensive. Kentvita and Tolja frowned at the same time. Nicholas stared at him with an indecipherable expression. This is an order from your second prince, the heir to the throne of Constellation. Thales repeated with a firm expression. Putray was the first to sheath his sword and take a step back. Then, Genid sheathed his sword without hesitation. Wuxia glanced at the prince in disbelief. Under the latter's unquestionable gaze, he gritted his teeth and withdrew his sword from Nicholas' neck. Then it was Ralph, then the fifth, the sixth, until all the Constellations sheathed their weapons. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Thales took a step forward, past Wuxia and Ralph's protection, and arrived in front of Nicholas. You should have done this a long time ago. Nicholas lowered his head and looked at him expressionlessly. The earlier you submitted, the less pain you would have suffered. Enough, Your Excellency, Thales interrupted him coldly. I don't know why you insist on bringing me back to Dragon Cloud City with you tied up. Whether it's a new grudge or an old one, whether it's Prince Mariah or Prince Horace, Thales suppressed the trembling in his voice. But before I complete my first mission, I will only answer to King Nuven. Nicholas stared at the second prince of Constellation in astonishment. This will be a conversation between the future king of Constellation and the current king of At. Thales took a deep breath. But before that, you want to humiliate me. Who is about to talk to King Nuven? There is no doubt that your actions are tarnishing King Nuven's honor. Does a father who has lost his only son no longer need to care about his own honor? Ask yourselves, White Blade Guards, Northlanders. Thales turned to the White Blade Guards around him. His personal guards, the White Blade Guards, the Dragon's Imperial Guards. Humiliatingly tying up a 7-year-old child and bringing him to Dragon Cloud City. Let everyone know the magnanimity of Extet's common elected king, Raikaru the hero's successor, and the ruler of the Northlanders, King Nuven VII. The gazes of the White Blade Guards became unfocused beyond the veil covering their faces. Caslin told me that whether it is the history of the Empire or the symbol of the dragon, these are not important. What is important is whether the Northlanders can still persevere and live their lives well. Thales turned around and spread his arms. He raised his head and stared at Nicholas with a steady gaze. Over the past few days, we have eaten the Northlanders' food and drank their wine. According to Northland's customs, we are now King Nuven's guests. We are guests in the land under his rule. Now, we are finally about to reach his doorstep. Let us Constellations, the so-called descendants of the Empire. Let us see the magnanimity and glory of the Northlanders, and whether it is worth it for us to take this dangerous journey. The White Blade Guards quickly exchanged glances, then looked at their commander in unison. Kentvita's gaze kept shifting between Thales and Putray. He seemed to be deep in thought. Waya looked worriedly at the star killer in front of him. And the most crucial decision-maker, Nicholas, slowly narrowed his eyes. After a few seconds, "Very good, Thales Jade Star." He looked at Thales and smiled faintly. "You and your uncle are not that far apart." Thales was stunned. "Put away your weapons, my brothers." Nicholas looked at Thales with a complicated expression. "Let His Majesty decide who our guest belongs to, even if his hatred for us runs as deep as the sea." Upon receiving the order, the White Blade Guards sheathed their swords in an orderly manner. Thales finally breathed a sigh of relief. The people of Constellation, including the two commanders of Black Sand region, also breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, alert! Outside the camp, the soldiers of Black Sand region once again let out an alarming shout. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the area outside the camp. Under the moonlight, a new group of cavaliers appeared before their eyes and headed towards the camp. Kent Vida narrowed his eyes and asked Nicholas, "Your companions?" Nicholas did not answer him. The sound of hooves could be heard from outside the camp. It was a dozen cavaliers. Carrying a strange flag, they slowly headed towards their camp. It was a flag with a white background. A golden ear of wheat with an arc was drawn on it. It stretched from the upper right corner of the flag to the lower left corner, and crossed with an equally golden dagger. "Good night, everyone." An unfamiliar male voice traveled into their ears from afar. "Praise be to the Lady of Harvest and the Maiden Shepherd of the Ocean. May they bless all of you with no worries about food or clothing and a prosperous life." Kent Vida took a few steps forward. Looking at the flag with the ear of wheat and the dagger, he slowly frowned. "I am Lesa Kent Vida, the Viscount of the City of Light Town. This is the military camp of the Archduke of Black Sand region," Viscount Kent Vida said loudly. "Who goes there?" Under the protection of a dozen cavaliers, a middle-aged man with a golden ponytail slowly rode out from the crowd. He was dressed in a gorgeous coat and a top hat embedded with jewels to keep out the cold. "I am Shiles Bamra, the honorary Marquis of Goodflow City." The middle-aged man stopped his horse. He took off his hat and placed it on his left chest. With a friendly and humble smile on his face, he bowed slightly in Kent Vida's direction. "I am from the friendly and generous 16 City-States Alliance of Camus Union. I am a member of the 36 seats in the Camus Union Parliament. I am representing the Alliance's Goodflow City on a diplomatic mission to Xianxia. I heard that Constellation's second prince is here, so I specially came to meet you." Midnight, Dragon Cloud City, Westbound Avenue. He was a black-haired, black-eyed Far Easterner. He was about 30 or 40 years old. The Far Easterners aged at a different rate compared to the Redalians and Northlanders. It was not easy to tell their age from their appearance. Holding an everlasting lamp, he walked steadily in the dark and cold underground cellar, intending to start his day's work. But in the next moment he frowned, as if he sensed something. He stopped in his tracks. In the silence and darkness, his eyes carefully swept across every corner in front of him. His ears listened to all the movements in the cellar. There was nothing. But he did not let his guard down, because he trusted his instincts more. Most of the time, danger could not be detected with eyes and ears. Most of the time, instincts were the last things one could rely on in life. Like now. He clenched his teeth and furrowed his brows, revealing a ferocious expression in the darkness beyond the light. Just like a wolf that sensed danger, it sharpened its fangs and claws and remained vigilant of the danger in the darkness. Immediately, the Far Easterner moved. He raised the everlasting lamp with one hand and pressed his other hand against his waist when he crouched down. He turned sideways to face the left, the wall, and the darkness behind the corner. "Who's there?" the Far Easterner asked calmly. There was no answer. "If you're here to steal some money, bro," the Far Easterner spoke the lingua franca with a Northland accent. His feet moved slowly and rhythmically. "Then you've come to the wrong place." There was still no answer. The Far Easterner narrowed his eyes. The next moment, his figure flashed. He covered a distance of more than 10 steps in 3 steps. The Far Easterner turned the corner. The light from the everlasting lamp illuminated everything in the corner. But the Far Easterner let out a surprised, "Huh?" There was no one around the corner in front of him. A few seconds later, the Far Easterner breathed a sigh of relief. "Am I being too paranoid?" The Far Easterner carefully checked the corner and confirmed that there were no traces left behind by anyone. He shook his head, shrugged, and patted his head. It seems so. It's an old habit that I can't get rid of. In the end, I'm still paranoid even when I'm sleeping. The wolf doesn't sleep because it's vigilant. This was the first lesson his master had taught him a long time ago, when he had left him on the northern plains and let him live alone for 3 days. He sighed. I really hope that one day, I can sleep well. Forget all the past. The Far Easterner laughed at himself, then turned around and walked back the way he came. The light also turned with him. It illuminated another person behind him. A person who suddenly appeared. The Far Easterner's pupils shrank. He instinctively raised his hand at his waist. Asterisk thud. Asterisk. The Far Easterner was shocked to find that his right hand, which was holding the dagger, was firmly grasped by the uninvited guest who suddenly appeared. He could not move. Long time no see, Gu. The other party said slowly. The Far Easterner suppressed the shock in his heart, the trembling of his body, and the instinctive urge to activate his power of eradication to break free. He stared at the man who suddenly appeared. The ordinary-looking man. Yes, long time no see, the Far Easterner Gu replied bitterly. Black Sword. Black Sword let go of Gu's wrist. Lance asked me to look for you, the man known as Black Sword said coldly and briefly. Still the same as before. Gu put the dagger back at his waist and frowned. Simple and direct. It chilled his heart. Yes. Gu took a deep breath, got rid of all unnecessary emotions and memories, and said seriously, I found him. Black Sword did not speak. After a few seconds, Black Sword slowly said, Are you sure? Gu exhaled deeply. Although I've never met him directly, it should be him. I can't be wrong. Black Sword was silent. Strange. Gu thought to himself. Why is he so calm? Shouldn't he be? I'll look for you again tonight to ask about the details. Black Sword turned around and said flatly, I still have some matters to attend to. Look for me again? Gu could not help but frown as he recalled the other party's elusive figure. All right. Gu recalled his past memories and only felt a wave of irritation and panic. He said helplessly, I have to do business first anyway. Business? Black Sword furrowed his brows as he recalled Gu's notorious past. His figure once again disappeared into the darkness beyond the light. What other business can you do? What business? Gu Shuang exhaled unhappily. He walked to the side of the table and fiercely lifted the layer of oilcloth on it, revealing a boning knife and a chopping board. Then he said angrily, This is my butcher shop. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.